The final week of midweek tournaments in 2024 is upon us. One and all, welcome back. Hopefully you had a fantastic time on the weekend, enjoying some incredible team tournament games and are ready to hop back in and sink your teeth into 1v1. Purist monocles on and all. We have got a stacked day, plenty of series to get through. We're going to be opening up with Liquid Dumu up against Lash. We're going to be checking in on Scarlet Devil versus Sassy. We're going to have a live series. We're going to be casting both the Puppy Paw versus Stopper and the 3DB versus Starflux series live today. And then we'll also be checking in on Fox's Anatan up against M7. And of course, we do have the Killjadi Uriad set. I did get an update this morning. Louis MT versus Give You Anxiety, unfortunately, is not going to be happening. Give You Anxiety had to FF, he had to forfeit, so Louis MT is already through on that. I'll try to update the bracket a little bit later to represent that. It's a bit of a shame. Wouldn't have been nice to actually have seen him go at it, but it is what it is. Sometimes these things are unavoidable. But hopefully you guys are ready for a busy weekend. In fact, let me just double check that worked. I just announced the sponsors for the PC build we are doing this week. That's right. On Thursday, I am going to be building a new PC live on stream right after the grand final. So we're going to be doing some hype things into more hype things. I mean, dude, like we're stacked up the wazoo. You guys knew it was going to be the way of the Horizons. We had to. Not just that, though. Some of the sponsors really blew my mind. Like, I remember I made certain requests, and then they exceeded them. These guys come to mind. This is crucial. They sent me... I checked the RRPs. Like, that's worth... these are like $1,000 plus in SSDs easily. Absolutely wild. And then, you know, we got Kingston Fury coming through. Haven provided the case. It's absolutely one of the most beautiful cases I've seen. We got Gigabyte helping out as well. Their motherboard should arrive today, which is why they weren't in the picture, but the Giga Chad graphics card was. You guys ready for this? Look at this. Look at this beaut. Oh, yeah, it's no longer me, it's just this. This is the stream now. Look at that beast. That bad boy is going in this new PC. And then, of course, we've got all of the cooling solutions coming courtesy of Corsair. They even threw in something cute. They actually even threw in a little DIY precision toolkit for when we're building it. I can't show off Corsair for green screen because they use yellow on literally everything. But we even got the LCD screens, which you can put with your AIO cooler. You pop them, they just magnetize on top. And then you can have all kinds of things running on there, right? Because that's a full LCD configurable screen. So we got like loads of stuff. I love the little details as well. The Crucial guys sent me, that is just like a thermal pot, right? So you can just like have a cup of tea or whatever in there and it'll stay nice and warm. It's the small details, man. I love these guys. Great to be working with all the brands on that one. The only thing I'm a bit gutted about, we weren't able to sort a monitor sponsor in time. I'm rushing to see if I can get that ready for maybe start of the year. Because you really want to enjoy what I'm going to be creating here on like the newer monitors, and I'm still on IPS technology, but we'll see if we're able to figure that one out. It'll be really cool. But let's get ready for the first step. I was a bit laggy. Not really sure what happened there. But that's exactly why I make a new PC. I don't know if you guys had that pause in audio as well. That happened on my end. I think it happened on your end as well. But we're going to get ready for Dumu versus Lash. So let me go ahead and open their data. Next week, new midweek muster? No. This is the last one of 2024, so enjoy it. This is all there is. Last midweek muster of 2024. But we do have something I loosely announced happening at the end of the month. I will talk more about that probably on Thursday, actually. So don't worry. There'll still be things to do. So opening game, we're going to be going to Atacama here. Remember, it's our default map. It's going to be Rus versus French. So yeah, a very kind of purist OG matchup. Tumu, always looking cozy on those Rus. We know he likes to go for his fast castle horse archer boys. I think he builds horse archers. He's built more horse archers in 2024 than any other player can think of because he was doing it before it came back into the meta even. Meanwhile, Lash. French is a pretty strong civ right now. I actually rate them quite highly. I think the Rus matchup can be a little bit tricky, but quite navigatable. And also, you just have I think the only threat to you is the fast castle element. Anything else, and I think you're pretty cozy as French here. But let's find out. Let's hop into the first game of the day. Whoopsie. Those aren't meant to be in there yet. I forgot to remove those. I mean, you guys have seen the sponsors. I'm going to hide the carousel for the time being, though. Because we haven't implemented that yet, but that will be coming as part of the broadcast. All right, let me go ahead to make sure everything's running fandapidoze. And then we'll turn the music off and get into the game. I've heard this man has become quite the bloody nuisance in these tournaments. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here in the round of 16 for Dumu versus Lash. Yes, Dumu, very familiar face. And look at the ball boy, he's comfortable. And I was just saying to the stream, actually, because we're live right now, this guy has probably built more horse archers than anyone this year. He has thrived on it. He enjoyed it even when it wasn't meta, but now it's back. The question is it good enough against the French that have also made a return? Yes, you heard me correctly there, folks. Believe it or not, French have been dramatically on the rise towards the end of 2024. In fact, they are frequently seeing picks in the drafts and picks in the games, as is clearly evident here. I'd say French is a solid high B tier civ at this point. They're in a really decent position. You can maybe argue a low tier. Depends how you tier your lists. But overall, I'd say French in the power rankings is maybe sitting around 7th, possibly 8th. They're a decent civ. And I think really part of it was the move away from the 2TC meta. It allowed them to kind of really benefit from being able to starve the map, right? Because now we're talking about a civ that can very easily just deny you resources because you don't have that second TC that makes you feel safe. Meanwhile, this civ always feels safe because, guys, I don't know if you know this, but Golden Gate is back. It's like a plague upon our games. We just simply can't seem to get rid of it. And I wonder if there's any other way Dimu would play this. We are on Atacama. Remember, Atacama is the map where you get the fat tree lines in the center, and then you start very kind of naked and exposed. You do get these small tree lines. I want to say, actually, compared to things like Prairie, Atacama feels a little bit safer, but these tree lines are very, very thin. So you do have to move out fairly fast. I love the way the Lash has moved out. Immediately goes onto the deer, because that's another interesting thing on Atacama is you always end up with the deer spawning quite close to you, at least one of the stacks. So it's a very leverageable resource, especially for a civ like the French that should be expected to be aggressing. And because of that, they don't need to worry about getting raided. So Golden Gate on the way. We're going to hit the 2x speed just to get to H2. Come on, Dumu. You really need to show Dumu. I feel like Dumu's the favorite here, right? Lash has been on the rise, though. I've been really impressed. I mean, we saw Lash on Archipelago against Beastie the other week, and even when it looked futile, this man tried to find a way out. I do think Lash has this balanced mixture of sometimes overplaying a game that's finished, but he's looking for a way out, and he has to learn those ways out. I think once he starts to identify and learn those game situations, you could see Lash, rather, making quite deep runs. Very capable player. See if he can prove capable in this matchup. School of Cavalry is about to complete, so Knights will be pumping out. Meanwhile, Dumu has not shoved deer in, which is really surprising. He's wrapping around now. Sheep count is low. He needs to shove deer in. Like, this is not negotiable. Yeah, and he knows it, right? Like, if you don't shove deer in here, you're dead. He only has 6 sheep compared to 20 from Lash. And Lash has gone Pro Scout, so he's going to yoink away the goodies. All right, fast castle for Dumu might be a little bit problematic. However, he does have his own Pro Scouts coming. So we've got Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts action. Bad start for Lash in the end because now he's taking heavy damage on that Scout. And Dumu, it looks like they're pretty mirrored on timings, right? Lash about 10 seconds sooner, maybe. 22 seconds, 23. Actually, no, they're even tighter than I realized there. Apologies. I have to keep my leg up, so I'm still leaning far off the side. Pro Scouts really has just been growing in popularity again. I know some threads about Pro Scouts and some people thinking it actually should just be nerfed or removed completely because it ruins the game. I don't know if I entirely agree with that. I think you have to have that flex, otherwise TCing and outposting, like you want to have more options, right, is the point. More strategies makes for a better game. Is Pro Scouts maybe a little bit too good? I think there are elements that are maybe a little bit dubious. And what I mean by that is because of the nature of Pro Scouts and the value of deer, its existence makes it a lot harder to justify maps that have a lot more deer now, even after the Roost nerf. I almost feel like what might eventually be a good idea is like tweaking deer down to 250 food and then adding more deer, right? So like, you know, right now, for reference, a deer stack which has 7 on it, that's going to generate you, how much was it? It's 350 per, right? So you end up getting, my brain, oh, it's too early on a freaking Monday. You end up getting, I think it's 2,450 resources, right? So like the adaptation would be, let's say deer stacks are actually 10 deer in total, but they're 250 food instead of 350. Then all of a sudden, each deer picked up isn't insane value, right? Like, and then also it balances out this whole deer shoving because the deer shovings are now harder. There's less value compared to other actions you could take. So I think I don't mind that idea of maybe Pro Scouts being altered from the deer quantity of food on them, but I don't think Pro Scouts itself really needs to be altered. Why is leaving room around TC not a big priority unlike in AoE 2? It depends on the civ, really. Like, some civs will leave a little bit of room, but part of the reason why you don't see people leaving room around the TC is in Age of Empires 2, you want to use the buildings further away because they wall. Remember, AoE 2, Age of Mythology, like Age of Empires 4 is very different to the rest, as we do actually see First Blood drawn by Lash's Knight there, because these buildings don't create a wall. So instead, the trade-off is you could walk out and leave the space, but now you've sub-optimized your opening because instead of working with villagers, they're walking. That's why people just build like this. It's safer and also it wastes less time. It's more efficient. Whereas in AoE 2, you're like, oh man, I really want to build these houses near my mining camp because then I have created a natural wall to protect my gold. We don't get that effect. Archer's coming from Lash, but he's holding on to an insane amount of food here. I don't know if that's just a mismacro or an intent. I mean, there is a world in which you could try to snake Castle Age. I just don't really see the sense in it if you're going Archers as well. You might be paranoid of Dim on the other side, and you really should be here, right? He's already teching up. High Trade House coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. This one looks terrible. It's kind of tough, right? This is the spot that you would have liked to have had, but with the Knights nearby, it's just impossible. You're not going to be able to get that in. They should have expert scouts that can carry boars. You, sir, need to play the Roost campaign. It looks stupid. It is stupid. And I'm kind of glad it's not in my player. You know, one thing I was thinking about the other day is actually, with the new expansion coming, I hope they continue to be more explorative with unique unit types and the ways they interact. So, like, for example, when you think about Swords Ascend, Swords Ascend actually done quite a lot when it came to religious units, right? Like you have dervishes, which are very unique. You have got the monks, which we don't see very often with the Japanese, but they can be incredibly unique. Then you've got the Shaolin monks, which are very, very unique and powerful. There aren't many civs that just got kind of the generic monk treatment, right? Even obviously the prelate play with Order of the Dragon, it feels more viable for them to be used as combat buffers. I hope we see more of that kind of unique element, because, you know, when I look back at now the default civs, I almost want to say I wish that there were more unique religious units, right? Like, we changed the name from Imam to Scholar to Monk, but a lot of them basically do the same. This is where someone's like, play Abbasids and build proselytize it. No, we're not building that tech. The fact that none of you know what the full word was I was going to say tells you how little people build that tech. So Lash looks like he's prepping for an upgrade here. Has got the Undermesh coming through, still there as well. It's going to have enough archers to swat away the beginning of the horse archers, but my worry is like Dimu could just rush relics now. And he should be. And there's the monastery being dropped. It looks like we got 76 gold in the end from the Hydrate. Oh god, that is so bad. Yeah, so here's the thing with this map, is like these tree lines, you may be noticing they're a little bit thin. Compared to traditional tree lines, these small tree lines are very, very lacking, right? So this tree area here is only 5 trees. This one's only 5. Usually when you see these type of tree lines on, say, Himeyama, it's more like 10, 15, 20 trees, right? So that's why it's so bad. So it looks like we have got the Knights now marching out for their meeting here. I'm surprised actually Lash even bothers with Chivalry. He hasn't really taken that much damage, doesn't have that many Knights. Actually, by going with Chivalry, you're now slowing down your Castle Age timing. Feels a little bit underwhelming. I guess maybe he thought he could just brawl and peel away, but wait, he peels away the wrong Knight. And wait, do we know? What? So they both fluff it up. Lash, he pulled away the wrong knight, and then Dimu thought he had enough to get the one-hit kills. Twice he was wrong there. Man, that's huge. Dimu actually losing a few of the horse archers, not really killing anything in return, justifies Lash play now into Chivalry. And on top of that, we do have Siege Engineering on the way, so an intent to try and ram in here. I think this is too greedy from Lash. Focus on the tech up. Your ram play, the timing isn't really there anymore because horse archers can now snipe at you as you try to build. Guildhall is going to be the optimal choice for Lash, so not looking to get that one up with Royal Institute. A little bit surprised by this. It means actually you can lose the fights in Castle Age because of Boy's Fortitude if your opponent builds Knights, right? So you have Chivalry still, but in terms of like raw HP and damage disposable in the fights, without Cantled Saddles, you're only doing an extra 9 damage. Meanwhile, your opponent has 25 more health. So the archer numbers have been whittled completely down. Yeah, I don't know. I think Lash had the completely wrong idea here, and the Guildhall now is more reactionary. He clearly wanted to try and do some damage in the feudal, but I don't really know how you're ever meant to. Like, your timing was completely wrong for it, right? With a fast Castle Roost player, if you built like 5 knights, you're never going to reach a Ram Rush timing as French. So instead of have to hunker down, the game looking pretty good for Benny Boy, and on top of that, we do have a lot of stone incoming, so likely we're going to be seeing 2 TC soon. Relics are already on the way home. He's already got a second one funneling back. And with 2 Warrior Monks, this could quickly turn into a hoover up of every relic on the map. And yes, there, the functionality for the ball pickup is indeed in the game. Like, it is literally in the Roost campaign. This has been a little bit of a criticism I've had of the original campaigns. You guys may have heard me talk about this before. I think that there needs to be a bit of spring cleaning on the default campaigns because it's quite silly that it's not actually... It's not a good reflection of multiplayer, right? Like, who had this? After you played the single player, when you came in multiplayer, who sat there and went, where's the Arsenal? Do you guys even know what the Arsenal is? Because that's a building that exists in the campaign, right? Blacksmiths and Arsenals were separate buildings for getting ranged and melee techs. But that's not, like, they just put it all into one. Like, it's such a weird experience. If you want to get new players in the game, you can't have that. And sure, we have Sons Ascend, which is a better representation, but let's be totally fair here. Your logic now is, what, for players to learn the game, they should pick up the expansion campaign and not touch the new, not touch the beginning campaign? That doesn't make much sense to me. That's a bit silly. And you are correct, I never died. The mining upgrades in the campaign, I believe, are still separate for stone and gold. It's pretty wild. I believe Pro Scouts, was Pro Scouts even a tech in, or did you have by default as Rus? There were so many different things. But yeah, like, if Microsoft are watching this, please just do a spruce up. Just literally do a patch which fixes any bugs in the game, plus updates the campaign and call it the spring cleaning patch. It's so worth doing. I think there's a lot of games right now that are suffering from tech debt because they didn't fix that bloat. So they now have themselves in an awkward situation where they've got all these underlying issues that they now can't resolve quick enough, and their player base are going, right? And they're not bringing in new people. So I hope in 2025 we get that. It's nice to have new things, but it's also nice to be able to bring in new people. Back to the game, though, we do have a lot of horse archers from Dimmu. He sees no reason to stop building him, right? We have got the horsemen now coming from Lash, but guys, like, you actually lose horsemen in age 3 here against Roos. Because they can mirror and do it better. Due to that Boy's Fortitude. Horse archers for now are going to trade poorly into the archer mass. Not really the best of trades, remember. If you're only killing 1 for 1, that's actually you losing resources. But that's because Dimmu didn't bring the full army. He is walling the entire map right now. And we do have the second TC in his base near the high trade house. Yeah, meanwhile, Lash is stuck on 1. This is starting to look like a bit of a wash of a game. I don't really feel like Lash has done anything momentum taking, right? After that initial attempt to go for a ram play and it not working, everything since has just felt like a what now? And I'm really not convinced Lash has a clear plan other than survive. Right? Like, he's got the Guildhall ticking, so eventually, realistically, he can get Imperial Age. He has still got some food to work with, but once this ball's gone, you need to start thinking about farms, and Dimu is already ahead of you on that. And on top of that, Dimu, because he's playing as the Roos, he can afford those farms more easily, right? He also has map control, proper, now with these walls going up, so he can get out into the berries, out into the boar. Going out into the berries is going to feel a little bit risky for Lash. The boar, it had to build a double outpost just to get it. What's a good comp against horse archers? Mass archers and then switch horsemen. It's pretty good. It's very cost efficient too. Horsemen can feel a little bit weird, but like it's the best comp to go into horse archers, and because horse archers will get hard countered, the cost is justified. Usually it's difficult because horsemen are so expensive on food. But the cool thing is, like, you just gather loads of wood, you gradually building farms while building mass archers, and then you switch horsemen afterwards. Like, realistically, Dimu still being on this comp is quite dangerous. The reason it's not playing out that way is because Lash hasn't walled. As soon as you say it, I wish his command. Dimu. Now already pressuring more villagers going down. Now this is important, right? It's not just a 6-villager lead, it's all the passive income. We're talking about 5 relics, that's worth 400 gold. Then he's got the high trade house worth another relic with 86. And then hunting cabins that just get laid in as you go. This is a really, really good position for Dimu to be in. He's actually more like 15 villagers plus ahead. Actually, it's more like 18. Lash does have the guild hall, but that's a slow-moving goal. I do love the idea of Arbitrary. I do wonder if actually Lash would have been better served by building Arbitrary in the first place. But the issue is that this is 1.5 times more expensive than Archers. So you kind of just needed numbers. This is the scary thing about Horse Archers, right? It's just such a Zergy mass. I know. With Pavis drop, Horse Archers will definitely get gunned down. The Arbitrary have 5 tower range compared to 4.5, and then Pavis drop gives you not only the armor, but it also gives you an extra 1 tower range. So you can be like 3 lines deep with Arbitrary, and they'll all be able to hit Horse Archers. Like the moment you see Pavis dropped, you have to run away. What have you guys been thinking about Akama, by the way? It's growing on me. Now that we don't have the bug spawns anymore, I'm actually quite liking it. Right, because obviously you have to choose the right settings in the lobby, otherwise you get weird spawns where, for example, one player will spawn in front of the sacred site. But when it spawns correctly, it seems like quite an interesting map. It kind of reminds me of Volcano Island, but less memey, if that makes sense. Because Volcano had you very close to the fat tree line, but you have to move for it here. And it feels very fluid. It's almost like, you know, compared to, say, a prairie-type map, you feel like you can reach what you need to, right? You just have to funnel towards it in the center. Looks like Dimu is getting ready for an age up. And Lash is ready to rock and roll. He's actually overgathered on the food. The gold is now the big problem. He's trying to fix that on the secondary TC. Remember, with 2 TC, he'll catch up as French. But still, like... There's only so much catching up you can do, right? Like, by the time you're catching up, you're probably both at about 100, 105 villages. At that stage, Roosts have enough passive income via things like relics. They don't really care that you're going to build more villages. I know, Lash has not cashed out the guild hall. It's sitting there 1.6k food right now. He's playing as if he doesn't even have it, which is cool. There is kind of a value if you feel like you're going to need to keep building horsemen to do this, but there's going to be a conversion point where you need to actually switch over to gold anyway, because gold is going to become your real limitation, right? You're playing French and you've got, what, 10k gold in your area? Sounds like a lot, but for anyone who's played French past 40 minutes, you'll know how quickly that all disappears. Interesting from Dimu. He built a lot more scouts. Are we going old school here? There used to be a really cool build in the mass horse archer meta where you'd add in scouts as a front line. It was actually really effective. Even in Roost Mirrors, because like the logic is that they would overkill on the scouts, but the scouts would still buy you a trade favorably. And scouts were notably cheap. I think they used to actually be, was it 60 resources or 50? They got nerfed to 70, right, at one point. I think back when we had the Pew Pew Pony meta, they were 50 food, if I'm not mistaken. Red pass now on the way. The moon needs to pull the trigger, man. I see this too often with Ben. He really does hoard gold. It's not too bad for an Imperial conversion point, just because you can get into all your elite techs. But it does feel a little bit weird at this stage. Just, you know, maybe sell 500 gold, get your tech started. I mean, hell, you've got tickets right here. This is best situation. Just exchange all those tickets right now. You're only going to be spending, what, 600 gold, and you're going to get your hands on 900 food. Tech up complete for Lash. He needs to buy some time, though. Luckily for him, Dumu's army takes 1,250 shots to get through. So he will have his time. Unluckily for Lash, time is actually not on his side. It's double Sacred Sight. I find it's a bit weird sometimes with Lash. Like, he's very capable. And sometimes you do have these games where he strategically takes the opening and then just pushes it forward. But we mentioned this earlier, it kind of just reached a point where he kind of felt like he couldn't do anything. And since then, that has been the state of the game, is that no moves have really been made. Lash has been more reactionary. I'm not really sure how he thinks he's going to win the game like this, because, you know, maybe against a less talented player, you might see this work, where he'll eventually just get up to Arbitrary. But what Dumu done so well is took Sacred Sights fast and walled them. We're now at a stage where Lash has got mass range, and he has to break through a 2,500 HP structure. And he only has 4 minutes on the clock. Other tricky part about this that makes Roost really suffocating for this win condition is the health I just counted there. 2,500. This wall is going to take so long to kill. It's going to buy time for the Horse Archers to always get in position. And I love that he's also got these techs on the way. We've got the Mountain of Training. Gallop is going to be a really big deal because it's going to allow him to shift left and right faster. But his food go? He still hasn't used it. I'm starting to think Lash just forgot about it. Because he could have recalibrated his economy, been heavier on gold earlier, and had a faster imp timing. Like, he's not even building units at this stage. I think the biggest problem is he needs to build farms, right? He ran out of resources. If you weren't up against the Sacred Sight timer, you could make this build work, but you didn't eliminate the threat. So now you're trying to rush farms in, which means you don't have any army. This game looks pretty over. And I think Lash is going to have to go back to the drawing board, review what he's done here, and find a way of playing with more urgency, because I think this game, in my eyes anyway, it was way too complacent from him. After he attempted aggro, which I love the idea of, I just didn't like the execution, right? The timing was wrong. He opened with that attempted ram rush and then essentially done nothing afterwards. And there we go, guys. Yeah, you saw it. He did ram queued for a moment. That's why you get siege engineering at like 7 minutes to build it at 24. A few nights would be good for Dumu. I don't think he really needs it at this stage. He just needs a raider unit, right? Like, his goal isn't to go in for a big fight. He can either chip at his opponent trying to break through a wall, or he can do raids like this. Either way, Lash is not winning the game because of it. Yeah, and you can see the crossbow mount, not that good. Remember, he has now got the precision training, so now you outrange the archers. He needs to start using that line formation, though. Instead, I love this from Ben. He's like, oh, you're chasing me. You know there's a Sacred Sight win condition. Okay, just keep chasing me. And I think Lash has realized the mistake he made. Trebs are coming out. He's going to look to break through the wall, but there's a second wall behind this that I don't think Lash is even aware of. No, he has no sight on it at all. Ring the bell in the meantime. Dumu starts diving in. He's like, okay, just in case you do get that decap, it's time for me to build a big lead. And that is going to be a massacre. There's 50 villages here. And not enough room for all of them. It is an absolute murder on the tree line of Lash, and I think that's enough to call the game. I mean, Dumu, I don't think you're even going to see the timer tick down to 0 here. You've already done enough. Just not able to pressure. I mean, this is the thing you got to realize about these very experienced players like Dumu. If you don't find a way to make them uncomfortable and they feel confident in that late game, they will seek it actively and comfortably. What Dumu done is he saw a player that didn't want to come out, he didn't want to participate, and he punished that to the maximum. A little lesson for people. When you're up against that player who's playing English, won't come out of his base, don't worry. Go for the Sacred Sights. Force him to come to you. Stop fighting into favorable environments for your opponent. Now with the mangoes as well. I mean, he just spotted the keep, right? There's no time to move to the north side. The south side is definitely not decapable. So a 1-0 lead. But remember, folks, we are dealing in best of threes here. And we are, of course, in the round 16. We'll have to see if he can actually hit back, because this first game hasn't inspired confidence. And I think Lash will be aware of that. So really needs to just kind of shake it from his brain and focus on the forward. But I got told crossbows are OP. This is where someone's going like, KP, you told us crossbows are OP. Yeah, guys, come on. Like, any unit this OP has its limitations, okay? Arbitrary may be OP in most situations, but funnily enough, they struggle a little bit bang against walls. All right, opening game to Benny Boy. Bit of a stomper there. Not really sure if we're going to see a recovery arc here out of Lash, because that didn't really feel like he had any control on it. Now, what's interesting is the potential for Archipelago. We've seen Lash is reasonably confident with the idea of playing water, but funnily enough, in this draft, that was drafted by Dumu. So does that mean that Lash is going to leave it until last to try and dodge it? I mean, looking at his picks, he's got French, he's got Chinese rather, he's comfortable, he doesn't need to rush it. But do you try to go for the land map and force the Zhuji? I don't think you can force the Zhuji out of Dumu, if I'm totally honest with you. And he seems to accept it as well. He just says, okay, nah, dude, just game 2, Archipelago, we're both going to pick China. We're going to pick China. My game just crashed. Bear with me a sec, guys. I need to quickly reboot. Apparently there's a oh, wait, that hotfix, no, that was from a while ago. You got Diamond in team games? Hey! Well played, mate. Good job. Look at you. Training up, getting ready for WTC free. It's the Winter Team Championship free, folks. Is Amber in chat? I don't know. I was going to ask. I should have a package coming from FedEx that I have. I think I know what it is, but I don't. Like, it didn't have the deets, and I'm not sure where it's shipping from. At first, when it came into my inbox, I was like, "Is this a scam email?" And I looked it up and like, no. I'm legit being sent something from FedEx, and I have no clue what. So yeah, a little bit weird. What's my highest rank? I haven't bothered with ranked. I mean, like, what is the point in doing ranked, right? Like, that's my take. Like, for me, what do I get out of that, right? It's just a number to sweat over. I'm a lot happier not sweating over the numbers, you know? Because whenever I do, I grind to the absolute, top. And it can become unhealthy because I'm a perfectionist. Like, every game I've gone and done it in, I've hit, the top percentile. But it's like, eh. You can 1v1 fans? But, is that really going to draw viewership? You know what I mean? Like, what is my content based around right now? If I thought there was an audience for it, maybe I'd entertain it. And maybe we'll try it with this new PC build. Because the PC will be good enough. But it's not something I'm actively seeking. Last time I did play, we were able to beat Conk level players. So, not top 300 or whatever, but Conk level players. So, we're decent. Okay, mine's still out for delivery. That's weird. Oh, I guess it could arrive in a second. It says between 12:50 now. So they're updating the time. All right, hopefully we don't crash again. We're loading now. And dude, I mean, I cast and I host, right? Why would I take away more money from the scene? You know, why would I deprive Marine Lord? Hey everyone, where's the PC building stream? The PC build will be on Thursday. So on Thursday we're gonna have grand finals, and then we actually have a 2-camera setup for building a PC. Was it not last Friday? No. What would make you think that? No. We're building the PC on Thursday. My mum is going to be on camera. She's going to be the primary builder, and I'm going to be guiding her. So I'll lead in and help her with the parts that can be a little bit more scary, such as, for example, mounting the CPU, mounting the CPU cooler. And then I'll let her have at it with the things that I actually think is like doing Lego. So we'll be there to guide. Really cool thing about the case we have is it has all these really helpful pieces. There's legit a manual she could pretty much follow that will guide her through the process. Really, I read through it as really consistent. And they also have like these cool little tags and labels everywhere for wire guiding. But yeah, guys, like, I mean, honestly, obviously, I could be like a top level player, but why would I take that money away from the pros? I'm happy doing my casting. Okay, how did anyone actually believe that? Welcome back to as close as you can get to a Chinese mirror of the current drafting systems. We're in game number 2 between Lash and Dimu here, and it is going to be a showdown between Chinese and Zhuji. Remember, we are in midweek muster number 7 here. And it is the round of 16. We just saw a game that really left a lot to be desired. Lash looked almost soulless in that game. He didn't really make any move that looked competitive. It was almost like he was just stuck in a rut. This is going to be the true test of whether Lash can turn up. Chinese versus Zhuji is a very intriguing matchup. It's actually one that favors Zhuji. However, if you get too late, China lean back in. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Then again, like when we used to say this favored Zhuji, when we used to see water maps, that was back at the start of 2024, before the Imperial Academy buffs. Now the Imperial Academy is a little bit better. I'm wondering if that's good enough to bridge the gap of the other game, because usually that's where Zhuji are favored. And yes, there is not much fish in this map. I actually think this is like a good example of how water maps can be intriguing. The lack of excessive deep water fish. There's also the stealth water, which I highly rate. I think it actually improves the game drastically. The one tree line on your starting island means you have to move out quite fast. In general, look, I think what we can learn from Archipelago is actually taking, I guess you could call it a more arcadey approach to map design isn't bad, right? Because like, compare this to how Dry Arabia or Lipany or whatever was spawned. It would be fair to say that EGC Archipelago is more arcadey. I.e., it's more like a RTS with fixed spawns, like what you see when you start Red Alert 2 or when you start Warcraft or StarCraft. But I don't think that necessarily has to be seen as a bad thing. What do you guys think, though? Like, would you like to see more maps that follow this kind of structural soundness, right? Because it's almost like you just have the design flipped and mirrored to a certain degree, right? There's some small changes like where the tree lines are going to be, where the gold's going to be, but in the grand scheme of things, it follows a pattern, which I quite like. Red Alert 2 mentioned? Oh, every day of the week. I am sitting here, bathing, waiting for the day. We're going to do 2 times just for the early fishing, by the way. I am waiting with great anticipation for Red Alert 2 Remastered. I don't know if they're bothering. They should be, though. They've done Red Alert 1 Remastered, and I don't know why you wouldn't do 2. To me, 2 was the superior game. I think it also sold better from what I recall back in those days. So, like, the fact that they haven't remade that, I'm shocked. I would have thought EA would be on it, especially considering we live in a day and age of way too many remasters happening. It's kind of crazy that the remasters of the best games still don't happen quite often, though. So Medi Garden coming in, it's a pretty reasonable one. You don't really get crazy meditation gardens on this version of Archipelago compared to like the default. And I don't know about that, Jose. You really think there should be more fish? I think it's kind of reasonable. It's almost like with this design, the predictable nature of it as well means you know where you can kind of block your opponent and starve their resources. Whereas when you see the more random maps, it kind of just feels like you can't mess with the flow. I think that the cool thing about this amount of deep water fish is it also stops water battles from feeling like an infinite resource game. I think that's why I really like the idea of floodplains, right? Floodplains is the map where there's no fish, but about 70% of the map is shallow water. Because you can build boats there, but it is a real investment. If you build boats, you haven't got this ability to now build fishing to supplement, right? Whereas the reason these armies always get so big and so ridiculous is because you surge forward with all the eco behind it from your boats, right? You're getting so much food here, you can afford to build a dozen junks and a dozen more junks. Speaking of junks, they are going to be shuffling out here. Love this from Lash. He usually likes to do this wide rotation with the archer ship. We've seen it in previous series as well. Dimu, he's going double archer ship himself. So kind of an interesting approach, actually, from Ben. I guess the thought process here is like you counter any sort of weird double demo shenanigan, which Chinese are theoretically capable of with Imperial Academy. Feels a little bit early for that play, but he will be ready when it happens. Because that's the area you can't really compete with China on. Usually you will lose to China when it comes to gold massing, because you just don't have the efficiency of taxes, right? Like, he only has one Imperial official because he has to build them out the TC. Meanwhile, this guy can build them all out of here, and on top of that, he generates more tax from his lumber camp. I mean, he already has 218 tax in there. By comparison, folks, between these two is 126. So yeah, whenever people try to argue that Imperial Academy is okay and reasonable, just show them moments like this. I mean, what's the wood count as well? They are literally mirrored with the amount of workers on the tree line, but the gold is double to be taxed. So I'm getting a little bit of poke on him here. Interesting that Lash backs away there, considering the fishing boats don't actually have room. I mean, really, Dumu could just min-max micro, right? He could ungarrison, re-garrison with the injured. But you might as well keep pressing this location. It's a decent idle time being achieved here. This is a really big edge for Lash in this early game. Sprung Ship has now come out and he needs to leave fast. But that is not how you leave. What? Alright, so Lash is pretty much going to lose the boat, right? If Dumu uses the man the sails, he could cut it. In fact, you could just walk across the archer ship now and you still get it. Meanwhile, Lash did get a little bit of poke damage in this. It does kill a fishing boat. And wait a second. Wait, really? Okay, he's like, screw it. I'm not getting out of here. I'm going in. Not sure if that was worth it for Lash. A cool idea. That works a lot better if you're attacking at the same time. But because he wasn't, it was very unlikely to succeed. We do not have the fishing tech coming in. Extended lines has not been taken yet for Dumu. So yeah, Lash is building a lead, guys. I mean, the idle time, the worker kills. Already mentioned the tax. Now this tech is quite far ahead, actually. Dumu needs to do some return damage. And what scares me is, like, you know, you need a lot of demos now. Look at Lash's sprinkle count. He's also doing a really good job of hiding it using these water stealth. I think Imperial Academy is the highest value per minute landmark for feudal. I would say second. Aachen is first. Because Aachen can have 30 plus villages in range, giving you 40% more, right? Imperial Academy does give a lot, though. Like, it can be flexed to give an insane amount, especially when you're producing units. Like, the other cool thing we have here, you might have noticed, with Lash's dot placements, he has linked both of them in range, which means that each of these boats is generating double the tax it otherwise would. Meanwhile, on land, it's still 232 here, 66 here. He's built a mill as well, which is quite intriguing. Was that a misclick? I think that might have been a misclick. Meanwhile, over here, you know, 47, 180, and 0. So he has drawn some of the tax away, but that's what, 230 compared to a pretty lofty, like, 270. And remember, Lash would be taxing a lot more. Dive coming in, though. Dumu. Wait, Lash, where's the archer ships? Oh, good hit there. Brings them all low. Just needs to finish him now. If he can find that finishing touch, that is. Lash, most of the fleet is getting sunk here. Great timing by Dumu to dive in. Now, Dumu just needs to find that economy afterwards. All the fishing is hiding on the east side. So we have to dive pretty deep. Dumu is now going to come out. Good connection. And that should be enough to reset him. Yeah, he realizes it. Look at what Lash is doing. He's targeting the archer ships so that demos can fall off and clean it. Dumu, quick to realize, does pull away before it gets disastrous. After all said and done, although Dumu does have a lead, he hasn't found a way of stripping any economy away from the German yet. Aachen increases gather rate, Imperial Academy generates resources. Two different concepts. Yes and no. Because to generate resources, you need to spend resources. So they actually overarch more than you originally think there. Because an Aachen is taking limited resources and exhausting them quicker. But then an Aachen can replace what was in that area with farms, which are infinite. Right? So it's actually a lot more comparative than you think. The difference with China compared to HRE is that China is taking a limited resource and expanding it by 20%, whereas HRE is eating a limited resource 40% faster until you get farms. So that would be the difference. But in terms of the value generation, Aachen is still #1 over Imperial Academy. For feudal, anyway. Yeah, I'm starting to think he's... He could have just shoved the deer in. But this is kind of wild. We have Barbican on the way, and look where he drops it. He sneaks onto Dumu's expansion island. And the timing. Oh, this is not going to be quick enough for the Barbican. If he'd been here a few seconds sooner, this would have been disastrous for Dumu. But he will be able to land. However, I don't think his villagers can kill this. No, it's 5 villagers, right? Is he going to... Maybe? I think he can get it, actually. Yeah, he has Wheelbarrow. Shuffles in. Lash trying to get the Barbican up. But the villagers seem to be dying a little bit too quick. This is going to be like 85%, 90? And none. Are you kidding me? The denial and now the burn damage so that Lash loses additional resources. That's absolutely crazy. Wow. Lash is now behind, and it is noteworthy. Those 5 worker deaths definitely adding up, and now Dumu setting up on the island. Meanwhile, Lash pushing. He isn't making a secondary move out, right? He'd have to actually build additional units first. He hasn't cancelled the Barbican, which is even weirder here, actually. Catastrophic situation now as Dumu will get his expansion island. Lash yet to claim his own, so he can't really afford to lose on the water at all at this stage. And we don't have extra villagers coming just yet. In fact, what is he doing? Okay, there you go. He's on the way. Yeah, I was looking for the move. I thought maybe he was going for his safe island. He's legit going to try to double down. A little bit surprised that Dumu didn't block this a bit more. Like, I would get very suspicious if I saw a guy still not cancelling a Barbican like this. Meanwhile, Shaolin Monastery are going to be built up on the island. So, Dumu will get the relics. He will have a way of defending himself here, but he will also have to build a siege workshop. I worry for Lash, though. I wonder if at this stage, cancelling the Barbican and just getting Castle would have been better. Transport ship does at least scout this out, so he gets an early warning. Barbican will complete. We'll also get a dock up in the area, but it's only a Barbican, folks. It's not really going to threaten the already reached landmass of Dumu's villages. All right, 1s if you think Ben's going to win this, 2s if you think Lash is taking it. Let's read the room. Let's sense the feeling on this. You think 1s? I mean, Dumu's in a pretty decent position, right? Like, he's got a slight eco lead. It's not crazy at this stage. Song's going to shrink it as well. He needs to survive on water long enough for these techs, though. And it looks like he might be able to. We do have incendiaries coming in, and this is big. The timing a little bit off. He has to pull the trigger 10 seconds soon because it was getting uncomfortable. But he does shove Lash away. Really critical that he doesn't falter there. Unfortunately, the timing didn't align, right? Like, I think in an ideal world, that incendiary tech's coming out as you're coming out of the stealth water, and you just A-click in, because even just one demo hitting in this mass is huge. And wait, no, Lash. What? Oh my god, Dumu, the hand cannon slits. There's no attack warning. No, there we go. Yeah, I was about to say, he should have one. So Lash now not getting the gold there. I mean, really, you don't need the gold, though. I was a bit surprised that he got that greedy about it. Dumu now adding in the Treb, so we'll have a way of clearing the Barbican and shoving Lash back on his home island. An island that Lash still himself hasn't sought. I'm a little bit shocked that Lash still hasn't aged up. Like, this is getting a bit weird. The deep water on the left side, yeah, he is starting to use them. I think there maybe was gaps, because he was at one stage going out to this little fish over here. So this is another reason why I actually like the limited fish, is that you have to really balance how you use them. You can't just make it an infinite ignorant resource, right? Which is what I think we see in a lot of maps. It's essentially taking the Four Lakes idea, but making it good. I think it's no secret at this stage that I'm not a great fan of Four Lakes. I think Four Lakes is... outside of the shenanigans of the first 5 minutes, usually once you've like secured on your pond, your food is safe, right? And I don't like that, because I don't like that there's no easy way of punishing the food. Whereas this is like that kind of idea of limited food, balance it correctly, but also be aware that it could be raided in different locations, so you have to think ahead. And what is up, Hallis? Appreciate you with the Prime sub. Welcome to the Swarm. Remember, guys, do use those subs. It helps me keep the heating on in the winter. And also make sure you guys don't have to worry about those ads. Goes to both YouTube and Twitch, right? There's actually premium features for both to block ads. And whoa, those demos did not connect at all. Turn fire, not too bad. But remember, Lash still hasn't upgraded his troopers yet. He's starting to come through, though. He's got the armor hulls complete. Squirrel Cruiser now coming in. A big hit around the back there. And Demu is in a bit of a pickle here. Has to retreat. A demo pump on the way. Meanwhile, Island is slowly being fully secured. So Lash is going to have to migrate this area. But now I'm worried about how the waters look for Ben. Another demo about to connect here. Oh, I can't believe that didn't detonate. Demu has re-rallied a group of demos. But, I mean, I'm wondering, Lash, if you build a slight lead on water here, do you just skip castle? It makes a lot of sense if you think about it, right? The end goal with this Civ, the reason why China's Zhuji are so OP on water is this. The Baochuan, still an overtuned detail. I think actually Baochuan has been overlooked twice now, I feel like, right? Once with the whole water schematics and how things played out. It's the best warship by far. And then the second time really was with the siege changes, where now Sprions have built even less. I mean, they weren't that great of a count, but at least they kind of worked. And yes, Demu does have 2 trebs. He had to build them for the Barbican. That's now been addressed. He's going to look to deal with the docks as well. So should be able to set up over here. Because right now, this is all Lash, by the way. Both of these docks belong to him. Which is annoying for Demu because he needs to get his villagers across, right? Like this island, his starting island right now has, what, 35 workers? More than that, actually. I think it's 38 in total. And you can gather gold, but that's going to run out before long. Kind of want to get more troops over, or more villagers rather over here. Because this expansion island only has 13 workers on it. Honestly, Lash's position doesn't look that bad. The Barbican is really... It's kind of underwhelming, but the song value really helped him over... or rather address the loss of villagers, right? On top of that, he kind of just forced a really heavy investment by Demu. Double Treb, Nesta Bees as well. This is a lot to spend on this island that's now already yours. The dock placements have given him momentum to shove in. And that matters a lot because these deep water fish are getting exhausted too fast, right? Like right now, Lash has a very clear edge in terms of food access. You can even see it in the numbers. I mean, it's 360 food to over 1,500. And Lash is taking that food to the bank. Imperial Age about to be on the way. Folks, I think we are going to very quickly, and clearly see this being a Chinese win. I mean, how does Demu compete, right? I mean, he's at least got the passive resource gen of gold. But this game has now become about food. Sprill versus boat is better than Treb, I think. Yes, no. The problem is, especially against warships, they just gap close you too fast. Because Sprills are so slow, right? It's like Lash is moving out to the East Island now. I mean, he's pretty much on straggler trees, right? Yeah, there you go. So he's got a little bit of gather and drop-off. And this is going to be the Great Wall Gatehouse. Guaranteeing that Demu will not be able to Normandy his island. It doesn't fully guarantee it, right? You'd actually have to wall to here and then to here. But realistically, this will be enough to scare Demu away. He didn't do the trick right, though. Tip, folks, if you want to build the Great Wall Gatehouse the fastest, set a blueprint for a wall. Tap the center and then drop the landmark. And your units, your villagers will walk all the way around 360 to build it. Instead of doing this, which is like looking over someone's shoulder while they work and going, "What you doing?" So what's Demu's reaction going to be to this? Because I don't think you can move quick enough to stop Baochuans. Is there actually, like, if we're being totally real and fully engaged about it, is there actually a more annoying and ridiculous unit in the game right now than Baochuans? I'm not saying, like, what are you seeing that annoys you the most, but when you see it, is there a unit that fills you with a feeling of defeat more than a Baochuan? Because we've literally had pro-level games where the moment the Chinese player gets Imperial, the other guy just GG's. Mangonel Ball of Death? Do you not feel like you can counter that easier than, like, mass Baochuans, though? Juji is more annoying than Chinese. It's correct. Like, if Dumu can find his way into a stable Imperial, he'll have the Divine Defense for the +1 range. But we are far way away from that. And the Baochuans have arrived. The demos were wasted diving in over here. So Dumu has no counterplay to this right now. And no rush to the age, right? With just 1,000 food income. I mean, we're looking at probably 2.5 minutes more until Dumu is up. Then he has to get into Baochuans himself. What does the game really look like at that stage? Thunderclap Bombs is already going to be on the way for Lash here. And remember, you do have to research that as Juji also. So even when he techs up, he still has to fix that problem himself. Interesting. You find Keshiks with gold more annoying than Baochuans. I think what I'm learning from my community is how few people play water maps. Trebs count Baochuans? That's true. If the Baochuans forget to move, right? If they act like a turtle that's been put on his back and left in a room alone. Which we have seen a lot of players forget to move Baochuans. It's kind of comical how often it happens. What is water? The thing I shake and mix into my delicious replacement meals. Okay, here we go. Temple of the Sun is on the way for Dumu. He's building on the safe island, so no interception there. Dumu needs some demos here right now. The Baochuan threat is growing. We're up to 4 in total, 2 of them in the fight. SV shots are definitely going to add up. Trebuchet is trying to go for the snipe, but this is what it's talking about. Look, Lash is paying attention to it. He sees the Treb, he moves. The shots are not going to easily hit here. Okay, wait, what was that? I see circle hitbox, and I saw that hit water. I can't believe that actually counted. Another sad thing about pumping demos into Baochuans is Baochuans will one-hit demos, so you need to have a lot of them. Dumu instead is trying to get his own warships out, but the pressure is coming in everywhere here, folks. We might have a problem. The demos are already anticipating this. Dumu, his timing is just too far behind. Lash now looking too far ahead. Dumu at this stage just kind of going through the death cycle, right? He's trying to get together what he can. Villagers, oh my god, they barely make it back there. Wait, the archer ships though! Oh! And not just them, their friendly neighbors as well. An absolute disaster and a guaranteed loss now. Dumu is over 20 economy behind. And more still, the fishing boats are being burnt to a crisp. What a great read though. I love the fact that Lash went in for the incendiary arrows. Remember, it gives a burning effect. Definitely adding up, and now the Baochuans are mopping up. We are gonna see a game 3. It will all be decided on the purest of maps, Dry Arabia, to decide between these two who will be heading through to either a matchup against Starfluck or B. And you know what? Lash is inspired confidence. I think water is very different. We need to see him deliver on land. We know Dumu is good there. But this has to be instilling belief that he can do it. That demo, consolidating that belief. Barely misses out on getting that second boat kill. And you're seeing what Lash is doing is he's intentionally strangle holding the map, because if you give the distance, you will lose. Look at the range. It's 10 tower range compared to the 9. So it's very important that Lash keeps pushing. But once you've pushed, once the docks can't go up, like what's Dumu got left, you're seeing him now trying to build bombards to recover this. Problem with that is he's building on the wrong island. I'm more worried about his starter. Oh! I mean, I'm more impressed that Dumu can still afford to queue up 3 Baochuans at this stage. I'm more disappointed the Lash can't queue up more at this stage. Then again, he has 54 idle economy right now. I believe that as the transport ship's now starting to drag that across. He wasn't expecting to exhaust the resources quite that quickly. I think something I am a little bit disappointed about when I watch this map a lot is people not taking the sacred sites more often. It's so much extra gold. I guess the thought is like you have 8k in your base, you have 8k on your second island. Why would you really care? Well, we're going to speed up now. So 1-1 apiece. Series was worrying me a little bit, but this definitely felt a little bit more exciting. Dimmy getting a wake-up call. I feel like he's been having a bit of an uncomfortable experience when we're getting into Archipelago. We've seen it in the series against M7 the other week as well. But now, Dimmy's down to 0 military, only 3 into siege. He's just processing the loss. We'll see him wave the white flag any second now. And it just shows you how valuable those early trades can be, and also the Imperial Academy. I think that helped Lash a lot here. Like I said, if you get to the late game on even footings, usually should be better, right? But I think the Imperial Academy has made that much harder to achieve. And credit to Lash, his execution was on point. Pretty much gave Dimmu the rope in this one. Desperately trying to get that Temple of Sun alive. If he loses the Divine Defense, he won't be able to actually trade anymore. And there we go. GG gets called. Game 2 going to the German. We're getting a third. Ooh. Dimmu should have gone into the SS since he made monks. Yeah, but he was struggling to get off his starting island, right? So it's kind of a mixed bag at that stage. So we will give a win across to the right. And let's get ready. Deciding game is going to be Abbasis versus HRE. Dimmu loves his Abbasis, man. I feel like he's been playing this Civ. This is like a top 3 most played Civ for him in the Midweek Masters, I think. He highly rates it, clearly, and frequently goes towards it. One sec. Crap. I forgot to do... Sorry, I just typed out something while we load into game. God, I can't wait for this new PC. AoE4 so laggy these days. Alright, let's go to it. Aqueduct, cross water, and ships able to chug flood. Wait, Ark, I could have sworn you were a Japanese main. But with comments like that, did you switch to Byzantines? Only a Byzantine player would ask for more Byzantine buffs. I thought we were making the PC like super duper soon. We are. We're making it on Thursday. I can't say. You guys ready for this? I'm going to pull you out the action for a sec. Yeah. Literally just waiting on the motherboard to arrive, which I think is today. And then every component is here. Oh, yes, baby. We're rocking AMD. We're not just rocking AMD, we're rocking absolute peak AMD. He has inspired confidence in us with that game number 2. It is not just going to be a wash. 1-1 scoreline for Lash up against Dimmu. And it is decided here. Dimmu, on one of his most picked civs, I think in the Midweek Muster, I was saying that this must be a top 3 most picked civ from the Abbasids. But Lash, a German going to the Germans to make his last stand here. Let's see how it works out. Dry Arabia is going to be the map, the most purest of maps you will find in AoE4, if you ask most players. We'll see if either is favored in this situation. I mean... HRE versus Abbasids. I'm trying to think how this one usually plays out. It's not often we see it these days because HRE gets banned crap tons. Abbasids are starting to get banned quite a lot. I want to say that like HRE have a pretty solid time just rushing fast castle. I wonder if you just go all in feudal though. It feels like with the way Lash has set things up already and looking at his spawn, if he Arkans here, no. He's going to go tree line, right? Because if you arc in here, you tell Dumu exactly what you're doing. And I think Dumu is really good at dealing with these fast castlers. We've seen him on maps like Transhumance up against the Japanese, right? And there we go. Yeah, so he keeps his options open. Love the placement, kind of underrated. Yes, you don't have the tree lines in range, but he'll have the berries in range. That's actually a big deal. A lot of extra food to work with. And the Civ does exhaust itself fast. 14 sheep so far. Lash only having 8. We are going to hit the speed up because we can see with the ecoing, this is going to be a bit of a boomer situation. The question now is whether Lash wants to boom as well. Because Eco Wing, I think, changes the dynamics. Against Military Wing, Fast Castle is pretty good for HRE. Against Eco Wing, I almost feel like you have to send it in the second age. Otherwise, your opponent bloats too fast. What do you guys reckon? 1's for Lash, 2's for Dumu. Looking at the spawn for Dumu as well is actually quite reasonable. The tree lines can kind of bridge and block them with like a wall. He can drop a TC here. He'll probably go free TC, right? So you drop a TC here, and then you could drop a third on, like, say, the deer. It really comes down to the move from Lash, though. Like, if Dumu sees him trying to rush castle, we might just see Dumu go third TC and just wall off some of the relics, which I think is really underrated for Abassus in this matchup. Stables coming in. Okay, I like this from Lash. I half like it. We've seen stables before like this, where it's just 2 horsemen and then they go castle, and I hate it. This is much more inspiring. Archery range getting added in. Dumu is going to scout this, and because of this choice now, it would benefit him to stick 2 TC. He's probably going to need to get TC down on like the deer, but because that pressure's coming in, yeah, he has to play it even tighter onto the tree line. Now, this is where going Eco Wing can be a little bit tricky, folks, because now you don't have any sort of advantage over H3 archers. They move faster than you. They have the same stats. So Dumu might just be going into Horseman as a result of that. And if Lash scouts that early, he can just go for the 1-1-1 build. Going free TC? It looks like it, and I'm a little bit concerned. He knows the play is coming, so you could just not build the TC. That's not going to happen here. But what you'll probably see from Dumu is a really condensed TC approach. If he builds the TC out here, he's in trouble. If he builds the TC here, he's safe because he built the wall already. And then final sheep count 17-7. So a lot more runway here for Dumu, but that's to be expected. Remember, you always start in the berries. Lash. More archery ranges. Yeah, so Dumu can just go horseman then. And there's the condensed TC. He actually... Okay, I'm a little bit surprised he actually didn't just drop it on the tree line here. But it's because he doesn't want to have a ram hit, right? If you put a TC here, your opponent's going to build multiple rams. Whereas your opponent doesn't really want to build 3 rams to hit a 7,000 HP TC. An archery range reaction. Okay, so Dumu seems to be quite confident he can just bloat the numbers. I mean, he has already got an economy lead. It's a little bit deceptive, right? But the Golden Age is going to activate soon, which is going to reverse some of the value of Arcane Chapel. Because your opponent wouldn't have a 40% buff. It'll be more like a 30%, right? Comparatively. On top of that, he's running out of food and range. And oh, what? No. I praised him for the Arcane placement, but it's actually out of range. So the mill, like, he's not buffering the berry gatherers. So actually right now, Lash, only 15. So half of his economy is getting the 40% buff. So he's essentially almost on par with the Abassus now. Golden Age is 15%, right? And you're essentially getting 20% realistically in your economy because half it's buffed. This is pretty bad for Lash. If he's going to make this work, it needs to be a rapid timing to blacksmiths. And yeah, it's on the way. But meantime, Dumu already starting to prep the archers in stables. Well, I'm going to be real with you, folks. I think we aren't going to be seeing Lash in the round of 8. This is a bit rough. He needs to do some significant damage. Now, this really is his time to prove a point, right? We said in game 1, a land map, Lash didn't do anything, right? He wasn't able to make any moves. And that all began after he attempted siege engineering and the play didn't work out. Well, it's time to prove he knows how to execute it. Siege engineering is coming in this game. Archers and horsemen are here. The difference is you're not up against a fast casting opponent. They're playing the H. So in theory, this can work. But Remember, every time he builds a ram, that's less archers, and you're going to be allowing Dimu to creep up to that defender's advantage. Yeah, I almost feel like not hitting the tree line is a bit of a whiff here. Lash could have been in this area idling the trees. If you do that, your opponent can't mass archers quick enough. Instead, he's backing away. And is Lash going to go castle? Not with 2 gold workers, he's not. He's adding in more archer ranges. I think this is a type of move like where if Lash reviews this later, he's going to look at this moment and go, oh, yeah, it's too late to actually add more. I think this choice to try and actually get additional archer ranges in only works if you're constantly trickling and pressuring. There's way too much downtime right now. And you understand why he has that downtime, right? It's because he knows there's likely horsemen coming. So he needs to get the spearmen ready. But that gap is everything to Dimu. We also now have camel archers coming through, more walls going up. If he gets these walls up, Lash is in a horrible position. Has at least got 1 ram to work with. I mean, this is hard, right? A Bassid Eco Wing is pretty brutal in the current meta. It did just get reversed on one of his previous buffs for a good reason. But, like, I do think Lash has twice now kind of misunderstood his timings, and I'm wondering what's really causing this. Season 9 changed certain things, but I don't think it drastically changed the idea of these ram rush timings. It's almost like the difference is that Lash is used to Season 8's meta where people would wall. And although we're seeing that from Doom, we're seeing it done the right way. He will sprawl and then stopped, and then does it later, right? But like, if you think about it, in a lot of games, people just wall very early on. And the difference that would make is that you essentially had this awkward situation where your opponent spent a lot of resources, a lot of idle time protecting themselves with static defenses instead of building units. Now with players actually respecting the value units more, the difference is that Dimu, maybe in Season 8 with this build, would have been at like 8 archers. Now he's at 16. That's the difference. And I think Lash needs to maybe adapt to that. Because right now this is looking a bit rough. They've got triple ram coming. We're about to break through the walls quickly. Of course, does have that bonus damage. But now what? If you don't get the TC kill, it's curtains closed. Even if you do, it's still hard right now. It's 63 to 39. He's going to knock on the door. The horsemen are going to start poking. Spearmen were waiting inside, but wait, Lash, where are the other spears? Wait, why does he only have 2 spears? Villagers need to rush repair. Very expensive on the wood here. Dimu trying to trade out. He actually just needs to rely on the garrison here to fire upon the divers. That camel on E is definitely helping as well. Lash, maybe a bit of a mistake here. He isn't focus firing the camel. Finally goes down. But it's lasted long enough. There's no horseman left here. The TC is going to die, but Dimu still now with a substantial villager lead. And it's torched down the rams, right? So, like, you have to really calculate the exchange there. 600 wood into rams. Meanwhile, guess what your opponent paid for that TC? It's so dumb. I still can't help but laugh when I look. He paid about 500, was it 525? So you spent more on rams than he spent on the TC. Now, of course, he had to build it. He attempted to repair it. But it built a lead for him, right? This is the annoyance of this type of play. Really, Lash needed to get out with at least one of the rams still alive and see a knock-on effect. It's a good start, but he needs to do more. And it's why you'll see him immediately go back and build even more rams. Meanwhile, Dimu, the count is bloating, right? Like, the archer lead is starting to shrink for Lash. Horseman lead is building for Dimu, also concerning. This men-at-arms play is kind of interesting. It's not the worst of ideas, but you know, if you get revealed doing it before you have like 10 to 15, I actually think Dimu could just switch into camel archers. Because if he catches you doing that very, very early, he can just trickle them in, right? Add in 2 archer ranges, produce them. Remember, they take a very long time, 35 seconds. The reason he's not building camels right now is because A, there's not enough horsemen, and B, if one camel shows up to a fight of 37 archers, it's just going to die. Remember, Dimu doesn't have to gather here. Yeah, he's already shifting across. He's almost got the full wall in. She just has to be feeling so much pressure in this situation. Every minute that passes is a minute that you fall further behind. Remember, this is not a game where he's built around the Archon. So actually, like, realistically here, yeah, he's not buffing anyone, guys. He has his Prelate, which isn't even buffing enough people. It's too far away. So in total, Lash has maybe 4 villagers on average getting Prelate buffed. That actually makes me feel bad for Atria. I never thought anything could do that. Infrastructure being shrunk here. But now they are neck and neck on military count. In fact, Dumu is about to take the melee lead. Lash is pivoting over to men-at-arms, but this just feels tragic when you don't have the Archon buff. He's at least fixing that now. The farms are coming in. I'm just really hoping he remembers something. Something a little bit important. Something that might matter quite a bit. I don't think he knows. Nice for the dive in. Now remember, Dumu's archers aren't better, right? They are worse 1-for-1. So if you can keep the count even, great for Lash. Please. Please, just... It's even worse because he's hiding behind a house. No! Why do you hate the easy job? Just go inside and sit on your ass while yelling things from the top room with the Archon. Oh my god. I mean, it's crazy the difference this is going to make with adding in farms now, right? Like at this stage, he could have been buffing 11 food gatherers, which is what he needs because he's massing men-at-arms and horsemen. The wood no longer matters. Meanwhile, Lash may have just pinned himself. He's hunting, looking for the economy. But Dumu now with the interception. That's a lot of horsemen. Doesn't even need to wrap around the back. He just A-clicks through the fight. And Lash is about to be peeled of all momentum in this game. He tries to go for the eco-snipes to trade out because the horsemen are coming. Greedy from Dumu to hang around on the deer, but whoopty freaking doodah. At the end of the day, a worthwhile engagement now. And the rewall at least denied. That's critical. If that had gone up, it would have been GG. Lash still doing a decent job of trying to make the game uncomfortable, but it's becoming undeniable now that Dumu is ahead in every regard in this game. And finally, his coffee break is over. Wait, isn't working in the Archon where you sit on your ass all day the coffee break? I'm pretty sure it is. I feel like it is. The chase continues. This time it is going to be a front line of men-at-arms. Yeah, so Dumu just needs to wrap around the back. A-clicking is less desirable. You just want to get on the archers. Difficult to do with the marching drills, but he is going to get in now. A big hit here. The archers left to trade out. There's not much there to trade with. Good micro by Dumu. Disposes of the horseman in a way that's very efficient here, just completely reducing the archer mass. And now with an age up just around the corner, composite bow is most likely going to be the target. This is over. Lash will likely try to now fall back for a castle play. I mean, he should, right? There's no play in feudal anymore. Military wing is on the way. Minute and a half out. I'm going to hit the speed up for a little bit of this. To me, back on the stone. Of course. Why? Why would you not go back to free TC? It just doesn't feel right. As a bastards that only have 2 town centers to hotkey through. What could Lash have done differently? I think Lash just needed to pressure more in the early game. If you really want to play feudal all-in HRE, you need to attack. I think the Archon placement also wasn't ideal. Really didn't buff much as the feudal age went on. Those would be the points of focus. I think Lash actually tried to do damage, unlike game 1 where he just became essentially a rock. And I don't mean that in a complimentary way, right? He just sat there and tried to weather the storms of the ages. But now, like in this game, we at least saw him attempting to attack. The issue at the end of the day in this one is that he didn't attack the right locations. Hot take, maybe Archon is not the way. I mean, if you're going to place an Archon like this, no. Like, he could have went Mine Work. But the reason why he didn't go Mine Work is because it feels a little bit moot against the Bastards. You don't want to build Spears, so all Pikes useless, but you can build into Horsemen. I actually think it can work against the Bastards for an all-in timing, but it feels weird to do because you just think about all Pikes too much. What you should really be thinking about with Mine Work is the 50% discount, the 50% quick attack timing, the saving of 150 wood not having to build a blacksmiths, right? Like, it actually does add up quite a bit. Now Lash is going to try to follow into the castle age, but Dimmu, he's already looking for those relics. He doesn't even need to wait here, really. He's just waiting for the composite bows and the veterancy, and then he'll march out. Yeah, I do think Mine Work is still being slept on, by the way. Like, if you think you aren't favored in an economy game, why would you not play Mine Work? If you think you can be better for economy, then great. Yeah, just go Arkin. But in any matchup where you're like, if this goes past 25 minutes, I'm going to get outmassed. Mine Work. You want to try and do it against civs that really don't like the early game, right? So like China, Abbasids are probably great examples of civs that would be punished by a Mine Work play. English 2TC, actually another one. A huge one, in fact. That one's really good for HRE because you're already benefiting a lot from the marching drills to gap close lombos if they play that way, and if they don't, they play truly greedy. You get the rams quick enough to kill them. Well, tech up is coming in, but at this point, Lash is just processing the loss. We're going to stick to the 2x speed until the clash begins. I think if Lash can kind of fix these understandings of the kill point times, like I said before, he'll go a lot deeper in these tournaments. But it has been kind of a conundrum for him. I think the micro is decent. I think, you know, his macro is no worse than what I'd say out of a lot of the top 16 players. It just feels like quite often it's these timings that he just doesn't have quite right in his head, at least in this series anyway. And back-to-back, come on. He's going Imperial. He literally is already going Imperial. Prelates are trying to trade... Wait, mate, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way! Oh, no. Alright, well, I have a feeling we'll be seeing GG called the moment Imperial completes. Like, he now sees it, right? Does he even notice? Does he even register the House of Wisdom doing this? Horsemen are trying to raid on the bat, but it's just way too much to kill. It looks like Lash is trying to mirror Imperial himself. He's so far behind, though. Oh my god, he's actually trying for it. Palace of Swabi is coming through. The problem here is, like, do you not just get dove and lose everything? I think Dimmu's maybe being a bit more complacent than he needs to. He's waiting Park, going for the elite techs, right? I mean, there is hope in some weird ways. Lash has secured a 3k gold here. However, he's playing Regnants with 0 relics. If he makes a comeback in this, it'll be one of the greatest HRE comebacks ever. This would be like alternate history being written in this situation. I mean, it just doesn't seem realistic. If he makes this work, it would be the greatest success for the Catholics since that one Holy War where they actually beat the Middle East. But this is actually more likely going to be like all the other Crusades. Depressing, one-sided, and you wonder why you even began it to begin with. You have the cannon placements coming in. That does mean that Dimmu's going to have to pivot slightly. We've got a lot of Lancers, well, not a lot, but some being queued up. The elite techs are coming in, so the archers are ready to rock and roll. I think Dimmu is just going to vibe and go Sacred Sites, right? And then the logic here is that Lash will live beyond his means, right? With no relics at all, you just don't have that much gold. And HRE isn't really a civ that thrives on goldless situations, not without all pikes. I do think Dimmu is maybe being a bit chill, but he just doesn't want to throw away his leads. He's now max pop. He's pretty much going to get all his elite techs. He's going to vibe. Oh god, it's just, we've had this before with Lash. Guys, do you remember the Coastal Cliff game between them? Where Dimmu pretty much just on a show and tell the entire Juji civ? It's that. Like, we're probably going to see him just show off mass camel riders and then show off mass camel archers and then show off mass hand cannoneers. Just go through the entire system. He probably has Asta next to him right now. He's like, Daddy, and now Daddy's going to build this, and now Daddy's going to build that. And by the end of this game, Lash is going to be calling me Daddy. Free Sacred Sites locked in. He also has secured both 8k veins. Lash is catching up on villagers. Yeah, and he does have the elite tech for the men-at-arms, right? I do think it's kind of unnecessary the way that Dimu is slowed down, but we have Camel Handler coming in. He's pretty much just buying everything at this stage. Alright, let's set the speed up again. Need an extra stone. He's just taking everything. It's like a classic resource drain. Stonewall's now coming to make sure he can't raid the flanks. And there's the staggered formation. Reaction to the cannon placement as he dives in. He'll be looking for the economy. Be able to find it. Remember, composite bows, the elite tech. These guys kill fast. Behind this, biology is being prepped, as is the Camel Rider upgrade. He's basically just buying everything. Like, come on. And this is a classic, why haven't you quit the game yet moment from Dimu. He's like looking across the lash and going, why haven't you left? Fine, I'll finally go in. He immediately goes in, massacres the villagers. The gap is growing very aggressively here. And more stone walls are on the way. The palisade balls are adorable, man. Where's Fire Arrow? He doesn't want it. He just wants mass camel riders. Because, like I said, little Asta's sitting there and he's like, do you want to see mass camels? I'm going to show you the camels. They do look very shiny and very unkillable. 400 HP with biology. Good God. Okay, so, like, at what point is this BM? Or do we just refer to this differently? Is this more just on, like, Lash for not leaving? Of course, the real reason why we built cavalry, so we could more quickly burn down these outposts. Oh my God. I mean, props to Lash for not finding this kind of just demoralizing at this stage. And like I said, I don't really blame Dimu for this. Your opponent isn't leaving. Your opponent's like, dive all my cannon placements constantly, please. No. You weirdo, why would I do that? I'll just Sacred Sight, I'll block you in, and it's like we have got a trade attempt coming from Lash, but it's into mass Camel Riders. They may not get bonus damage against archers, but they hit hard enough and run fast enough to run you down. So we better mop that up. A few villagers are going to be lost, but you wouldn't really even believe Lash has Palace of Swabia. This might be one of the most one-sided games I've seen in Midweek Muster. I mean, it was competitive in the early game, but we are so far past that point. Right? This is like watching people invest in timeshares and try to tell me it's worth it. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's a small percentile chance. But right now, boys, ugh, I gotta judge the market on what it's at, Intel buyers, and right now it don't look good. Okay, that stock is going down. Like, yeah, but once they have the prefabs up, and in 5 to 10 years from now, dude, I want investment returns now. I'm invested in the Abbasids. Okay, I'm just gonna speed up now. This has reached the point of painful to watch. I'm pretty sure that Dimu is going to get reported for bullying after this game. So 2-1 win for Dimu. That means that he'll be going up against either B or Starflark. Last time B and Dimu met, I believe... Can you guys remember? Was it B or was it Dimu? I'm trying to remember. We've had them match up a few times. I believe it was Dimu that beat B, if I'm not mistaken. Really depends on the map pool, those two, though. You can see either one taking it. And there you go. Curtains closed. GG's. Commiserations to Lash. I don't know if this one's going to make it on the YouTube, but make sure you subscribe if you haven't. And chin up, Lashy boy. As always, next year. Yeah, that was painful to watch. I don't know. It's like, it's up to Lash if he wants to play that game out, right? Because, like, you know, he hasn't got another game afterwards, so you might as well check it. But it's like... It was very much over. Like I say, it's because of the last game. But, like, I think Lash just does that with his games a lot. Because, like, in game 1, the game felt very over very early on. Because he was just... He was pretty much... I get what Lash is doing. Lash is doing something that would work against probably a less talented player. and that's that he's basically relying on the fact that they could make a mistake. But it would have had to have been a big mistake, and you won't see that ultimate. By the way, guys, I've got something new. Can you guys guess what this is? Jeez, love. The cavalry's... Okay, I'm going to stop. That was horrible. We've got some new glasses from Gunner. I'm starting to wonder if these are ever going to arrive. Blimey. I thought they weren't coming, but yeah, they have sent me the new Overwatch glasses. Oh, man, I'm a little bit surprised. They've just got the regular Gunner one, because sometimes they do unique ones like this. I guess they can come to an agreement on what to do for the Overwatch ones with that. But we have got some new glasses. Ooh. And these ones, guys, these are pretty cool. If I remember correctly, these are the rubber ones, right? Yeah, so they're rubber. The rubber frames are long. Well, they say they're rubber, but they definitely have... Yeah, no, they're definitely rubber. Like, you can see that. You see the bendy? So, let me get the tape off these. Let's have a look. We'll see, guys. Ready? Ooh. Ooh. You know what? I think I chose well. Because they were like, what kind of lens tint do you want? I'm like, I want, like, do the most orange you can. Because it's like, it's Overwatch, you know? I do wish they'd done these in a white. You know what? Actually, a white would be sick, but we might be going a bit too hardcore Bono at that point, you know what I mean? What do you think, guys? They're good? So these are the Gunner Overwatch glasses. They recently came out. They're quite reasonably priced from what I remember when I looked at it as well. I was a little bit surprised. I was like, really? A partnership with Blizzard ain't going to cost you more than that? So you can just get these for the style looks, or you can get them prescription as well. They do offer both, and they have them. So this one's called the Overwatch Ultimates, and you can get them either in the clear, or you can get the ash, and we went for the ash. So, what was the difference on the color? Yeah, it was, yeah, I'm right, yeah. So, there is also, by the way, this one's a bit funnier. There's also a Diva frame. I was so tempted, guys. You want to see the Diva frame? I was so freaking tempted. Yeah. The Diva Tokis. Damn, I would have looked sexy in these. Right? And you know what? I could have been their male model. Look at this. They only got a girl model them. 120 euros? I mean, yeah. Like, what's wrong with that? It's because I can't remember what Toki is. Someone's telling me about Toki and it's very popular, so this will sell. But these are literally, like, look, they're only 70 euros. That's actually pretty good. Like, if considering it's like proper Overwatch branding and everything, proper partnership, you can go down the side, and they actually look pretty dope. That's quite reasonable, actually. And then you can also get them in prescription, which, funnily enough, I can't see here. So I think the prescription hasn't released yet. Prescription ones are a little bit more expensive because they are prescription. But, like, I mean, my take is the cool thing with the Gunner glasses, they have such a unique look. I'm hoping that the Fallout ones won't be too far behind these, because I was inquiring again about those, because we remember the Fallout ones, they look sick. So, like, you know, that's kind of what you're paying for. It's the style of them as well. That's what I like with them. I actually quite like that they're very unique looking compared to what you'd find in your regular opticians. They look sick. Thank you. Dude, I think I picked well. I was like, you know, I think these, like, we'll see. I was like, I'm not sure what the sizing is, because it's always awkward to try and figure out the sizing when you look on the websites. But I'm like, I think that'll work for me. Yeah, these ones are prescription. These ones are prescription, so, like, I can see properly with these. Like, I don't think... Can I do, like, a lens trick where it'll look blurry for you guys? I don't think that works, right? I've never tried that with camera before. But yeah, these are indeed prescription. Thank you, Gunner. Appreciate ya. Just in time for Christmas for me to look very fashionable. Gonna have to start playing Overwatch now. There you go. That's what I'm building the new PC for. Anyway, guys, we have got another set coming up. Remember, we've got a live series starting in about 2 hours-ish. We've got Puppy Paw versus Stopper, and then we've got B versus Starflark. So we're going to have plenty of live games. I figured next, we can either look at SAS versus Scarlet, or there's what? Maybe Killjoy. Well, we've got Sass versus Scarlet, Killjoy versus Myriad, Anatan versus M7. If we don't get them cast today, these ones will get cast tomorrow. So don't worry about that. Everything should get cast in the end. In fact, I'm just checking comms. Yeah, we did just at the boys, so hopefully they'll let us know which one they're doing. I was going to check out Sass versus Scarlet is what I had next. Yeah, Scarlet Devil signed up. I was really excited for that. I think Scarlet Devil is a crafty bugger. I don't think his playstyle... It's not that it works bad, it's that it's not beneficial into Sass's playstyle, if that makes sense. I think that tracks, right? But what we'll do is we will load the draft. And map-wise, it is going to be Atacama default, of course, and then we've got High View. I don't like the way that Sassy plays High View. he plays it for the 2-hour game, man. I still remember that B game. Jesus. All right, we'll see if he can play with some more aggression, perhaps. Let me know how things are going on the YouTube side with you guys as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the recordings. I have been paying more and more attention to YouTube these days, so if you want to chat. I think that's an interesting thing, by the way, is I've noticed that Twitch is very much more for the wants to interact type thing, whereas YouTube is more for the chill and it's in the background for a lot of people. Have you guys noticed that as well? I find that's like with a lot of people, it kind of plays that way. But let's get ready. Game number 1. Oh, the Diva ones? I should redeem loot. No, dude, like, I'm not taking these off. These are too bloody beautiful. Look, I do kind of wish that, so I love gunners, and they actually have started doing this with some of their ranges, is I wish they just had some clears. Because there's some environments where, like, yeah, this is very healthy, but let's say, like, when I'm on a show, it's helpful to have clears, like, with my normal glasses, right? So I'm hoping Gunner are going to continue to lean into this, where they actually have these, which have, like, been proven to help with, like, sleep cycles and whatnot. That's the whole point, is they're meant to fatigue your eyes less by being tinted. But I think what a lot of people want is the option to just choose. Because I think, like, honestly, in my opinion, Gunner's glasses, from their styling on their own, would sell very well without even needing this extra eye health element, which is great. Like I said, don't get me wrong. But I'm hoping we're going to see more clears offered, because I think for some people, they see these orange tints, and they're like, I don't think that would look good on me, right? But because they've never had something like that. Choose who we raid at the end of the stream. I know this is high priority for you, so I'll let you know. Wait, what? Wait, does it actually say that? That's weird. The choose my civ is kind of weird, by the way. I should probably remove it for the time being. Choose my civ made sense for basically what it was, is when we would look at replays, it would let someone choose the civ we'll focus on. But obviously at the moment we're doing all tournament games, so it doesn't really fit. So what I might just outright remove that for the time being. We'll see. Wait, where is it? I can't even see it now. Am I blind? I should hope not with these new glasses I just put on. There it is. Yes, thank you for that. I don't know why it said that in there. I guess because it got altered from the raid one. I'll just get rid of description. It doesn't need one. You know how it is. Sometimes it's easier to take the default and then copy and paste it and switch it. All right, but thank you for that. Right, let's get ready to get into game, though. So we've got another series here. Let me update the title as well. Oh my god, dude, the game is so laggy like this. It actually annoys me to no end. I think Atacama is actually a frame rate issue, now that I think about it. I think the devs, like, they really need to do, they really need to actually revamp trees. They just need to have a low detail tree, because, like, trees are actually one of the biggest causes for frame rate issues. That's why Hideout got hollowed out in big games. Because, like, I noticed that when we've been spawning in Atacama, it's just one of those maps that you struggle with, because look at this. And yes, Fish Tea, but that's my point. Like, a lot of people don't try these type of glasses. Aren't gunners just like gamer glasses? Why would people care much about the looks? I think they look good. That's my point. And, like, what they're doing is no different than the whole idea that the blue light glasses and the ones, like, for example, that Winston wears when we cast. That's why you watch on YouTube can't tell you that. Okay, no, I appreciate that. I mean, my thing that I say to people is if you can, just keep both open. It helps a lot. There's actually a trick you can do where you don't have to hear the Twitch side. You basically just leave the sound on, and then you mute the tab. And if you do that, it'll still it should still register as a viewer, and then you can watch on YouTube. No pressure if you can't do it. I just ask if people don't mind, because if you're on a desktop in particular, it's not that much extra work. But what it does is it actually helps us grow the stream. Do YouTube is easier to cast on my TV? Yeah, I get that. Stealth War is an FPS killer? I haven't noticed that in Archipelago. Alright. A new face appears in the midweek musters. This is a Chinese legend making an appearance. Yes, that's right. You may have been seeing him, actually, in the recent EGC tournament. Scarlet Devil. Force to be reckoned with, actually. He was on Team Elephant, right, with Louis MT and CSO. He's going to be going up against Sassy, who's on the Roos. Scarlet meanwhile on the Japanese. We are into week number 7 here. There's the standings of the playoffs. Round of 16 showdown. Winner of this will be up against either Anatan or M7, a series that we'll also be checking in on later. We are in Atacama to begin with. I was just saying Atacama's a bit weird. I like Atacama. I think they just need to change the way trees work. There's an issue with trees. Trees are way too CPU intensive, and they cause frame rate issues. That's why, actually, maps like Hideout hollow the trees. I haven't tested it yet. In fact, I need to. Does anyone know if you play Atacama on a 4v4 game, does it hollow the central tree line? Because if it doesn't, then it's going to be unplayable. That's what they had to do with Hideout, is they actually had to hollow the center of the map because it had too many trees. That, by the way, is also why we can never do Forest Nothing. Well, actually, it's not the only reason, but it is one of the reasons. It's, I remember when we tried doing a Forest Nothing, and it's like half the players crashed before we got to a resolution. So, hopefully we eventually, like, just deal with that. I don't mind this idea of just maybe even allowing people to have local graphical mods. I don't think we're ever getting that way before, sadly, but it's so underrated in games. Forest Nothings with Cal, better times? Damn. That man would have thrived in those environments. He doesn't need a wall, it's already walled for him. So, Japanese versus Roos, though, this is actually a really hard matchup for Japan at the moment. We've been seeing them struggle to find a way, because if you just go Mount Samurai, your opponent just rushes Castle with Horse Archers. You lose that battle. You try to switch Onimusha, you lose that battle as well. You're paying for more expensive units, which is worse. Boys Fortitude guarantees that as well. There's a lot of as-wells, and it's all Roos favored. So, curious to see what Scarlet's going to do. We are getting Kura Storehouse. That's a cool difference to begin with. I think we've been seeing a lot of Koka Township, but it's quite pointless on this map because of how close the gold spawns on Atacama. You wouldn't be able to actually raid anything. You just die trying to. So I agree with this choice. It's also really nice with the positioning. Like, look at it. There's barely any room for farms. I think he's got a few around the back here, but he'll be generating wood quite quickly, which will probably save him ever having to touch trees. When he does, he's now also got like double lumber camp savings, right, from the tree lines. But this is going to be the Uma Bannerman rush build, which is kind of cool because, as I mentioned, if you go for the standard fast castle, you're actually not favored here. Go and get on the other side. Love the deer shoving as well. We've got the hunting cabin play. Is the double hunting cabin. I actually think the double hunting cabin is really good on this map because you usually get this longer tree line. Unfortunately, if Sass had spawned in Scarlet Devil's side, it would have been kind of sucky because the stone was in the way. Meanwhile, sheep count. It's going to be 17 to 9. Keep in mind, Scarlet Devil has a lot of value at the back here, though. I think what you want to do is you want to shove in the deer, and then you want to have the farmhouse upgrades coming, right? You want to be getting to Tawara as well as Takazaiku, because then you accelerate to castle very quickly with the wheelbarrow techs. What do you think about AoE4 community growth rate? Is it enough? Left Twitch open, mute. Thank you very much. I think AoE4, it's kind of tricky. Like, to grow new people, you need an environment that welcomes. It's not just about the content, though. Like, you can take the content route of getting big influencers to play when big expansions come out, and that does give you a surge. But what you need is, you need content that people want to engage with on a casual level, right? That's why I was actually saying at the end of the EGC event on Sunday, everyone just go sign up. Try and be all you can be. Everyone actually participate because, like, you know, what makes esports great, what actually made esports great in the early days wasn't this idea of a giant stadium event that costs millions of dollars. No, dude, that is sleeper. The detail that really mattered was participation. And that goes throughout all of gaming, not just esports, gaming itself. And something I think that is missing with the base game is campaigns that hit well. Something that's kind of missing with the expansion was also that. Sons Ascend had an amazing expansion campaign, but it only had a amazing campaign, not many amazing campaigns. So I'm really hoping in 2025 we get like 3 or 4 new campaigns. I actually would genuinely buy mission packs. If they released like 4 new missions in a mission pack for $1, which I think is sustainable at this size, that would sell like hotcakes. The problem is probably how rough the editor can be to create in. Then again, I'd expect the devs to be used to it. So I think that would actually help with growth. And then that's also very beneficial for a creator like me because, you know, I'm trying to build a community here, and I love that we have people that turn up every day. It's incredible. But like, obviously, you've got to keep growing to make a living. And it's very hard to grow when there's not new people coming in because there are people that will just go to Drongo or go to a Beastie or go to a Damu or go to a Warman or go to a Voldemar, whoever, as their default. And you'll never be able to beat that away from them because the environment in Twitch is very community-driven, right? Twitch doesn't source curated content. Twitch gives you communities to be a part of. And I'm very proud of our wonderful community we've been building here. Difference between AoE 4 and AoE 2? AoE 4, the graphic style is going to be subjective. Some people like the more poppy style of AoE 2. But like from a texture, polygons, etc., AoE 4 is a higher graphical fidelity. I also say AoE 2 is more micro-intensive. AoE 4 is more macro-intensive. And also, AoE 4's civs are more unique compared to AoE 2. AoE 2 has some differences civ to civ, but there's more polarizing differences in the way that 4's civs are designed than 2's. There we go, Clash coming in. So we do have the abandonment early from Scarlet Devil. This is a really nice thing you can do by going for that stone build, right? Is you get knights in the feudal age. Only one, admittedly, but he produces really fast. It only takes 15 seconds. His health is also really impressive. Remember, usually you have 190 health on a feudal knight. This one has 230. The other really important thing that makes abandonment feel good is in the early game, your opponent doesn't have many units. Why is that important? Deflective armor. It means deflective armor actually makes up a bigger percentage of the damage trade. What I love from Sass, though, is he's intentionally sending the scouts in to keep disrupting that. The AoE 4 DLC campaign is the first Age of Empires campaign I just refused to play. Wait, why? What is it because of the civs? I think that's another reason why you need multiple like civ campaigns for an expansion, is some people just won't want to play Ibids. It's not a civ for everyone, right? But like, if you haven't, and that's not the reason why you didn't, I'd highly recommend playing it. I actually think that the Sons Ascend campaign is a good baseline for how AoE 4 campaigns should be made. Would you say game knowledge is more complex since so many more asymmetric matchups in AoE 4? Sort of, but I also think the uniqueness allows you to like lean in and learn around your civ a bit more confidently in some ways, right? Like in some ways, it's one of those things where the gatekeeping is always going to exist for an RTS, but because of the unique designs of the civs, when you make a patch change, it changes drastically so much about all the civs that I think it's more of a gatekeep reset than say symmetrical RTSs. There's still gatekeep, right? There's still the nature of someone has years of experience, but maybe that's delusional of me. I think in some ways AoE 4 can offer an easy entry. It definitely does in AoE 2. AoE 2 is a game with 20 years plus under its belt, right? Like how do you compete there, right? You can be like a tier 1 RTS player from a different game. You can't enter that sphere because you're 20 years behind on knowledge. Anyway, tech ups have come out on both sides, and this is the stage of the game where things usually look really bad for the Japanese. And I don't see anything to suggest that it's not going to be bad, right? You've only got a few mounted samurai on the way. Sass is already massing horse archers. He's safe at home. He has got the high trade house. Get your numbers in. Warning, it will not be as good as you think it's going to be, but it's still good enough. We do have the berry gathering, and we do have Takazaki already teched, so that's a 50% buff. It means you're gathering from berries at the pace you would on a boar. Roos beat Japan to castle. Welcome to Golden Gate. Hey, look. Wait, guys. Can you just, like, frame that shock there from Always Cursing, the guy who keeps asking for Roos buffs? They don't need it. Everyone keeps acting like Roost is not a good Civ. They are. They're top half of the Civs in the game by far. Nice little raid coming in here. It'll be a bit of chip damage. High trade house 134. On that tree line. Like, I rest my case. They are such a good Civ, man. I love the positioning. Sassy is getting ready to dive in from multiple angles, right? Just small groups of Horse Archers. Warrior Monk's already pulling the relics home. I do think the Horse Archer count's a little bit slow from Sass. I'm not crazy about the Knights. I think you just blob Horse Archers. Knights is just kind of an irrelevant detail. It also slows you down on relic gathering in the meantime. And you haven't reached Horse Archer blob. So, like, there is a little bit of risk here for Sass. Remember, this isn't a Kremlin game either. He hasn't got castle turrets, so he doesn't actually have much in the way of arrow defense against dives. I think what Sass has done here is kind of just put the cart before the horse. And yeah, Sass has 0 knights, but he did have a knight. Like, he even vetted them. So he was intending to build more. I'm glad he stopped. We do have more warrior monks down the way. Japan's not really known for having a fast castle timing. You can get a pretty cool one with the wheelbarrow techs. It's all about prioritizing berries, though. See professionals press keys like they're writing a story. I don't understand exactly what they're doing. I mean, that's the interesting thing. I've highlighted a few players that are very good to watch, and then there's ones that just aren't. High APM pros usually aren't good to watch for the casual viewer, because you just can't process what they're doing. It's kind of interesting, right? Like, if you were to watch a pro in Dota 2 or watch a pro in, like, Call of Duty, you'd be able to track what they're doing more than a pro in StarCraft, AoE 4, or AoE 2. Because they're doing this, right? Like, shall I do it? Yeah, I'll do it. They're doing things like this. Like, that's disorienting. That's horrible. Game is less complex? That's not true. It's not. That's I will challenge you every day of the week. As someone who's been in both Dota 2 and AoE 4, it's not. It's a different type of complexity, though. It's it's multifaceted in terms of units you're watching. But this, what just happened? Oh my god! That shouldn't happen! Sass just got clapped. This is over. And just to reiterate, the majority of Roost Japanese we've been seeing, Roost have been winning. Not this one. No, Scarlet Devil opens the series with a win. I expected a dive, I expected some damage, but I expected a Horse Archer Mass to defend. It just didn't exist. Oh my god, and only game 1. We've still got more to come here, folks, in the round of 16, so stay tuned. Sassy, what happened? You greedy mother... What was that stables play? We've actually got him here. We're not... Like, so Sass, why did you try and build knights? I'm actually curious. Because I was saying, like, I think in that matchup, you just build loads of Horse Archers, right? You didn't realize the map is super bad and everything is safe. Well, no, that's not true. If everything was safe, why did you just lose all your villages? Knight equal loss. Yeah, agreed. Like, in that match, I think in that matchup, if you just built Horse Archers, like, he's in big trouble. Because you spend... Did you build 2 knights? Because you had to vet them, which is like... That's 1.5 less Horse Archers. You had to build the stables, which is like 1.5 less Horse Archers. Right? Then the knight is like 2 less Horse Archers. Yeah. Like for anyone watching who wants to learn from that, just build Horse Archers. Like, I'm not even memeing. It's dumb how bad Mounted Samurai look into mass Horse Archers. Because you just can't build Mounted Samurai quick enough. So then it's like, your only players, you have to really outskill your opponent and catch his villagers. But if he just keeps blobbing Horse Archers, it's Gucci. This map is launched and is supposed to be ready. I click spawns and it's never balanced. What part of it? On European Temperate. It's one of those tricky things. Like, we did trust in the... We only were able to test a few runs of it, and it looked good on what we done. The sacred sites are reasonable as long as you were doing the thing we talked about, right? Because we discovered in the round of 32 some people were using teams together, and you had to use random. And the reason for that, folks, is when you use teams together, prioritizes the player's spawn point before the resources. And that's bad because it means the sacred sites like get placed in a weird order. And hold on a sec. Okay, so we've got... Okay, yeah, so we can confirm Atacama, when it's 8 players, the big tree line in the center is still freaking huge. I guarantee you cannot play an 8-player Atacama without someone disconnecting. But yeah. The Deers balls, I mean, the Deer balls haven't been terrible from what I've been seeing. There's a few outliers. But we decided to try Atacama because it was like a default map and it hasn't been tested yet. So we thought we'd actually try it out in the environment. Hideout with extra sheep, I think it's better than Hideout. I think Atacama is a lot better than Hideout. I disagree with that. Because it's like, it has Prairie-esque elements. Like, yeah, your resources are safe, but that big tree... Like, I actually compared it more to Volcanic Island if you didn't start so close to the tree line. I think it's better. I think Atacama is better competitively than both Hideout and Volcanic, which, you know, you say that's not saying much, but I think it has an interesting idea about it that can be tweaked to be, like, more competitively viable. I don't think it's a terrible map. I do think they dropped the ball on the spawns and things like that, right? There's some technical issues. Hideout's pretty bad? Yeah. But, like, this is the thing. Like, some of these maps just come around themselves, right? Like, think about... A perfect example is, you think about Mountain Clearing. It's like, Mountain Clearing was a meme map to begin with, and it kind of reached a point where people are like, oh, we kind of want to see this in pro play again. So, after a weird situation in a matchup that probably shouldn't be happening, we find ourselves now with Scarlet Devil leading the series. He is on match point already. We're going to be heading into High View, which I believe was Sassy's choice. And Sass, I swear to God, if this game is 45 minutes plus long, I am going to smother you with a pillow. The last time we watched Sass on this map, it was against B. And I don't think Sass wants to hear me ever mention that particular map. And, yes, thank you. We need to flip the scores. There we go. So, last time we saw Sass on this map, it was a very, very weird game where he got mass Nestabeed to death. It really shouldn't have played out that way, but hopefully this is a bit more orderly, a bit more clean towards the finish. English versus Abbasids. I wonder, is there one in which Scarlet Devil attacks? You won that game? True, you won that game, but also, did you feel like you won? That's the more important question. Oh, man. I wouldn't feel like I won if my opponent builds 11 FCBs. Luckily, we don't have to worry about that here, but you do have to worry about the English. And it is going to be 2 TC, so Sass is likely going to be going, what, Eco Wing here? Just looking to upload. Whose position do I like in this matchup? I feel like this matchup was pretty good for English for a while. Abbas is a little bit crafty sometimes, but like, how do you really dive the English before they reach castle? You're going to want to go 2 TC yourself, so you're going to be behind on your own attack timing. So you're aiming castle here. And then you're talking about, like, what, knights hitting the field to begin with, into men-at-arms lombos. Feels really good against what Abbasas can do. If Abbasas just play mass eco blow, though, they can kind of get towards the camel phase of the game, which is scary on raw HP. Are we judging his House of Wisdom placement? Why are we judging his House of Wisdom placement? I mean, well, it isn't great. I mean, you literally chose half a tile from the TC. So you can't place farms there, but like outside... Actually, wait, what is with your... Do you always do this? Yeah, I know you never build farms here, but it's like most people either like they build it right next to the TC or they build it one full tile away, right? You build half tile away. I haven't noticed that before. Is that like a frequent thing you do? I mean, it's forgivable with the mill and the mining camp locations, right? It was on your yeah, I know it's on your way to berries, but like usually you just plop it right next to the berries sort of thing, right? We're getting really nitpicky. Do you want to know why, guys? Because it's an Abbasid English TC game. So there's basically nothing else to talk about for the first 5 minutes. Yeah, because like, look, this by comparison, right? This is more atypical. Is like you build the house just before the mining camp, or you build the house straight away. Like this one makes sense, right? So second TC is going to be on the way. Looking at the spawn, I mean, pretty good actually to try and drop the TC here. And then you could shove the deer here towards the berries. Very much worth doing because you haven't really got anything to scout once you picked up your initial sheep. Speaking of sheep, looks like it's going to be 10 for the English and 14 for the Abbasids. Oh my god, OP Civ. Why so many sheep? Those berries are just too damn good. What's your timing on Japanese fast castle? With tower and low idle, you can start like 6:30. Yeah, and then like what? You're probably going to build up at that early point. I think it's even worth using more than 6 to 8 villages. Probably not, right? Unless you see a lot of value in the first Mount Samurai. Yes, we are probably going to be seeing free TC from Sassy. I mean, he's got 9 people on stone. It's almost guaranteed, right? He did overgather on the wood a bit, so he's just trying to re-optimize the timing. Because remember, Eco Wing is good. And that is going to guarantee free TC. Meanwhile, for Scarlet Devil, I don't think you want to compete with that. In fact, I love what Sass is doing here. Just lame the deer a bit. Best thing you can do is actually shove them in too close, so he has to hit a TC on the side of them, right? So you kind of want to create a square like this. However, if he keeps doing this, he's actually going to do the opposite. So he has to shove really far now. Scarlet. I mean, he can just shortbow the deer, right? This is the tricky thing against English in particular. That they can even shortbow you. Clubs the sheep is like, every bit of food, please. Yummy. And we'll be able to start finishing off the last of the deer. So overall, decent placement for Scarlet in the end. I'm just going to hit the fast forward. It's literally going to be no one doing anything for 5 more minutes. There is a king coming, so admittedly, some pressure to be had there. But if Sassy's just going to build a TC on the tree line, it's not going to be able to do much. What this king does do, though, is stop Sass from building on the deer, which is actually a really big deal, right? Like, yes, you can afford to go farms. You don't really want to have to here, though. Reminder, by the way, we should have a live series in about an hour and a half. We've got 2 available to us happening today, which is going to be Poppy Paw versus Stopper. And then we're also going to be having B versus Starflark. Scarlet, wow. So he's playing 2 TC into age. As in playing age 2, not aging up. Is he worried about 4 TC Abbasids? Like, I don't know if you have to panic like this against 3 TC Abba versus just rushing your castle timing. Like, yes, Abba are going to build a lead, granted, but like your tech timing should be decent enough to just go after relics. Your opponent's still going to be slow behind that. Instead, he just wants to play the age. So we have got Spearman plus Lombos. Sass is reacting with the Horseman. One nice thing about this type of build is the King. The King just basically gives you a way of sustaining your Lombos. So it forces this really weird predicament for Sass where if he can't get a big enough army to take a kill fight, then he can't fight at all. Right? It's like when you fight against French Knights with your own Knights. And you're like, well, I feel bad. I didn't kill anything. They're all going to get healed. Why did I bother? It's that same feeling. Like this right here, unless you finish the kill, he's going to get it. I'm a little bit surprised Scarlet didn't peel back earlier with the Lombo there. Probably still would have been lost, but the Horseman would have been almost dead. And Scarlet, where are the spears? Was he just chilling here? But awkward. Only 1 archer range as well. He can't really afford more at this stage, not with the 2 TC. And a switch into Men-at-Arms. Okay, so I thought really he tried to, gun more Lombos at this phase, but the issue you have is when you go 2 TC, you can't just rush up to 9 Lombos and then go Blacksmiths. It's just too much investment into villager production, right? So he has to play counter to these spears, but you know you're going to be facing archers. My problem is plastic Men-at-Arms really don't feel that impactful in the early phase here. Especially when you know you're eventually going to end up pressuring your opponent underneath their own TC. Like, you're not going to be diving that stage. At that point, you kind of just wish you had Lombos. And wait, is this a switch for Fast Castle? I think it is. Okay, so this is what we kind of wanted to see originally. I'm a little bit worried for Scarlet, because now it feels like he has half dipped his toe in the pond and half not, right? That hesitance is kind of damning here. And Sass won't be able to like immediately pressure him, right? Like, you know, you've got a handful to kind of hit towards the second TC, but you're not going to die of the primary. However, Sass is in a fairly decent position to start targeting Castle himself. Looks like he hasn't really moved the gold workers in, but that's now changing. 10 on the gold. He knows his timing here. This is pretty ABBA favored now. I think Scarlet just kind of screwed up. He wasted way too much time in H2. Still more archers getting added in. And remember, you don't even need to drop a blacksmith to get your siege. I think you just... you don't even need to shortchange this. You could just trip Ram to take this out. Because you'd also get the infrastructure here. Right? This is kind of the awkward thing. Is like the valuable buildings for the English are all exposed. Gold is fort spawn as well, which is a little bit rough. So you could even just deny the outpost and starve your opponent. Like, I think that's what Sass has just noticed, right? He's like, oh... You have no safe gold. So if I just pressure this teensy tiny area here, this castle player is worth nothing for you. Great read. How's this map called? This is an improved version of High View. It's called Pigeon's View. It is in every way imaginable better than High View. Even though games can still go long here, it's not guaranteed the moment you open the map. Because things like the sacred sites and the trade are real win conditions and hard to achieve in the case of trade. Whereas normal High View puts a trade post in the corner and calls that good map design. It's not. Outpost down, Scarlet without gold. He needs to pull villagers to the west corner. Oh god, actually no, instead he's reinvesting. So Sass is definitely winning the castle race now. The ambitious walls, interesting that he's actually going for this, but he's worried about that counterattack, right? Once you pull the trigger on the age up, you still have to wait 2 minutes. I mean, I don't think you have to be that worried though, right? Like, you just keep scaling archers once you start the tech up, and you're pretty safe here. But showing a lot of respect to Scarlet, because last time Sassy didn't wall himself in, he lost 20 villagers. Military wing now on the way. I think this has just not come together for Scarlet. As long as Sass doesn't make a silly mistake, he's going to keep like pulling ahead now, right? So really for Scarlet, like the tricky part now is because you're playing longbow men-at-arms, you need to force a mistake. But forcing a mistake is harder at this stage with slow-moving infantry than with cavalry. With cavalry, you can just show up in your opponent's base, kill their economy. Oh no, mistakes begin. This is, I need to move out and I need to hit something of true value to you, or it immediately falls apart. Raiding versus all in, right? Military wing on the way in 1 minute's time. He's going to fall back behind the walls in the meantime. Sass does need to start pumping more archers. I think he actually needs to shift more people into the tree line. Well, actually, 23 should be good to go. I mean, this is the price of building a wall all the way across the map. Now, I love all this talk about the 2 tower versus 1 for Japanese. Basically, when you're playing Japan, think about the civ you're up against, and also think about where the gold spawns. Right? Like a gold spawn here against, say, English, you're going to want 2 tower. If you're against like a melee-only civ, like someone like French, for example, you can usually get away with 1 outpost for a quicker, cleaner timing. And then you only really need to add the second when you start raiding your mounted samurai and you pull 10 to the gold, for example. But if you're being optimal about your tech timing, you don't really need more than 5 on the gold. Sassy going for the gold. Reaching up into H3 now. Military numbers are not impressing me from Scarlet Devil. He has at least started to stockpile resources for his own age up. But kind of worrisome that you're behind like this, right? It's already a 20 villager lead for the Abbasids. Composite bows should be on the way soon. We've already got military boot camp and veterancy queued up. It's about the timing, not about the civ matchup right now. But yeah, of course you're right. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, but the timing is affected by whether you need 2 outposts or not, right? That's the point. Because like actually adding in 1 extra outpost is a lot more expensive than you process at first. It's not just the 100 wood, it's not just the build speed, it's then the fact you're going to have to add arrow slits, which is still going to cost you something, right? And that also has a ripple effect that if you have to go double outpost, then you're actually missing your timing on getting like Abandonment in to your comp at an early phase. Right? So instead of getting Abandonment in when you have like 10 Mad Samurai, you have to wait until you get like 15 Mad Samurai. And then that has another added effect, which of course is the Bloomery. Anyway, I'll let you guys get back to the Japanese talk. I'm focused on the ABBA English here. That Japanese game was kind of mind-boggling. Definitely felt like a bit of a mis-execution by Sassy and a shock and awe strategy by Scarlet. But it seems he has adjusted quickly to the environment. Game number 2 is looking pretty good for the Middle Eastern Civ. That's the pressure in. You have got that attack speed aura, which should slow Sass down a bit here. Then again, the veterancy isn't for the longbows yet. I do think he's baiting himself a little bit here. You don't have compass bows yet. I actually think these type of situations are weird to be diving with archers, but it's the knights, the horsemen that can actually make the difference. If this was just archer versus normal archer on the other side, where you've got veterancy, you're actually not stronger. Because the interesting thing is, like, when it's just a backline trade, it's better to just have more numbers because you're going to end up overkilling with veterancy anyway. That's why that fight got a little bit weird, but now you have these lances that can raid around. We have got a white tap. What? What are you doing? All right, we have big problems for Scarlet. Let's interception at least to stop the relics coming home, but I don't see an answer to lances here. And they are coming. They're going to be able to flood through. Meanwhile, Scarlet Devil has to waste time trying to burn through to get trade. I mean, I get that he's against free TC, but surely the play for Scarlet would have been White Tower into Monastery here. And then you can build a third TC if you really feel like you need it after that. But this just feels so greedy. Look at his income. He has 800 food income. Over half of that is going into villager production. And the Lancers already punishing that villager production. And he's trying to go for the all-in on the other side, but it just doesn't work. Manjanique, or rather Mangonel, already there. This is looking disastrous. I think Sass would have to really just sit and not do anything for Scarlet to start getting back into this. Scarlet Devil the one from India? I thought Scarlet Devil was from China. Pretty sure it's Chinese. We do at least have veterancy for Scarlet coming with the spears, so we'll have that against the horsemen that are now come from Sass. A lot of farms coming through as well. He's about to go up to, what, 40 farms? Meanwhile, other side of this, Scarlet is sitting at probably, what, 20, 25? Okay, he's at 30. He just added in the extra cluster. So what is Scarlet's way back into this? Imperial? That's a very long way off, though. Crossbow massing is kind of peculiar here. I mean, there is a Gulam spam coming from Sass. But if you just go Gulam plus composite bows, I think you actually kill quick enough that the crossbows are kind of irrelevant. Especially when you consider the gold state. Right, he's already exhausted one. He's got his second 4K on the front line. He'll need to make sure he secures this area. Walls have gone up for that purpose. No, I don't think Scarlet Devil shows up as India. I'm pretty sure he's always shown up as Chinese. Scarlet Devils are really talented, by the way. Frequently been in the top 100 in multiple seasons. Really cool to see him actually joining in on these.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
And hello, Mareka. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome, Warmanites, to the Midweek Muster. We're here in number 7, the final Midweek Muster of 2024. Finals for this will be on the Thursday. For now, we're seeing if Sassy can actually stay alive in the round of 16. It's looking good. He has got the Gulam mass building. Gulams are a bit sucky into men-at-arms. I think the composite bow archers are still golden into these crossbows. Like, the interesting detail is going to be whether Scarlet can get enough blob together, I almost feel like actually just going MAA and Lombo is maybe more beneficial here. Because remember, Ghoulims, they struggle against men-at-arms, English men-at-arms, due to the +2 armor. Right, so this unit can go up to 8 melee armor, which is kind of nutty against a double strike unit. That double strike unit is about to get even stronger. Culture Wing now on the way for Sass. The man getting a little bit ambitious, but will be protected. He's just trying to block the gold. If he blocks the gold, it's pretty much curtains closed for Scarlet. He has got that corner gold, but I mean, at this stage, the game is going to start to feel a bit suffocating. Sass needs to temper himself here. We have got a crossbow transition on the way. Funnily enough, Scarlet is now playing into spears, which these archers would have countered. The little group of horsemen and lancers are going to go looking for targets. So, you know how you can tell that we're watching a Season 9 game, guys? There is a mutual unit in both of these armies. If you've not watched much Season 9 gameplay, I can assure you that every game going past 20 minutes will probably have this. Crossbows, man, it's just the bread and butter of every comp. I really am just waiting for a nerf to them at this stage. And by nerf, I don't mean substantial, right? I don't say lose damage. I think they should lose base damage, and it should be more than heavy. We always had them? Well, I feel like we had them less so. I think they've become more prevalent in this season. To me, crossbow should go down to like 10 damage and get an extra 2 heavy. It was always in the game. Yes. You know what was also always in the game? Camels. They didn't get always built though. I don't think crossbows really had as much prevalence through the games in Season 8 that they did in Season 9. No, don't give me that come on crap. Are you telling me that crossbows, for example, don't feel better in Imperial now than they did in Season 8? You really going to try to argue that? Crossbow massing in Castle now is more valuable than it was in Season 8 because of the impact of Imperial. In closed maps, no. In open maps, I would say, like, actually in open maps, you're seeing more crossbows than you did in the previous season, which is kind of wild considering how immobile the unit is. The crossbows would be a reaction to you losing map control for sure, but like, I feel in general we're seeing a lot more play out onto the map with crossbows than we did previously. This is usually the call of the camper, right? I'm not coming out. I'm going to wait here. I think the tricky part about that is like crossbows just became more valuable in that situation because now camping and going Imperial isn't bad. And this is the ramifications of Mangonels just kind of being sucky at this stage now. If you saw someone massing crossbows, you put like 2 mangoes and laughed in their face now, right? But now, they laugh in your face. The horseman's starting to arrive. I think the Scarlet Devil is pretty much in the death limbo at this stage. He's gathering gold in the center of the map that just isn't safe. It's elite. This is pretty over. Yeah, 30 crossbows and try to push. That's what I mean. Like, I feel like crossbows on the previous patch, massing them had more risk associated with it than the current patch. That's my point. Would you not agree with that? Right? Because of A, the fact that crossbows scale better, but also B, Siege is a terrible answer now. I also feel like the game has been trending more towards ranged in the last year. Early years of Age of Empires, outside of Pew Pew Pony meta, I feel like the meta was really cavalry, right? And then we moved more and more towards ranged. Range sucks. You don't think with the bigger feudal presence, we got more and more ranged? I mean, if range sucks that badly, why am I seeing so many 50 archer blobs? I think castle rushes kind of became harder these days. I kind of like that though, right? The feudal is more prevalent than it has probably ever been in AoE 4. So Sass is going to be rippling out to the back farms. And we also do have him snatching the stone in the corner of the cannon placement. What are you guys doing here? And there we go. Curtains closed on game number 2. SAS has struck back. We will be seeing a game number 3 between these two. Oh. Yes, Baltine. Melee only OP if you go for meta play Ottoman. Actually, guys, what do you think of Ottos? And yes, we already cast a Dimmu set. I feel like Ottomans, I don't know if they're being slept on in 1v1s, but I was really impressed by their showings in team games. So let's get game number 3 ready. Cracky's telling you Otto's good and then lost. Oh, GG. I don't know. I think a lot of the new Vizier Point ideas are kind of cool in theory, but in practice don't work out. Like Ottomana, like Pax Ottomana sounds OP, and it's really not. Right? Can we agree? Like Pax Ottomana, when you read it the first time, you're like, whoa, and then you use it and go, no. 12 villages per TC. Was it 12 or was it 15? I thought it was 15. Wait, Pax Ottoman is 4 minutes, right? Not 5. Yeah. It's really bad. I also think Janissaries are just too weak now. With the changes they made to all the other gunpowder units, Janny is just too weak in the late game. Cav archers are too hard to scale. They're too expensive. Yeah, they're a bit weird. Okay, hear me out. I don't know if this is great. Would it another cool like little tweak I'd like to see? What if Ottomans could build a mosque in H2? That'd be bad, but you have to go for the Vizier Point to do it. I am lagging hard right now. Holy crap. Are we good? Yeah. Why is this so laggy? Is the stream lagging? Are you guys good? I think we're good. But yeah, like maybe if you go for the Imam Vizier Point, I think it'd kind of be cool if you could build extra Imams in H2. I think that would be balanced as well, because like dervishes are just so much better. It makes sense that they're limited. All right. Need to buff military school back a little bit? No, I don't know about that. I don't think the melee school is the problem. Maybe something economical related, but you gotta be careful with that because they have all the passive economy effects of like military school. It's another SAS classic. He loves his French, but he is staring down a beast. Scarlet Devil getting the Byzantines in game number 3 here in midweek muster number 7. Winner of this goes through for a showdown against either Anatand or M7. I wouldn't fully write off M7. Boy's been looking quite spooky. Really cool series he had actually early in the tournament up against MSN. He's even been able to take games off of Dimmu. But we're focused on these two right now. SAS had a really questionable beginning of the series. He happily put his hands up and admitted it. It was a bit of a fumble. Game 2, reinstilled confidence. Orderly play. But now we get to see him trying to be the disorderly, the chaotic one. French into Byzantines. You should be looking for that early pressure, which should be forcing Byzantines into a more defensive hunker down for the early game. You got an ad and were furious, then realized you hadn't signed in. I mean, yeah, you know, like, you got to sign in and then you're subscribed. Well, if you have subscribed, you don't have to worry about ads. It's the big brain play. What the Wait, what is this build? What is this build? Scarlet Devil, he started gathering the berries straight away. I assumed we were going to get Hippodrome here. This is Fast Castle, right? With Mass Keshiks. Is that the play? Why is that the play? Why is this Grand Winery a thing? What? I would at least entertain it if it was an 8-berry stack. It's not. This is odd, man. Scarlet, it feels like it's just trying to reinvent the wheel here. Do you even need to reinvent the wheel against French? What's the win rate for French into Byzantines? I feel like Biz can do quite well with the Kata build, right? Or even earlier, you just play Limitane Javelin Mass and play H2. That's not a bad strategy for Biz. I am perplexed, man. I am so many tiers of perplexed right now. I feel like a Rubik's Cube wrapped up in an Enigma. I mean, yeah, damn right you're going to want to outpost. Maybe 2 while you're at it. Because we are going to have French Knights coming, and they are going to be having a field day. So we have Sass in the chat right now. Sass, when you saw this Grand Winery, how big, on a scale of 1 to 10, was the thought of this is going to be an easy game? Was your feeling? 10 being, oh my god, it's like playing against bronze, it's going to be that easy. Because if I'm walking in and seeing someone do that with a Grand Winery, for what we, yeah, because you're like, oh, where's the TC? Wait, where's the TC? Where is the TC? Why is he getting rid of? Wait, why is there a TC here? Oh my god. This is kind of wild. Sass, already the first night on the way. Of course, there is at least an outpost to protect him, but still an odd choice because Sass could now just try to, like, what, pivot archers quite quickly, go for an attack. It's still Byzantines. Like, they're still pretty scary in the early game. I think he's just going to focus on raiding. But then you, like, raid to the backside, right? The gold, the berries, same location. Scarlet's actually, funnily enough, already pulling off of those berries quite early. Outpost now coming up with the gold. Scarlet is going naked fast castle, isn't he? Yeah, dude, he's going naked fast castle Kadakeshix. You may change Roman empires, but you will still do the same thing. Whether it's the HRE or the Byzantines, these boys always just want to do one bloody thing, but that was greedy and way too late. So, Knight will be able to deny the gold. We do have Keshix on the way. He can only afford 1 pump of Keshix right now. Limitane are also getting added in. Sass will just keep scaling Knights for the time being, but that now gives him a play eventually into Archers. I feel like so much of this is unnecessary, man. We do have the system coming in. I'm going to just say good luck connecting that. If he can get enough Keshix out to scare him off. But the problem is, like, Sass already has 3 Knights at your base. They are admittedly half HP. They should be able to target fire. So you're going to have to wait to connect your assistants quite a bit. Then again, he doesn't really have that much stone to connect anyway. This is such a freaking weird build. I can't. It's just made weird simply by the placement. Everything else is kind of believable. Like, oh yeah, you know, he was thinking about Fast Castle, and oh, then he had to build Limitane. But the Grand Winery is appropriately named because I just want to whine about it for 10 minutes. Outpost coming out on the other side. This is at least the nice thing about going Keshix is you can force your opponent to play a bit more defensive, which is very rare for French. Also, if he finds the outnumber locations where he finds like a knight alone, he can just use that to vampire, right? Because he can heal off of it. Be fine if berries were side or behind. I mean, it's still pretty far out there against French, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out what the value really was of the Grand Winery not being placed on the home berries. My only thought is that he thought he had a much better timing into Keshix there than he actually did. Because he ended up over-gathering berries in the end, right? He had too much olive oil and didn't have Keshix pumping. Because his tech timing was later because he walked so far out. It's like, maybe if he had that optimal timing, I can understand this for getting your first Keshix out when your opponent only has 1 knight. But this felt weird. Grand Winer is a good description. I can't believe I'm getting flamed by a freaking gold-level Japanese spammer. Does Japan even win in the lower ranks? Well, I guess so, because, like, you just copy and paste the fast castle builds, right? And yeah, see, look, there you go. He's like, that's proof of it. He's like, I'm diamond now. You just exposed yourself. Yes, I've followed the build order of Japan for 12 minutes. Therefore, I've won the game. 12's moustache. The sad part is I actually really like the Japanese Sith. You had to change to French. Oh, got it. So you got that person that like loses 1 villager to a French knight, and then just GG's. Love those ones. Well done on the improvement, Arcleave. So a lot of Limitane coming. Sassy has begun to wall himself in pretty heavily. We don't have an Archer switch yet, though. No, instead he's going Rax. I don't mind this idea. I actually think the Rax play is kind of more desirable than Archers. Because Limitane have the Undermesh plus the shield wall, so you do like no damage. And the idea with the spears isn't that you're going to beat Limitane, it's just so that the Limitane can't brace. So the Knights can then win. Instead, we actually have Scarlet Devil switching Archers, so Cheeky Devil seems to be aware of what's really coming. Keshik's not going to try to dive in, but I mean, if you... Oh, okay, I'm a bit surprised. I thought he might try to come back and cut them off. Because Scarlet Devil was doing something really awkward here. He was playing without the scout, so if Sass had cut off here, he could have smashed down on all of these Keshiks. Which, reminder, right now is the entirety of Scarlet Devil's Keshiks. Yeah, this is the thing about the Keshik build. I'm really very rarely ever instilled with confidence by it. It makes sense in two positions. It makes sense when you're looking to rush Cataphracts. And it makes sense, and that, by the way, was a Gulper build. The other way it makes sense is when you're against a greedy fast casting Civ. So, for example, like when you're against a Roost player and you know they just want to rush a high trade house, I actually quite highly rate the Keshik play because you can just shuffle in and block them. Right? And then you just fast tech yourself as Byzantines. But against French? Against French, it feels really weird. It legit just feels like if he didn't get that first Knight pick, it was going to be very against him. Walls are going up now, so it looks like Scarlet is going to start hunkering down. We now have the olive groves getting added in all the way. So this is the other part of this play that's very painful. Is now, well, if you want your olive groves to be efficient, they need to be around the Grand Winery, right? But that means you have to spawn villagers and walk them over. Like, all of his eco is in this area, right? Even with Wheelbarrow, that's a lot of idle time. Oh, look at that. I'm making people become friends and eventual enemies in my chat. The Diamond Boys are ready to clash. Sass is getting ready for an age up. And an immediate switch to Arbitrary. Smart read. Because in this matchup, if you can get ahead of the Byzantines' tech play, let's be totally real, your opponent just opened Keshiks. Would anyone in the chat like to guess what a guy opening Keshiks wants to build in Castle Age? And what the counter is. He wants to play Katas, right? So you just go mass crossbows. Even if he wants to go for Varangium, that also gets countered by crossbows. This is why I hate the Keshik contract so much. This is why I have such a beef with it. Because when you think about what that contract does, or doesn't do, it doesn't give you versatility. You're building a heavily armored cavalry unit. Your second tier unlock is going to be a heavily armored unit. At that stage in the game, usually you build heavily armored units, either Varangian or you build Cataphracts. So if your opponent just goes mass crossbows, he's going to counter everything you're doing. And yes, crossbows can counter everything right now anyway, but this is like one of the most polarizing extreme examples where it counters everything. Anything good in the market? Musafari! Okay, yeah. Dude, against French that have Gambesons, this is probably the worst thing to have in your marketplace. Oy, oy, oy. Check my market. It's scary. Monka. Okay, that actually would have been the play. Build a Merc house here. Rush the Knights in when you came out to gather the deer. Dead. GG. Curtains closed. Auf Wiedersehen. So, Keshiks are not going to have a good day here. This is pretty much Scarlet just trying to buy a bit of time to tech up, but he's pretty much forfeited map control. Funnily enough, they've both gone for the full wall-ins. Nature of heavy cav on both sides, but I prefer Sassy's location. With the ship kills and the fact that he builds quicker out of his TC, he already has a lead. Guildhall is now going to set him up to just skirmish for the next 10 minutes and then go in. Scarlet, if he doesn't immediately start queuing up crossbows, I don't know what the plan is here. Even if he does, like, this is the thing. I think a lot of people started to come back to the discussion recently of Arbitrary being a bit too good. Which feels, it's felt bad to say because French just hasn't felt like a great civ for a while. But when you think about how crossbow-oriented things are becoming, having a crossbow that gets 5 melee armor, 5 ranged armor, and an extra range, and then later on also gets better attack speed, kind of just feels like the golden goose, doesn't it? I'm not imagining this, by the way. Gambeson's did used to be 6 melee tech, right? I am recalling that correctly. You can't even see me shaking my head right now. You want a civ tier list today? Oh, God, no. At least wait until the new year. Dude, like, everyone and their mum is doing a tier list, like, literally every other week. Am I the only one feeling the tier lists are a little bit overdone at this stage? Well, Bung through coming in. Sass has arrived at the party. Veterancy on the archers as well. Scarlet needs to boogaloo out of here fast. And wait, whoa, 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 Sass, get out of your own way here. Limits on it are dying really fast at the veterancy. And this is the tricky part. Like, at this stage, yep, there it is. He queues up the cataphracts. Oh, no. This is not going to be fast enough. I mean, he's at least got enough gold to keep the play going, but the food is the real problem because this is his infinite food source. It's not even where he's producing the army from. I think if Sass just sees those cataphracts, he'll immediately start reacting with his own arbitrary. Don't content creators see that after they spend 40 minutes on a tier list, all the views just click to the end to see the final? You'd think, but apparently not. I mean, it must work because people, well, here's the thing. You'd think people would just click to the end to see what the outcome is. But, like, the reality is people will click to the end, see that you've put, like, Order the Dragon S tier, and they're like, wait, what? And then they'll click back through looking for what the hell happened. So, yeah, tier lists, I don't know. I've been thinking about this recently. Like, there's value to following the meta of YouTube, but there's also value into kind of doing different things. I think Queso is a kind of a perfect example of this, right? Dude pretty much is uploading VODs, which is very rare in the gaming YouTube meta. Because, you know, Mr. Beast has taught us that everything should be flashbang text in face, everything changes every 2 seconds, etc. Cataphract going down. Oof. Yeah, cataphracts don't really have that same wallop when you go for the golden tower. And instead, they just end up being a money sink, right? And you can't really afford money sinks that don't pay off quickly here with the Guildhall online. The reason why Sassy is not rushing to end the game is, like, why would he right now? His opponent has camped himself in a corner, and you have Guildhall. If this was Raw Institute, Sass would be looking for a game kill at, like, 20 minutes. Love the Knights crept in the back as well. That's going to come into the picture the moment Scarlet comes out. That's what Sassy's waiting for. Because when his opponent's distracted, when he knows the army is away, he could chip 4, 5, 6 worker kills like that. Alright, ones if you think Scarlet's winning this, twos if you think Sass is taking it. If I see any ones, you may need to borrow my new gunner glasses. This is pretty hard. It's not impossible for Scarlet, right? If he gets enough time, gets enough farms, goes to TC. But here's the problem. Sass is ahead of you on that. He already went to TC. K6. We'll look for a little cheeky raid, but eh. The other problem I'm seeing here is, like, you're just not getting relics right now. Everything is trending towards a late game that looks a lot more comfortable for the French. His Knights waiting. Oh, that's going to be Yunk the relic instead. Wait, arrow slits? This is such a poor Byzantine player. You can't even afford those delicious mangonel towers. I mean, you don't really want them here anyway. You need mangoes more in the center. These knights are still waiting in the corner. I mean, the thing is, like, Sass just wants that easy, cheap raid, but Scarlet refuses to really come out. It's weird, because I feel like I've seen Scarlet play with more urgency in a decent number of his games, but this is... I think he tried something almost... I don't want to say cheesy. Cheeky seems more appropriate. Gimmicky, maybe, even. And because it didn't work, he just immediately defaulted to, I need to wait for you to mess up. And that pretty much solidly explains the Keswick contract. Man, I'm not going to stop hating this contract, am I? I mean, there's a reason why the other two contracts got nerfed and the Keswick one was not touched. Could you guess why? Are French generally better in late game than Biz? It's situational, right? Because, like, for one thing, it depends on your contract. Like, with this contract choice, there is a recovery mechanism for the Byzantines in the hyper late game, and that's Tower Elephants. But you're just so much weaker in the mid game because of this build choice. I'd say French does feel really good in the late game because you have to basically wait for them to run out of gold. And the problem is, like, by the time they run out of gold, they can play quite well into good map control, and that allows trade. So, you know, you have safer infinite resources in a way with olive oil, but you also suffer differently. Oh my god, I almost spilled Red Bull. Okay. I thought I was going to have to update the sign on my wall day since energy drink spill. We're good to go, though. I've drank it so fast, there isn't any left to come out. Arbitrary is now massing up. Sass is ready to go. Look at the food. Soon, it will be Imperial Age. And then we'll be looking at crossbow stirrups. At which stage, it doesn't matter that you've got 25 crossbows, yours are just worse. Limitane could make the difference if Scarlet gets teardrop shields. That could kind of help. But only as a distraction. Like, the moment Sass gets Arbitrary's Gambesons, you'll Limitane tickle. Right? Because you'll end up hitting for a pretty pathetic, what was it, 10 damage? Into a 6 melee armor unit. Can we really discuss why actually Arbitrary start with melee in the first place? Like, why do Arbitrary specifically start with a melee armor? I guess you could argue it makes them more unique, but like at that point, just nerf Gambesons by 1 armor. It does feel like a lot of armor. Because that means he can have a pretty lofty 7 melee armor at this stage. Actually 8, because he hasn't got level 2 melee defense, right? 8 melee defense. Meanwhile, a spearman can max out 11 damage. That's kind of depressing. They don't start with 1? He definitely, like, dude, he has 1 and then +1. He started with 1. They're a gold unit, though? I mean, sure, but, like, units should have necessary counters. Like, let's put that another way. If you're against Vet Horseman, a Vet Horseman does, what, maximum 13 base? And is meant to counter you. But, like, already a third of your damage has gone into melee defense. So, like, a third of your damage has been absorbed. When you're the counter unit. And more Arbitrary on the way. Scarlet Devil, he finally came out of his base to play. Sass has not sent those knights in just yet. He's busy focused on the defense. A lot of headbutting in this engagement, but in fairness, the Limitane count, what, down to 8? I'm a little bit surprised he actually kind of headbutted the fight that hard. Now, though, it's Arbitrary, and if you just drop the Pavis, Scarlet Devil can't push any further. There you go. I mean, funnily enough, he presses the button and then A clicks with the knight, so it kind of defeats the point. Yeah. I still feel like Pavis, it's the same with Payers. Like, there's so many of these type of abilities that they always feel weird to use. Like, Sass would have benefited from, like, Pavising after you moved forward, or just even Pavis at the beginning of the fight so you have the range, right? It's always funny to watch people do it this way. Because remember, you don't just get the 5 ranged armor, you also get an extra tower range. You know, Scarlet Devil did take this opportunity to be out on the map, so he's not dead yet. He has got the keep drop. He might be dead soon, though, because Sass also has the keep drop. Oh, no. Is there a reason to go the other landmark over Guildhall? Yep, if you think you can end the game. Raw Institute is really good for all-in castle timings. It's just Sass didn't really fear Imperial Byzantines with this build. There are matchups where you wouldn't want your opponent to get to Imperial, so you play for that play. Usually you'll justify going Raw Institute when you've been scaling a lot of Knights. Funnily enough, this wouldn't have been the worst game in the world for Raw Institute play, just because he has so many crossbows that would have gotten the attack speed. Yeah, Guildhall also being switched over to gold, so it means Sass has more of that to work with down the line, which is going to be important considering he only has 3,000 gold left in his territory right now. Red Palace, oh my god, dude, come on. Like, how? Why is this a thing? 50 ranged armor is a meme. We're just, there's a dive going on right now. We're just going to watch this. You can tell Sassy's a French main by that statement. Nice landmark. Wow. That's 900 stone well spent. Dive coming in the base, though. Well, Mango's getting some good wallops. We were to reach through. Sass, wait, where the hell are his arbitrary? This isn't all of them, right? It seems like they're still garrisoned. Yeah, he pulled them out. He's sniping villages. Oh my god. No wonder they weren't coming back to defend. He's like, TC will do it. Because this poor guy doesn't have 5 ranged armor when he stands underneath a TC. On top of that, we have got the keep drop here to guarantee it. And this game looks like a guaranteed sealed deal win for Sassy. GG gets called. He will be heading through into the round of 8, where he will face off against either Anatan or M7. What do you think, guys? Do you like arbitrary? Are they reasonable? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Or yeah, maybe I don't know. I'm trying to be targeted. We nerf arbitrary, we nerf Red Palace, but then we have to buy French Knights. I don't know. I don't want to be a designer in this meta. Oh god. Why not both? Someone who hates playing against French, I see. But what we can do is I can update the score quickly. Stop nerfing French. I think there are areas of them that need to be nerfed, but they also deserve buffs. Okay, there we go. So, let me open my Fu'u shop. We're just going to update the scores quickly. It's a good punishment if you're letting French go imp. Yeah, but I mean, like, Sass, that was, can we just agree that was a pussy Red Palace? I mean, if Don Artie still played the game, that Red Palace would have been on Scarlet's Grand Winery. We're gonna up the ante, mate. Next time, I expect that dropped in his base on his farms. I still freaking remember when Don done that against a pro. I can't remember which pro it was. They just walked over and just built a Red Palace right in his base. Killed everything. That's the ultimate flex as French, is a landmark victory because the Red Palace killed all their landmarks. So, we have got the updated scoreboard. Let me just... Oh, I should actually type the players through to the next round so it's easy to track. Give me a sec. So we've got that. We know it's now liquid. Do a move through there. And we know it's a Louis MT through there. So let me go ahead and just export that quickly. So we'll switch over the scene because it should come through in a second. We are making good progress for the round of 16 actually. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 series, right, to do. If it comes through. Pikachu face. There we go. So, we are half down on the round of 16. We've got a few left to do. We might be able to squeeze in another one before our live series. So we're going to be aiming to do Stopper versus Puppy Pool and B versus Starflight today. They are happening live today. So we'll be able to tune into both of those. Might be slightly staggered because they start around a similar timing. But let me have a look and see if we maybe can at least squeeze one game from one of the other sets in before we hop across to that. In fact, let me check if the players responded as well about extra happenings here. Because we might have additional live series. No, nothing yet. Oh yeah, did you guys see that clip of FaZe Lacey and his subathon? Dude, it's so freaking funny. He had an uncapped subathon, whoopsie, that lasted only 15 minutes. There's a clip of him just screaming at his chat, "Why aren't you subbing, you cheapskates? Why?" Yeah, there we go. Matty Tone gets. And thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate it. Welcome to Swarm. Why aren't you guys subscribing? Stop being so cheap. Be like Matty. I mean, his was literally free and he committed it still. I appreciate it, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience. He put the timer to 1 second. Yeah, because he thought he was going to generate a crap ton straight away. Share clip. Hold on a sec. Let me see. We could probably pull it up quickly. So if we switch a route over. Hi, YouTube. See, I told you I've been keeping an eye on you guys. Yeah, here you go.
Fucking everybody give me...
I should just have... I want to take this as a voice line and have it play every time someone subscribes to me.
Everybody give me subs, come on! Why aren't you guys fucking gifting? Why aren't you fucking gifting? My subathon's gonna end! Why aren't you fucking gifting? No! Give me subs, please! Please.
Oh my god. Dude, what game is this? Is it like a just chatting type thing? Holy crap. What sets it to 1 minute, 1 second? It's because he wanted, he thought people were going to come in and drop big. He's trying to be time efficient or some crap. Oh my god. I mean, the dumb part is like, wait, did you guys catch the dumb part of that though? Like, he still had like, what, 8,000 subs that month or whatever? Right? Yeah. He's at 8,704 subs. You're like, why aren't you guys gifting? It's because he wanted to try and beat Kai's record. For those that don't follow those type, Kai smashed the record. I think it's over 400,000 subs in a month, which is freaking insane. Is that real? What, that he gets 8,000 subs? It's real. Or do you mean something else? So hold on a sec. Let me see if we can watch Fox Anatan versus M7. Like I said, we should have enough time for one of the games. See if we can squeeze more. But let me just double check. So we're going to have Atacama and Borderland. So let me get the draft up for you guys as well. Just clear some of the drafts I have open in the background. So Atacama, Archipelago, and Pigeon's View are the maps. Let me just update that quickly. So I said Archipelago, didn't I? And then Pigeon's View. Oh man, I still can't believe that though. That guy. Which civ has the best music? Japan. I feel like Japan just sets a vibe, you know what I mean? It's a good vibe. Wait, did you... Oh. They didn't use the right sayings! Again? They didn't use the right sayings! One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here in the opening game between Anatan and M7, and I am already annoyed. Players were told, set random location. If you do not, it will do this. I see Sassy already molding. It's literally, you have to set random. You used random. There's no way. Are you sure? Are you double sure? I have no way of confirming. Because this is not meant to happen. Okay, M7. I'll believe you. But you never use random, that's the thing. Agreed. It is confusing because you never do, but with this map, unfortunately, you have to use random location. If anyone's going to play Atacama, if you don't use random location, this will happen. Admittedly, this one's kind of more balanced in that, like, Anatan's at least close to his. But this is a little bit rough. You can't get a Sacred Slight victory here. Then again, you're French. You don't really need to, right? This is not bad, actually, for Anno. I quite like French in this matchup because you can just rush 2 TC. Right? And then Malians have to pressure you. So, like, you open School of Cavalry, build 1 Knight, and then he has to build Donzos, build, like, 4 of them, and you build 2 TC. So then, like, his castle timing is inefficient. So it's actually pretty good for the French. The seed and biome, the seed is 026F6CAF. It's European temperate. I have heard a few people mention something about European temperate being a bit weird. So maybe we have to just say don't use European temperate, which sounds really stupid considering European temperate is the default by which every map has been measured so far. But we can't even blame one of my wonderful map creators for this. This map was the sole work of the actual devs. So yeah, Atacama is a little bit of a rough spot. I was very close to, at one stage, switching it for Hallowed Spring as the default map. But because this is the first time since we discovered the random locations issue that we've had a spawn like this, we didn't really feel it a necessity. Anyway, we have Chamber of Commerce. That's something in-game to focus on. This is a bit weird. Why? Wait, why would you go Chamber of Commerce over School of Cavalry here? I mean, I guess you can still add in the stables, but this means like 2TC would be very inefficient on his timing. I mean, trade does blow okay. I think the part that has me saying why is Atacama as a map for Chamber of Commerce is weird. You start central, right? So you don't have maximum distance. You can get decent trade going, especially to your opponents here. But, you know, it's not that crazy. I mean, I really don't like cock here. I've got to stop leaving gaps after I say words. It's going to lead to soundboards and bites. It's usually the way you play this is just 1 Knight allows you to just punish your opponent and force reactions. Like if M7 scouts this and just goes for 2 TC, because you can go 2 TC or you can just go fast castle with Fulani. I think he's in a pretty good spot. I kind of like the idea of 2 TC into aggro. And then you just spam Musafadi and eventually, like, tier up, right? You go for Mansa. That build's kind of low-key underrated. In fact, that was the build, guys, we saw from Anatan against Puppy Paw in the Grand Finals of last week, if you remember. He went 2 TC after building the Saharan Trade Network. Saharan, whatever it's called, because we have 2 that are basically the same, for defense. And then he went into 2 TC, massed a bunch of spears into Musafadi, and then Mansa Musafadi with the Farimba. We do have the rats coming in. I don't think M7 knows. I legit don't think he scouted it. He went in really early on this rotation, right? So I don't think he was there when Chamber of Commerce was being built. Because, like, otherwise, why build Donzos? If you know it's trade, you'd be better off building, like, 2 sofas to raid the traders. And Anno is shuffling out. Is he going to... Oh, that's cheeky. This is kind of sick. So, folks, what he's doing is he's going to build a marketplace out here. So that after he trades to this, he can fix the next trade to there and then trade across to here. It's kind of cool. But it looks like he got scouted, so he has to just settle for the deer instead. Meanwhile, M7... Pro Scouts on this map is a little bit peculiar, no? I think the Pro Scouts play makes sense if you're going to take away deer from your opponent, but like, can you easily do that against French Knights? I guess you do have the healing of the Malians. Because the thing about this map is the deer spawn so close to your TC that you can just shove them in. You don't really need pro scouts. I guess his thought factor here is that like trade will scale quicker than TC, so he needs to do something about it. And by going for pro scouts, your warrior scouts can harass the traders while also taking the deer. So it's kind of a double value play. I think the order is wrong though. Like pro scouts at this stage, and you haven't even really got scouts out yet. You're going to need quite a few to contest knights, of which they are now on the way. Anatan already queuing up an extra 2. It's going to be the double stables drop, so pretty aggressive and competitive on his timing. The traders are doing okay. Considering they are for free, 37 gold each isn't too bad, and he already has 5 of them. Yeah, so he'll have forestry, he'll have the extra eco-techs here. I believe he also got survival techniques, which is why, yep, that's why you're seeing him with the 5 traders. Alright, 1's if you think Anno's going to win this, 2's if you think M7's taking it. That seed biome is combo's cursed. That's unfortunate. Bit of a tricky one then. What's up, Dr. Jarman? Thank you very much for the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. I mean, Anno's looking pretty decent right now, right? Like, he's got 3 knights out already. The Donzo reaction is slow and very arduous because, yep, there's the switch we talked about. He went deeper in the corner, so he still set it up in the end. And this is what I'm worried about, right? Is that M7's reaction play only makes sense if he has a clear block on the trade. But this is a map with 2 trade posts. And he's about to turn what was an okay trade route into a god tier 1. 80 gold at each end. And the dream here, right? Because now you can just scale up a lot of these knights and go for chivalry. Because then your opponent has to guard both sides of the Donzos. Like, diving this deep is pretty difficult on a map this big. M7 also now starting adding his own cattle ranches. I'm still a little bit flummoxed by the pro scouts. I mean, he's trying to be cost efficient, right? With only 2 scouts dragging in. Maybe he thought that he just couldn't walk out here because the French Knights, which makes sense. But, I mean, if you want to be really crazy about this, why not build a Saharan trade network here instead of the Mansa? Because then you guard both deer, and you can just guard in this area. You don't have to go pro scouts. You save a lot of resources by doing that. Save how many res? So pro scouts is 350 resources, right? So Mansa would like eclipse that in terms of value after 5 minutes, but it's the immediacy, right? Is you get a tower, you get garrison spots for 10 villages out on an extension resource, which makes night dives even harder. I think it's not a bad idea, especially considering that French can usually threaten your gold. Like, there's not really too much to stop Anatan from poking at this gold. Sure, it's close to TC, but it's still reachable. You can also steal the enemy deer. Yeah, but like he's not, right? He went for budgeted War Scouts play. He only went 2. And now the night count is like big enough that it's kind of scary. And also the deer are just getting exhausted too fast. Where is the other deer stack? It's over here, right? It's just a baby deer stack. Did he shove in the other deer or was that already snatch time? Am I blind? Where was the other deer for Anatan? He did push in then. Okay, yeah, I thought he must have. Oh, under here, right? Yeah, yeah. It was under the sock. He doesn't have a sock. You drunk? Yeah, yeah, so he did shove it in. Makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, so I think pro scouts in this map is kind of sucky. If your opponent just shoves the deer early on, you lose so much value straight away. And you could do the shove of the deer anyway with just 1 scout. We have seen pro scouts look okay. I think Dimu done it in his game and it looked decent. But that was like an equal exchange type thing in the end, right? They both went for pro scouts. I think you can just ignore it. There are some maps where it just makes a lot of sense, right? When the deer is really out on the neutrals. But this isn't one of them. Sofa's now getting added in by M7. Conceptually a cool idea to try and get some feudal pressure in, but against French Knights? It feels like a recipe for death. Behind this trade account is also really good for Anno. He's up to 10 traders in total now. I think we're at the scary infraction point here, right? Like, you know, you've only got, what, half the cattle filled out so far? You're already falling drastically behind in economy. I thought we were going to get 2 DC, but credit to him, Anno made this build look even scarier. He basically forced the Malian player to have to come out. We talked about how the point in going for 2 TC is that one knight forces your opponent to react, and then you just boom. The difference here by going trade is it put M7 in an untenable position where he had to come out full forced consistently. That's why this looks so ugly now. And no, this is best of 3, which you can see by the little text in the bottom right corner. Anna just has so many knights, man. This is the trade-off between Chamber of Commerce and School of Cavalry. Like, School of Cavalry gives you a much earlier timing for your first knight, but if you think that first knight isn't that valuable, School of Cavalry can feel a little bit underwhelming. Chamber of Commerce gives you a much better pump on your 4th and 5th knight in terms of timings, right? Because of the trade. And then it's also just like, you know, the final detail that matters in that choice with Chamber of Commerce is, do you think you can beat your opponent if he comes out into the map? Do you think that you won't lose trying to defend the trade? And if the answer is, I feel safe, you should always be looking at these type of cock builds. It's now to 14 traders. Bless him. M7's like, my decisions were wrong in every single way. Yeah, I just think Pro Scout, I think you like panicked when you saw the trade and you was like, I need an economy advantage as well. This is just not a good map for Pro Scouts, and like you could have realistically just gone Saharan. And then if you go Saharan, you're not building 8 sofas in age early. You know, you could have been teched up already and already have a flood of castle units coming out. And this is Taste of Sadness. Royal Institute now on the way. I imagine that will trigger curtains closed on M7. The moment I scouted trade in, my racks was finished. Sure, but like sometimes it's not about being perfect in that like you just accept you built 150 wood and it's useless. Does that make sense? Right? Like sometimes that has to be the call. Well, you did mention on the scouting rotation that it was going to get a bit weird, right? Because you came in super late. I think if you want to make this play, like, you know, for a start, don't prior warrior scouts. Just build extra scouts straight away with all that resource. Then try to go off the traders to shut that down. Then you can play pro scouts maybe on a delay. I still don't think it's that worth it. But the order felt like you just didn't have any control over the opening of the game. Tech up at least mirrored by M7, but the difference in military mass is, how to put this? God, please no. 17 knights to 6 sofa. And remember, this was a Royal Institute play. With this many traders, Anno could just rush into his Royal Bloodlines. M7 really should have the food upgrade. I mean, I don't mind not having it before you tech up, but it's kind of an oversight now. He's in panic mode because he doesn't have enough military. And I think he knows it. Trying to go for a raid, discovers the walls a little bit too late there. And Anasan, now seeing this, is going to pull the villagers from the repair and look to dive the base. This is over. 18 knights at this stage, only 10 Donzos. The amount of archers that can just counter it as well. M7 is leaving this map in a body bag. Clean execution by Anatan. Nice build of Lecoq Gaming to get him an opening win in this single elimination series. Remember, M7 still has an opportunity to strike back. There will be a game too, but it needs a drastic change compared to what we just saw. Alrighty. Just remembered actually, I need to check my hardware space because I haven't been deleting some of my older videos. Only 200 gig left. Oh, probably. Wait, is my recycle bin empty? It is not. Oh, there's only 40 gig in there though. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry. Just want to double check this. So, video. I just need to delete some of the old videos that will not get uploaded. So, game number 2, it is going to be Archipelago. And not great. Sup, Faplop? Hell yeah, these glasses. These are the Overwatch line, and this is really cool. They're rubber. I think I can bend that all the way, although it might have, like, not permanence, but you know what I mean? I'd have to bend it all the way back. Yeah. I like them. They're really cool. The Overwatch 2 Ultimates. Alright, guys. I'll switch you into game. We'll get a point up on the board for Anna Chad. Just double check these replays because I need to delete a few. Yeah, so let's just select 20 items to delete. I cast a lot of games that will never make it onto the YouTube side. What's up, real kicks? Have a refund on my changed necktie. Oh, I didn't see your necktie. Remind me after the game. I'm not going to do it when we're in game. I might have a second after this, though. Why didn't you pick Delhi? May it be an oversight? I'm not sure with this map pool, per se. Alright, there we go. Let me delete those. Got space now. So yeah, Anno, Juji, M7 on Japanese. I mean, this is not great. I think Japan, it can work. I think M7 played Japanese on this map before, right? So, like, the whole concept is you're quicker on your initial fishing boat blow, but then you have to win the opening trade. If you fail to win the opening trade on the water, you're kind of already just a mile behind Juji. And Juji are competitive in their own ways, right? Like, they might not have as many fishing boats out as you because they're not cheap, but they do have Meditation Garden, which comes in cheaper. Like, I believe M7 has been prioritizing Japanese for this map, though, which I don't know if that's just because he doesn't play much Juji or Chinese. Because it feels like those should be the highest priority picks, right? And yes, M7 is a capable folk. I know it's not being asked on Twitch and on YouTube now. So M7, at the time of recording, he's ranked... Let's see where he actually is squaring off. Okay, AoE4 World is drunk. He ranks reasonably well, though, I remember. Oh, wait, you're not ranked this season, M7? But, like, this is a... Like, to give it a little bit... you don't play ladder at all? I thought you used to. Interesting. But, like, M7 is capable of taking games off of, for example, Dimu, right? He actually 2-1'd MSN after MSN turned him into a giant trash can and hold all his crap in there. In Game 1, he came back. Game 2, Game 3. Against Dimu, he was able to take games as well. So M7 is definitely a very capable lad. Wasn't prioritizing, but he outdrafted me hard too. Let's double check the draft. So I think, yeah, not having Chinese, Juji. You have English though. That's a little bit curious. What was the thought process M7 on no English here? Because, like, what was your final map? Your final map was Hy-Vee if you go there. And you did draft, what? Ayabid is still in the roster. Japanese can work on Hy-Vee too. I don't know, man. I feel like this would have... An English pick here would have been a lot better. Because then you at least have to play into Admiralty. So, you know, because what you're doing... Like, Japanese is a more bigger extreme of that idea of I'll outplay him and then it'll be okay, right? Because, like, what you're doing here is you're saying, I absolutely am going to dominate him in the first few boats, or it's over. Whereas, like, you know, with English, if you dominate in the first few boats, like, the added benefit of then getting Admiralty is so much bigger than just, oh, I'm ahead by now 2 or 3 boats, right? Against Juji. Well, after the series of live games, we've got Puppy Paw versus Stopper. We've got B versus Starflock. So plenty to sift through. Now the Coca. Okay, I kind of like this idea. I see what M7 is going for now. We had... Actually, M7 built Kerr Storehouse in his last Archipelago game. And he done this kind of thing where he shot the deer around it and then built walls the rest to get wood. But this is a cool play. If you get the ninjas on the island, very strong. My worry is actually Juji's one of the better civs at retracting this play. Repelling it. right? Because if they know it's coming, they just build an archery range, they get 2 or 3 Zhuge out, and they can snipe you. In the meantime, it's also really painful what we're watching here. Like, that fishing advantage that M7 had doesn't exist because Anatan read straight through it and went for a fast feudal build. Eesh. Fishing boats should be able to spy a small amount, same as Vils can. No. Please no. Delhi already do that, and it's horrible. This is a mile behind, man. Anatan actually soul-read him on this play. Rushing feudal was just so smart. He didn't even get into the fishing boat game, right? Because the fishing boat bloat favors Japanese. So M7's barely getting any food. Shoreline fish as well, which is just worse. Now you see Anatan adding in the fishing on a delay, but because it's deep water fish, he's immediately better off. Damn, that's crazy. This is a lesson to scout while with fishing? Yeah. But it's an uncomfortable lesson because if you scout with a fishing boat, you're 1 behind. In fairness, when you're playing Japanese, you can afford to do that because of the cheapness of them again, right? But I guess M7's thought process why he didn't want to do that is like, oh man, if I'm not as many boats ahead as possible, I'm missing my window as the Japanese. Now there isn't really a window to be had, right? Because you can't play with a ninja. You have to build up a fleet to defend yourself first. We do have throne ships coming out. Anatan already has a demo that could be pulled. And he's going to bait him into it. So Archer ship's going to retreat. You need to be careful not to chase this too far. I'm going to poke him. M7 does not know what waits in the depths. Second thrill should be coming out soon. And Anatan, I think that's a bit premature. I guess he wanted to keep the pressure on the fishing. So goes to the dive in. If you just hold it here and do a little bit of damage to the fishing boats first, it's much better. And look at it. He's teasing him for it. Big wallop. Throw ship is going to survive, but fishing boats will not. So heavy eco losses there. M7 now with just 2 fishing boats. Anno now has the fishing lead. Damn. He really played with him on that one. I love the delayed detonation. He was just looking for as much fishing damage as possible. Remember, Anno also, because of the meditation garden, has a lot of extra wood and food coming in per minute. Pretty healthy, in fact. He has, what was that, 64? Glorious 64 extra eco. Coming home from work to watch this aches. M7, come on! You featured in a win. Now you get to feature in what is looking like a loss. You know, it's the balance of things. Zero fishing directly into feudal might be the meta eventually. No. Maybe. Situationally. Okay, so AoE 4 is very rarely that linear. The reason why it worked here, Faplop, is because of Japan. It's because you know your opponent's going to be building a lot of fishing. Because if both players decide to fast feudal, there's nothing to kill. So what's the value prop there? Right? That's why you won't see it every game. And depending on the map as well, like, yeah, if I have fishing but you build a boat first, cool. But I should be able to shoreline fish who don't have fish, right? I think this is also the polar opposites, because you've got Japan that wants to build a lot of fishing boats, and Juji that build their tech up fast and get it cheaper. So, like, Juji is one of the best civs at actually doing what Anatan done here. It's just a complete counter. And, you know, this is the difference between Holy Island and Archipelago. I think Archipelago is very much an outdraft in favor of Juji, whereas Holy Island is a skill-based matchup, and I'd actually say slightly favors Japanese because of how you can use the ninja, especially on delayed play. But this is eradication, man. I think M7 is dead. So that means it'll be a 2-0 for Anatan. He will face off against Sass in a best of 3 in the quarterfinals. I'm trying to think if there is any way back for M7. Like, Anatan doesn't have many archer ships, right? But the docks are dying. If M7 wanted to recover this, he'd need to set up an additional dock, which he's trying to do now. They need to try and pump demos. But, like, you're not going to be able to hide that play, right? So you even need 3 docks. I mean, dude, he's struggling to get that second dock up. Just feels like you're also pumping units out to die. I almost want to say M7 should just kind of chill until the extra docks are up. Because you just can't get boats out fast enough here. Tries to go for the archer ship so you can enable demos. Not going to work, though. And we already have Anatan sending in the goodies. Love that. Doesn't even look. Just dives in. He finds the villager. And that is immediately going to force the GG. So a 2-0 victory for Anatan over M7. Commiserations, M7. A good, valiant effort. Anatan, of course, on top of his game at the moment. Remember, this is the man who made it to the grand finals last week. Only to fall victim to the brute that is Puppy Paw. But also, Anatan took out Beastie and Wham. So, yeah. No shame in losing to Anno for sure. Okay, so. Let's have a look here. I think. Let me just double check. Time on the series. Oh, you want the push-ups? But I'm trying to find you more games. 1, 2, 3. It's bloody hard to do these, actually. Unless your position's right. 4, 5, 6. If you don't know why I'm doing these push-ups, must be new around here. We broke our ankle, so we can't do proper ones. And then, oh, there was the tie, wasn't there? You need to get a tie on. So, let me double check drafting situations. Because we can either do B versus Starflark, or we can do Puppy Paw versus Stopper. I was thinking we were going to start with Puppy Paw versus Stopper, which means we'll have enough time to cast another game first. And then we can wrap back for B Starflark afterwards. We can do it the other way as well, really. Because the Puppy Paw Stopper series starts slightly later than B Starflark. Whereas B Starflark are drafting right now. I'm guessing you guys just want B Starflark right now, don't you? Don't ya? I bloody knew it. So. Some more board land. After that grand finals, he wants some board land. Good lord. 1 second. So, Dry Arabia. Let me get the maps in. So, Atacama's the default. And board land. Blink. Why is the draft not loaded? Oh, wait. That's because we're in the draft. I'm an idiot. Okay. Let me pull the draft up for you guys now. Doink. And then we can... Everything else correct? Yes. Oh my god, how many push-ups? Might be a good idea to increase the costs. Probably. You shouldn't say that out loud though, because then people panic and spend them all. Not gonna lie, I was like, do they call dips push-ups? No, it's because, dude, it's literally because I have a broken ankle, remember? So I can't do push-ups properly. But someone requested a freaking tie. Ugh. The ties are all in the drawers. Bliet. So. There we go. Boink. Gigantifying an emote is 1,000 bits? Is it? I didn't change those values. I think the only one I ever changed was the bits pop up on screen is 50. Yo, sub Voka. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Legend. Appreciate it. Look at that. Busanili is loving life right now. So, oh, I just realized you guys can't see the draft. Sorry, that's because I had the thingy hidden. So let me just import the draft now. And we can switch over to the tournament cam scene. So where was I? Oh yeah. Finish off the tie. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Wait, what's the gigantifying emotes? That's just the ones that go huge in the chat, right? I can't remember if I've got the other thing turned on where you can have like it pop up on the screen or not. Let's see, monetization, bits and cheering. I can't even see gigantifying emotes. Is it other revenue? No. Yeah, I don't even know where that is. I can see minimum bits to pin a cheer, minimum bits emotes, and minimum bits to cheer. That's it. The thing you said is a myth. It doesn't really exist. GG. How many play Factorio 2? I've still never tried Factorio, actually. I never got around to it. So, look at the draft, though. Starflark, man, he got the Rus Byzantines on the opener. English not being picked or banned at all is a little bit surprising. I think Borderland can be decent for them. Atacama, not so much. But, yeah, a little bit perplexing overall. Beat going for the double Asian civs, Chinese and Juji there. Opens for HRU, which feels pretty solid here. I think they both got a slice of it. I think Juji is quite scary for a few of these civs on the other side. So, like, I'd say no one has got an outright outdraft. Atacama opening, we're probably going to be looking at what? French versus... I think French versus Juji there, actually. With all the deer nearby. It's very efficient, easily defendable. But the boys should be getting set up in a second, which waiting for B to hop online. Same with Starflag, actually. You guys want to get online, please? Oh, what I'll do now, actually, I'll run ads so you guys don't have to worry about it in game. So I'll run, we'll do 3 minutes ads now so you guys don't have to worry about it in game. So 3 minutes ads, and then hopefully the boys will be in lobby and we'll be ready to get underway. They better hurry up because Stopper is already waiting online. There we go. B just came online. All right, so 3 minutes ads, and then hopefully that should kind of smoothly move us in game for B versus Starflark in a best of 3. There we go. So reminder, folks, that's the state of the bracket. In fact, we can... Oh, well, because we've got a minute. You know what I'll do, actually? I will update the series we just watched. So we still have got Puppy Paw versus Stopper. We're doing B versus Starflark now. And then Killjadi versus Myriad. And then we're into quarterfinals territory. Imagine getting ads. Yeah, if only there was like a way for you to avoid ads. There must be a way. Is it? Oh, subscribing. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, so there's a difference between tax dodging and tax evasion and tax avoidance, right? So I can't remember which one's illegal. Neri's doing the illegal one. Do the other one, the one that's smart. Subscribe. So sad about missing ads. What a sad life, Ryan. You could have been enjoying a Gillette ad about hacking off your PP. That's always my go-to. I still can't believe that got approved as an ad. Buy us. Otherwise, mutilate your genitalia. Like, well, if yours is really that sharp, couldn't I also technically mutilate my genitalia? Just putting the thought out there. Maybe a similar overlapping problem here. Avoidance is using loophole. That's the one, yeah. Dodging, no, yeah, but like avoidance is using loopholes. Evasion is like, it's not called dodging, it's usually called evasion globally, right? I think tax dodging is more of a UK term. Didn't realize we had some spicy ads. No, you don't get to see the PP for free. I don't know. I feel like I should just basically be clipping myself for voice lines to be used at this stage. I need someone in there just doing it. No problem, Starflark. No problem, mate. Hopefully it sorts itself. So Starflark is just fighting against his internet at the moment. Fingers crossed we're going to get that started in a moment. And then after this, we'll be hopping straight into Puppy Paw versus Stopper. And then we can do Myriad versus Killjadi afterwards. We'll be keeping an eye out just in case some of the quarterfinals happen today. If that's the case, we can push back like Myriad versus Killjadi. But like the way it's probably weighing up is tomorrow we'll probably have 4 or 5 series, I reckon, to cast. I'm going to try and set things up so that maybe we have quarterfinals and a semi-final tomorrow. And then the other semi-finals we'll try and schedule for Thursday. Why are you wearing a tie? Because we're that professional. Like, you know, like this is why you subscribe to the channel, because you get this level of professionalism. KP's OF? I don't know about that, dog. Understandable, have a nice... You too, mate. I assume it was just like trying to be nice, say have a nice... It always sounds like you just left. When people say have a nice day. Is that a British thing, just saying have a nice day is a form of departure? I'm kind of curious, actually. Yeah, a necktie with a t-shirt, man. This is like... I'm not gonna, like, it kind of looks more like a scarf, and also it matches the color of the glasses. Now, I know you didn't mean it like that, OVD. I'm saying as a British person, it's funny because usually we use it to like say good day, as in like good day, and then leave. You get ads in French for some reason. Is it because you're in France? This is like this is where you just put down the bongo. Whoa. Just getting into AoE 4 and I'm totally loving this tournament content. Oh, awesome to hear that, Villain. Welcome to the scene, mate. Hopefully the first of many weeks of AoE 4 playing for you, and also hopefully the first of many streams you'll be hopping into. Wow. Sounds like it's not your first one, which is even better. Need more ties for my biceps? Nah, dude. I can't have my biceps outshining my face. Because then people notice how small my biceps are, and then my face looks more underwhelming, and I just can't, man. The face is literally carried by the hair at this stage, and the hair is getting too long to even stay where it's meant to. Like, look at that, guys. You see that? Woo! There's a lot. I'm gonna be one of those anime heroes where their hair is like actually able to animate and attack people. So we'll give it a few more minutes for B and Starflight to get it sorted. If not, we'll probably circle back, just in case he's having internet issues still, and then we can get into Stopper and Puppy Paw. I know, not ideal, like just hopping draft to draft, but I'm just being conscious of time. I am still bummed out we're not going to get Louis MT versus Giving Zaid, by the way. That would have been freaking hilarious. So for those that don't know, Giving Zaid was not able to play a series this week, so he had to forfeit, which means that Louis got the default win. And he'll be going up against either Killjadi or Myriad in those quarters. I have not seen any comms from Louis, so I'm assuming he's going to play his QFs tomorrow. Probably around midday. We'll figure that out and get live for it. L'Oreal, I mean, dude, if they want to sponsor me, we can figure it out. I think I got the right hair for it. I don't think I can nail the Gillette advert, because they always want that person with like the perfect, like, what's it called, 12 o'clock shade or whatever. I can't do that. My hair doesn't work that way. What's the criteria to be able to participate? You sign up for the Midweek Musters. So the criteria is we invite people based on the highest ranked people that signed up on the tournament ELO system, and also the seasonal rankings. So we combine the two to decide who gets in. And that's 16 roles per week are open like that, sometimes more, because 16 will be offered up by default to the top 16 players from the previous edition. So, you know, always worth signing up. You never know, you might end up being a high enough rank to get in. And I like that we do it off of the ladder as well, because it's less gatekeepy than just like saying, let's invite the people that were best 6 months ago based on their ELO from a tournament X months ago, right? I've always found that a little bit weird. I kind of want to talk to the other TOs about leveraging midweek muster to some degree, not fully, but like actually having it somewhat as a qualification element where you could invite 2 to 4 players based on the midweek muster performances, right? The top performers. Because like the thing is, some players will not feel up to scratch and want to dodge because they're not warmed up, which I get. And I don't want to punish that to extreme. Like I think I said on another stream, my ideal situation is like I think an ideal situation is where like midweek muster gets used as a baseline, where let's say you dodged 4+ in a row, there might be like some ATR deflation, but not like every week. I wouldn't want to do that to players because I don't want players to feel pressure to do it every week. I think it's healthy that Puppy Paw took a break. I think it's healthy that Wham took a break this week. I want players to not feel pressure to play every one. But if a player is like, I lose more than I gain by playing this, I'm like, well, then the system needs to be altered. Not to be like, don't lose anything, but also more that you shouldn't just be able to hide based on a legacy resulting. And I think that makes sense for this because this is a official Microsoft sponsored event, so it fits the circuit idea of like connecting the official Microsoft events. If that makes sense. Based on those, we have the most midweek muster wins. I mean, you qualify based on ATR, ELO, whatever for tournament though, right? But like, I mean, it sounds nice because I think some people asked about a leaderboard for these, so it'd also feed into that. If I did implement that, it'd be a moving forward thing, so Puppy Paw's existing wins wouldn't help him just qualify from this by default. Sorry, Puppy Paw. But, you know, moving forward, if we implement that, it'd be past that point, so that people wouldn't be punished from not being there previously. Madge? What do you mean, Madge? You just got to win more. Just win more. What's the problem? Alright, I'm starting to think we might be watching your series though, Puppy Paw, because I think Starfluck is still having internet issues. I don't know if you and Stopper were getting ready to draft in a second. Yeah, just win, lol. I always love that as a response to people's complaints. Just be better. Just win. Just win. It's easy. Puppy coaching core. Oh god, classic. You haven't played this new map? What civ is? Oh, so I think Roos is okay on it. Yeah. Too said Roos. Roos is pretty decent. I think French works quite well. Zhuji I think could be okay, but not Chinese. I just think like French, Roos are probably going to be the top picks. Make sure you use random locations on spawns, not the team together. Otherwise, you'll get really bug spawns on Atacama. By the way, in my defense for selecting this as a home map, this is a Microsoft-made map. That is my defense. Thank you. You'll play Delhi? Yep. Definitely make sure that you do not... Definitely make sure that you select random locations and not team together then. Otherwise, your opponent might spawn with a sacred site literally in their base. And then you will not like playing Delhi. Okay, we might be in luck with the B Starflat series. I was worried about Atacama, but I was to find out that it was to do with the teams together. And then it was a bit better. It's not perfect, but it improved it to a point that I didn't have to go through my move of changing the default map after the start, which would have been catastrophic. Yeah, looks like at this rate then we're going to have both series start almost the same time. B versus Starflock has just initiated. It's going to be Roos H'Uri opener, and it kicks off in 3.5 minutes. So we can either begin with that or begin with the Puppy Paw versus Stopper series. I think we just stick to B Starflock. We'll do both of them anyway, right? And Puppy Paw and Stopper still aren't going to draft for about another 5 to 8 minutes. So we'll start off with B Starflock. H'Uri Roos though. Curious what B's thought process is here on this map, because I feel like this is a really good map for Roos. And indeed it is Jack Leo. Now, I'm not saying they copied someone that set up a circuit first, but just gonna say everyone's waking up to how good it is to do this. I have been begging for tournaments known in advance for a long time. I'm so glad we got there. It's so important for the scene, like the healthiness, because otherwise people just have nothing to look forward to. They just become defeated. Oh, Tempe? Yeah, the one with 4 boars. I think it's just too Delhi dominant is the problem. I think it's too Delhi dominant. That's why we didn't use it. I think we've already had enough maps in the last few weeks that have felt too good for Delhi, and we're in a meta where Delhi is too good anyway. So what I didn't really want to do is make that issue even more compounded. Excuse me, because Delhi are already way, way too good. So, actually, you know what I can do while we wait? Yeah! Actually, wait, no. Let's mix it up. Because I got more of these. I need to eat through these. Because he's going out of date soon. It's our ridiculous triple chocolate brownie. These are the vegan protein bars, actually, from Protein Works. Fablop can talk about how good these are, because he's got them. Isn't you, Fablop? I almost like the way they break as well. It's kind of like, it reminds me of like a Cadbury's Flake. Very good. What start time for this match? Now. I'm going to run a minute VADs now, so you guys don't have to worry. Oh, no. Dude, I screwed up. I should have, like, unscrewed this and dipped it in the salted caramel. But I don't want to do that out here because apparently you're meant to refrigerate these after you open them. I will try that, though. I've been meaning to. I only just started getting my taste buds back because I had a really bad cold. But I've got toffee biscuit and I've got salted caramel, which both sound incredible. They're peanut butters. I'll get predictions set up as well. Just taking one more bite and then we'll get into cast. Okay, I actually love this spawn of Atacama. The trade post starts right behind you. So no opening cheesy trade players. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are in to another one of our round of 16 here in week number 7. B versus Starflock to see who is going to go for a clash with Team Liquid's Dimmy. Starflock kicks us off with absurdly good hunting cabins. Oh my god. 26 and 20. That is a jackpot right there. Meanwhile, on the other side, not on the Roost, but on the HRE, it's going to be B. Man, this matchup is kind of wild. I don't want to say it completely 180, but the roles did drastically reverse. So, folks, like historically, the way this matchup would go is that HRE would fast castle, Roost would 2TC, and they'd wall relics. They play H2 for a bit. Now, HRE feel more inclined to play Feudal Age, and Roost in the current meta are just fast castling all the time. So, curious to see if B is going to try to just FC as well. I don't think it's that worth when there's Horse Archers coming. Your products will get blocked. Whereas if you go for Marching Drills Archers, you blob into Archers, you're already countering the upcoming play from Roost, which is going to be the Pew Pew Ponies. And look at these hunting cabins. So it's going to be, what, 18 gold and 20 gold. 18 gold and 20 gold already this early in the game. That's before we even start unlocking those bounties. And yes, folks, we have indeed already cast the Dumu series. You can find that in the VOD, so definitely have a look for it if you haven't. Love the stuff from B. This is so underrated. The Deer and Atacama start really close, so you can just move out and start gathering. This is really cool the way he done it, though. That's just, what, one deer and a sheep, I think? Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, that's a boar. Whoa, okay. Yeah, he dragged it in. I thought he just killed a deer, and he was going to optimize to shove the deer in. So he's on the board already. And it's a Minework Palace game. Yes! All right, this is sick. I actually really rate this build highly from B. This is smart. So you go into Minework, and you can just play into Horsemen. I talked about the idea of you going Archers to block Horse Archers, but Horsemen are even better with all Pikes to counter your opponent's upcoming play. Meanwhile, Starflock, he hasn't shoved the deer into himself. He has got 15 sheep. Somehow B only scouted this corner, and he's still got 13, but that's because he immediately went onto that boar. The funny thing, by the way, is like he legitimately with this spawn didn't need to go mine work. He could have built an Archon like right here, got all the deer, he would have buffed the boar gathering, and he would have like what, clipped the trees here, here, here. He wouldn't have had good wood buff long term, but he could have been very efficient. So this tells you that B is targeting a very aggressive line here. Cool to see, actually. We talked about the idea of like all-inning the Roost earlier, and how that's one of the situations where mine work makes sense, because it gives you a very aggressive timing into ram play. So likely what we'll see from B, we could eventually see Horseman. The opening should be double archery range, and then you play into a few archers, run them across the field, and then you're already prepping siege engineering. This is so much more efficient because you save 150 wood on a blacksmiths, and then you save half the price of the tech. So at that point, your first ram is essentially free compared to a normal blacksmith's ram build. How you guys voting, by the way? Let's have a look. Okay, so Starflock got a respectable amount of the votes. I'm not surprised by that. I think Roos is pretty damn good on this map. I don't like Pro Scouts here, though. I think Pro Scouts is overrated on Atacama, and I'll die on this hill. The deer is so close, just shove them in, right? Like, unless you get lamed, why do you need Pro Scouts? Like, where's the immense value on the map? Your opponent's already shoved in one deer stack, but you could actually realistically be shoving in the second if you want to. And the fact that you're shoving in a deer stack as well, it just feels odd. Get like, what, 6 deer? I think people overrate the small deer stack, and that's the problem. They see the extra 3 deer, and they're like, whoa. They're doing the maths in their brain. They're like, whoa, that's 30 deer on the map. Got to do it. But I think it's much more valuable to just go for the faster caster timing here. Like, think about the cost of this. It's 350 resources. You know what is better for cost? You know where I'm going with this. That thing on the screen. Click through that link. Before we go into this one, I was literally eating one of my vegan protein work bars. They're pretty damn impressive. Maybe not as impressive as B, because this is not going to be pressure at all. Wait, is this a... Oh, he's doing the night build. I was about to say, there's no way this is Burgrave. Burgrave would be kind of sucky here, but... Dude, he's doing the night build. They're still barding. That's kind of crazy, though. Like, into Horse Archers, I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be. 2 armor does sound like a lot until you remember that the base damage of the Roost Archers is 12, right? So you're not actually mitigating a grand, ginormous percentage. It will, however, be insane for diving the TC. The TC does 8 damage. The extra garrison slot's not adding any more past that, right? I believe it's 6. So once you have that, plus Undermesh on your Knights, the TC does 1 damage per shot to you. That's kind of crazy. Now, I'm not getting too overexcited, because I remember we had previous series where we talked about this tech. We hyped it up big time. We even had, I believe Crackety and me were casting some of the 2v2s where we had it. And it didn't get used. Literally, like, they built 20 Knights. They went for the Undermesh. They went for their melee armor. And they never went for the Steel Barding. And apparently, neither are we in this game. B is going Archers. Well, that was kind of underwhelming, wasn't it? So Regnar's going to be coming out. I mean, he wants Archers to begin with at least, so he has units in place. He could have actually just opened Horsemen to protect the relics. But you see the difference it's making, guys. Look at Starflux's timing. He's losing the race to Castle Age because of Pro Scouts. I just think Pro Scouts wasn't needed at all in this game by Starfluck. He just had such good food haulage, right? He could have even went for the boar pull himself. He could have pulled the boar back to this tree line, wrapped it around here, and built a hunting cabin, which would have also generated some gold. The high trade house now in the way. Get your numbers in, folks, for this one. Other side of it, it's already 3 prelates in the field. B, he sacrificed villager production to get a very aggressive timing on these relics. Quick, Starflock. Drop the deer and hit him. Hit him 90 times. Archer's even able to deny some of these scouts gathering, so this is gonna kind of make Starflock feel pretty uncomfortable here. He's probably still gonna try for horse archers, but I almost want to say you should be thinking about knights, because from your perspective, your opponent is flooding archers. Archers with marching drills that will easily beat horse archers. So it looks like he is prepping the stables. I like this. I don't think you could go horsemen with pro scouts theoretically, but I think you just go knights. The first few are worth more than the first few horsemen. Archer's already arriving. So villagers are going to get shoved away. I wonder how big that number is going to be on the HDH. It's got 38 trees in range. So we're probably looking at like, what? 96? Might actually be more. My brain is going 111, but that sounds too high. And there's the knights. Okay, here we go. So Relic's coming home. Knight production begins. He's baited his opponent to weaken his hand. So now in the knight exchange, you're just favored. And this is indeed live. Series is happening right now. Yeah, that is just the first tick, right? 67 gold. My instincts were right. This is ridiculous, man. This luck every time. 134 gold a minute for 38 trees. What a time to be Roos. And remember, because of the new bounty system, you'll always get to the final tier, and you'll get there much quicker than you would in the older meta before they changed the bounty. Veterancy coming in for B, so he's just going to mass archers plus knights. I mean, I like this, right? They're both turning it into having a front line. 134, there you go. But the front line is going to be much better for B. And the other thing is the tech timings. Getting Steeled Arrow, getting the Undermesh level 2, it's going to be much faster than the Roos because of the Mindwork discounts. Look at this. Tier 1's coming in. It costs us 100 resources. No Sievers is great on paper and less effective in practice than Roos. That's a lie. What? Japanese? Order of the Drac. No, I'm not going to try and defend that one. Roos do absolutely fine in competitive. What are you smoking, dog? This Civ donks. I think Japan is a Civ that is great on paper and terrible in practice. Lol. Now, it's like it's 3 relics home, but the final 2 are going to be blocked by Starflop. It's going to come at a price the other way. The army's starting to march in. Archers are wrapping around the back, but the Wooden Fortresses are up, so Starflop not going to be so easily penetrated here. Roos sucks? I mean, they suck for this Pro Scout play. I'm pretty sure if I check the statistics, Roos do not suck in these midweek musters. I want to say they're around 50%, maybe slightly higher win rate. Archer's going for the trade. I mean, this is the sucky part. Getting stuck static. It's actually ironic because this particular matchup used to be so Roos dominant, it wasn't even like fair. You actually felt really bad for the Roos. And that was back when they were like OP. Sorry, this matchup used to be so Roos dominant you felt bad for HRE. And that was still when they were OP, right? That was with the old TC meta because you 2 TC, you'd build walls around the sacred, around the relics, and then HRE just cried. But this is a different breed, man. Archers continue to trade out against the horse archers. The first knight is just taking on an entire army. I think B does need to slow down a little bit here. He's jumping the gun. He needs to get those troops together. They're rallying all over the place. So what's the... I'm trying to figure out the exact maths is on this, because I haven't done it for Knight Sparding, but with +2 extra armor, that puts you up to 6. So you can go up to maximum of like 8. That reduces damage down to 18, right? So the reason I'm doing that check is like 18, that means it's going to take... What's the extra hit calculation in my brain right now? It's like, let's say 10 to 12 extra hits. Not 10, 12 extra hits, but like 10 to 12 hits in total. I think it takes like 2 extra hits this way with Knight Barding for a Knight to kill a Knight, which makes it on par with Boy's Fortitude, right? Someone else can do the straight maths. It's 25 raw health versus 2 extra armor, but remember that armor is stretching out across your life. This clash is sick, though. This is before Knight's barding even. Starflock, I think he got a false sense of security there, a false sense of confidence. And all of a sudden, he's going to be boxed in his base. He did at least get one of the relics, but this is going to be 4 Regnitz relics versus 1 Normie. Starflock also stockpiling a lot of food and gold. I hope he's not thinking about Imperial here. It doesn't really do anything. And what's B doing for food? He's got berries. He had the deer that he shoved in and the sheep, right? He's had plenty to work with. He hasn't been rushed. That's the benefit, by the way, of going Knights and Archers. Remember, Archers is primarily wood anyway. And we still don't even have, like, we still don't even have Undermesh. It's finally on the way. Oh my god. The double ranged upgrade was just a smart read. B basically went all in on attack. He's like, oh, who needs defenses, right? He prioritized every blacksmith upgrade that would give him an edge in doing damage first. Minus the blacksmith melee techs, because who cares about those, right? Ranged upgrades always feel a lot better for that reason. Isn't going to be trying to dive, which is a little bit surprising. I think he could actually do some additional damage, but for B, when you've got 4 relics like this, what's the rush? Okay, so Neri confirming boys in the +2 armor make them equivalent. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, it's very intriguing. So like the Roost don't even have their slight edge with their knights that they could usually have in a lot of castle matchups. Also, keep in mind, like I'm pretty sure once you tech into age 4, the extra armor is more value than the boys' fortitude, even with the percentile increase. Swim placement's going to be there. A little bit spooky for stuff like to dive. I mean, B could just hunker down and try for Imperial here. I think that's overly greedy. It's not a necessity. He just needs to try and choose his timing here, right? Because the issue he has right now is that he doesn't have the mobility that the Roost do. If you keep lobbing, I mean, the Ver Archers really are the golden key at this rate. Knights are just playing the Reinhardt role. Look at the micro focus. B just going after every single horse archer he can find. Remember also, because he went mass prelates, he can heal these guys. He could also even make this more brutal. Because remember, there is a particular tech over here that gives you extra armor. So if you thought that 8 ranged armor was ridiculous, why not Inspired Warriors for 9? Then you taste true sadness as a horse archer spammer. I'm just not really seeing the way in this picture for Starflock. If he hard out micros, it could still be a turnaround, but even then, like the degree to which you have to dominate B is difficult to achieve. Nice. Just the meat shield, the perfect meat shield here. It takes so long to actually dent through them. Looks like he's going to get a temporary reset here. So it looks like the archers may have overextended. And wait a second, B. Where the hell are the rest of the knights? He's got quite a few in the field. They're just not here. Starflock. Now able to get some momentum going, but B has queued up another 5 knights. We have got Military Academy also on the way. Devoutness to also buff his villages further. I think B needs to rebalance his military here. This was a few too many archers, too few knights. Now you end up in a situation where you need a lot more of both. This game feels like it actually should have been over already. But this just got weird. Was B not expecting that many knights? I'm going to have to shuffle away. He finally realized he didn't get it. Inspired War is now on the way. That's 50 seconds out. No way. The Spoon placement should give a bit of stabilization here to B. But his military numbers are a lie right now. Remember, the Prelates are counting amongst it. Starflock with this dive should be able to mop up the army. The question is whether he's going to be able to get eco kills as well. Starts to shuffle to the back. Knights are trying to snipe out here, but the textiles make it a bit harder. I think they're both getting reduced down to 0. If Starflock can't get over a 10 villager lead, though, remember it's still going to be 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. Man, that was crazy. I actually was surprised that B overextended originally, but Starflock returned the favor, man. People sleep on this detail. A Spirit Emplacement is one thing. A Relic Spirit Emplacement is a whole other ballgame. 52 damage per strike. Boy's fortitude at least offsets some of the pain. But even then, it was still a lot of loss for that dive. Now, all of a sudden, military is neck and neck. Once again, deceptive due to the prelate count. We do even have the melee text now coming through. I mean, you think that at this stage B would maybe have considered adding in some spears, but I guess he sees that as a losing play, right? Right now, this is a game that's being dictated by the activity of both players. Movement speed. Crossbow switch from B. Okay, so he's going to now just pivot away from archers entirely. I don't mind this idea. So now he's leaning on the idea that the knights will carry the fight, really. They'll be good enough to stay alive. The crossbows will clear the knights, but then the horse archers are screwed because of it. Other cool thing about doing this is actually this is more buff efficient. Inspired Warriors tech works better on crossbows than archers, right? Because it's based on your base damage. It's interesting as well because in this matchup, Roos can mirror your play there. If they bring a Warrior Monk to the fight and they just stab once, they're going to get the +1 armor and the +2 damage. Which in most situations is kind of comparative or the same. I think B needs to go horse / knight. I don't think so with 4 relics. I think with 4 relics, you can actually justify crossbow knights. It's all about what your economy has a lot of, and food, while it's growing, is not there yet, right? Horseman is just so hard to do in Castle until you have all the farms set up. Which B right now, I think is seeing about, what, 25 farms? Yeah, 25. So decent, sure, but, like, you know, to discount your hand by going Horseman instead, it would give him the mobility. I think actually what B just needs to do is wall. If he walls one of the sides of the map, he can just attack on the other. That's his issue right now. Is like it's kind of a sticky thing with Atacama. It's a very big map. Makes it difficult to actually get those walls up in the first place. That's coming in, and not much of a front line here for Starflark, so we'll have to retreat away. Knights on the other flank are finding more success, though. Be a little bit outnumbered over here, but he's already pulled back from the ball location. And we do have additional fortifications coming through. Spirals in these towers should be able to keep a few Knight Raiders away. B also gathering up a lot of stone, actually. Looks like we are heading towards a keep drop. Also, he looks like he's heading towards the roost base again after a while, not being able to do so. The Knights should be able to mincemeat this, but a little bit of hesitation. The Horse Archer count too high for him to feel confident. He's going to wait for reinforcements. The crossbows are now on the way. And this is the type of fight that Starflark can't afford to take. Unless B... What? Bit of a misclick there. The Knights weren't meant to go that far back. Could argue it was a little bit of a bait, though, because Starflark overextended in kind. And now, when you look at the state of things, I mean, Starflark, he went for the 2 TC play, right? It's being built right now. Before that, he's even built up an eco lead of 10. But it's come at a cost. The military looks incredibly underwhelming. Crossbow meta, right? And we're talking about 21 crossbows versus, what, 13 of these horse archers? And everything else is just going to die. B still now just playing pocket resources until it runs out. Remember, even when it does, he's got plenty of farms at this stage. And I imagine we're just getting some fortifications to protect the wood. I love that as well. He embeds himself. So he can actually just wall this with palisades. And then you just eat into the center of the tree line. It's a very efficient way of defending yourself. Anyone just playing Archer at all cost as HRE? They're literally the most generic archers ever. Archers are very good in playing feudal, and HRE have the economy to blob them faster and the movement speed on their archers. HRE archers are really dominant. Like, even before the buffs, right? The English HRE, I remember a lot of people, like, you know, coming to chat, they're like, oh, this is good for English, right? No. HRE would just blob archers. I think, shout out to Don, he was kind of ahead of the time with that. This was back before March drills even got implemented by default. So no, archer massing makes a lot of sense for HRE. You don't know how to use move speed to your advantage? Right, well, that's an entirely other issue. If you'd like to pull up the psychiatrist couch, we can dive in. I mean, you just need to have the micro, really. Using move speed efficiently involves a lot of A-click start stepping, right? Past the Swabi now coming. We've got walls on walls. How is this game still going? I think B just took the safer option, like he's ahead, right? And now with Past the Swab, he guarantees that 2TC doesn't pay off for Starflark. Alright, ones if you think B's going to win this, twos if you think Starflark's going to win it. Late game comps are a bit intriguing here. If this was a standard Arkan build, I think you could argue for Roos's late game being a bit better. But this is where Minework's going to be really cool. The all pikes. Down the line, all pikes can be pretty potent. The extra damage on Horseman, for the raiding, the Spearman. The Horseman in particular is very important because by having that extra 2 damage, you're hitting that much harder than Roos Horseman that all of a sudden Boy's Fortitude once again doesn't feel that great. Like, Minework kind of feels like the perfect equalizer to Boy Fortitude. Vicious attempt there by Starflark to dive in. I mean, he wanted to do damage, right? He saw his opponent teched, he wanted to punish, but the army is just not really there for him. Now, if you minus the Prelate, sure, you can say they're equal in size. But the quality really is the difference maker here. Half of the army for Starflark now just spears. Are H3 archers any good? Yeah, they're good. Of course they're good. If you're playing a long feudal, archers are like one of the best units to be getting into. They start to fall off, obviously, if people reach castle and get heavily armored units, but that can be a big if, especially with H3 having the good economy to push very early on. Nice blocker on the walls. That would have bought some vital time. Starflight needs that time as well. Kind of felt like he was maybe going to try to edge towards Imperial. Now, with the break on the wall, doesn't feel as safe. And weirdly enough, a slowdown from B. Yeah, I don't think B has to be playing with this slow pacing. I think those knights actually could have easily dove in and found eco kills. By the time they would have been arriving in Starflark's base, they would have been elite, right? And hit like trucks. I mean, just look at these stats right now. 9 ranged armor on this bad boy. And remember, he still has another level. He can get these guys up to 10 armor of both types. Keep drop did actually come in from B in the end, so he done it on the north side. Kind of just feels like he's splitting his economy a bit. I guess the thought process in this area is the gold, but also the stones. So, like, this keep does actually protect quite a lot of extra resources. We also do see the reinforced defenses coming in, so sieging down anything in the neighborhood of B is going to be even harder. And yes, just because of speed. Like, legitimately, the moment they gave H3 marching drills by default, everything about that civ drastically changed, because before you had to buy the tech, which I think was 250 resources or 175, but also to even buy it, you had to spend 150 resources on a blacksmith's, and then you had to wait for the tech. Now, like, you have marching drills on units coming out. It's a dramatic difference in timing, and those opening archers are critical. It wasn't too expensive. It's either 125 or 175, I think. But even that aside, like, even if you go it wasn't too expensive, you still had to buy a blacksmith for 150. You then still had to build a blacksmith for 30 seconds. And I think the tech speed was 30 seconds maybe. So you had to build it. Like, it took an extra minute compared to, and resources plus, compared to where you'd be now. It's actually absurd, the difference that marching drills is default made. We now have free TC, Starflark trying to get absurd, trying to play catch up here. This does look pretty grim. I mean, B, he's got so much resource to bank with. Farm count is looking really good. Starflark is almost at the catch-up point, right? Imperial will be coming in the next 40 seconds, probably. And he is building the walls to try and buy him a little bit of time here. It should be quick enough as well. Like, I think B, the one issue with going knights like this is it's just slow to scale. So you don't really have as much torch damage as you otherwise should. What Starflark probably wants to do is try to bridge here. My worry right now is, even if he gets this wall up, it might be close enough to just burn down the secondary. And on top of that, the crossbows deny him. He needs a second wall now. Starflark is about ready to tech. It's going to have to be a Spaskaya here. If you don't go Spaskaya, you die. And he pulled the prelates. We have 9 prelates, and look at the buff coming in. Look at those stats. 36 damage on a normal sword, 52 on a lance. Reminder, folks, we are looking at not the Order of the Dragon. This is the HRE. Crossbows as well, 17 base damage. It's a powerful arsenal of tools here. They have the final ranged armor coming in. That's going to be 11 ranged armor on these knights. Spasskaya, an ambitious one, and it's going to be a costly one. Dive comes in. Starflock has to defend here. Looks like the landmark should be going up, but it's going to come at a cost. That cost might be too fast. Look at it. B is actually microing, targeting down these villages. Only 12 left alive. Starflock has to send everything in. Tech looks like it should be able to complete. But what's the cost? A pretty penny. Sounds like an understatement here. The entire army looking like it's going to get wiped. It's enough to reset him, right? This Spasskaya will at least scare B away for the time being. But damage most definitely done there. Plenty of villagers going down. It's a stay of execution as his opponent is going to walk away, but it's just to allow more knights to arrive. And this time when they come in, biology is going to be backing the play. Love this as well. Piety tech, just worth it for these prelates on the front line. And remember, you know, Starflock, it's not enough to go Imperial. One does not simply go Imperial and win the game. No, one must go Imperial and then Age 5. Age 5 being the University techs. That's the big edge. B only really just got that full power. He had Incendiary, but he didn't have Biology. Now his entire army has reached that Age 5 potency. When I say that, he actually forgot to upgrade Elite Cross. Okay, he didn't even have Age 4 there. The Golden Glow baited me. I mean, this is kind of the funny thing. By actually prelate buffing, you kind of get a pseudo-Imperial crossbowman. So we just talked about how, like, getting University Tech is, like, Age 5. Does that mean using prelates on top is, like, Age 5.5? Looks like he's going to try to mass for one final defense here. Streltsy are starting to build, but I'm not convinced. If Starflock can pull this one off, he's the master defender. I think B has slow-rolled this a bit much. I don't think he needed to. Could have actually looked to end the game a little earlier, before we even saw that landmark going up. But now I think we're at a definitive point. As long as he doesn't headbutt the Spasskaya, it should be a win. He's kind of headbutting the Spasskaya. Just go around. Hankan nears, and there's the Coverins. So he's just going to fold the siege. Starflock has got a decent number of Streltsy coming through, right? But gold is not a long-term solution that exists for him here. Also, the trade post location means you have to go quite deep to get a good trade. And this is the only other gold he has. So, passive regen, passive gold gen rather of Roos aside, which is okay. I don't like the look of Starflock. In fact, I hate the fact that he didn't actually set up hunting cabins on the tree lines to get more gold gen. He's going to need it, because if he somehow survives, that's going to be the thing that kills him. A lack of gold. Meanwhile, the Golden Glow is looking glorious here. B, brute forcing his way through. Everything being thrown at this, but the backline of crossbows too strong. Even the knights too dominant. They just refuse to be slain. And that really does look like game, especially with this now coming in. We have silk bowstrings now on the way, just in case he needs to go back to archers to counter the Streltsy. Just feels like B is 2 steps ahead, almost 3. And you can make it even worse now. Just buff the Coverins. I'm trying to remember if this affects the bonus damage. I think it doesn't. Yeah, that's actually an interesting one to think about, is because they lowered the base damage of bombards, technically that means that prelate buff is worse on siege than it was before. Chemistry is at least going to give extra damage here. Yeah, you can see it only added 5 damage in. Why B18 prelates? Because it is the year of the minework, baby. We are 32 minutes into a minework build. And he doesn't have all pikes. Everything else, sure. Minus, like, the final melee tech, but that's now coming through. And what? Siege Engineering, which, I mean, he didn't go for an early play, so who cares? The landmark is about to go down. Starflock, after that happens, the floodgates open. Now, he has somehow remustered up to 54 military. But really, we're looking at the quality of this military. The Streltsy is definitely something, but B has full quality. Even when you minus the prelates, there's still just so much power here. Now, he's looking to wield that power. Knights marching in. Starflock gets baited into the engagement. Good drawback there to reveal the spears. Goes in for the charge now. Knights are going to front lines. The Streltsy just not able to disintegrate that back fast enough here. And the Knights will be able to break in. Once the Streltsy are dead, this is over. Game number 1 will be going to be. What do you think about this, guys? Are you sold on the ways of the mine work? Is it time for the year of the ponies again? HRE returned to their roots of just fast castling into mass Knights, but these days, it comes with a bigger punch. Let me know what you think, guys. Is Arkan overrated? Have you started believing the mine work? Drop a comment down below, and I'll catch you in the next one. Oi, oi, oi. Oof. What was I going to call that one? There we go. Sorry, just had to type that out. Nice glasses. Thank you, to forget. They actually arrived today. So these are the new gunner ones. They're the Overwatch line. So they're actually really cheap. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Minor prescription. These are a special edition. Because right now, I don't think you can get prescription on the website. I double-checked. But they even send them in nice... I love this about gunner. They have these cool little bags they send them with. And they even give you... Look at this. To clean your glasses with. Nice themed one. But yeah, these are really nice. I like this. I asked for them in the orange tint as well. They do have them in clear. But I was like, orange because it's Overwatch, right? I think it looks really banger. And by the way, here's the other cool thing. They're rubber. You see that? They're actually... Yeah, they're made from like a hardened rubber. I love these though. These are really cool. I was like, I thought they looked cool. And then I received them today. I was like, okay, these are absolutely kick-ass. So thank you for that, Gunner. But you can get them the non-prescription ones on the website right now. I'll have to double check when they're going to have the prescription ones coming. But man, let's get ready for the next game. So let me just mark that one up. That is going to be a win for B. A little bit of a long one in the end, but he does secure it anyway. And let's see where they're taking us for game number 2. We'll also look to pay out. So B with the win. Okay, so we're going Juji versus French into Boardland. You blame the KPMMs for taking the players away from the ladder? I mean, they just got good taste. What can I say? Where's Crackety this week, huh? What's that guy doing? It's like Crackety looked, saw that Beastie didn't sign up and went, what's the point? So I just got confirmation in. Anatan versus SAS will be tomorrow at 16 GMT. We'll definitely be casting that live. We should hopefully have all the quarterfinals done by tomorrow. Well, they better be done tomorrow. By tomorrow, I'm not accepting excuses on that one. So the players should be set up for it. We're 2 minutes out from live with Starflock versus B. Let me quickly set up prediction for y'all. Yeah, Jushi versus French though. I think you just... Can you fast castle Lancer this as B? I'm trying to think if this is like a good matchup for French. I think the French-Chinese one usually is, but this one can be a bit different. Where can you see the brackets? Exclamation mark bracket should get you there. Careful of the spoilers. By the way, guys, while I got you all here, can you quickly do me a favor? I really want to make sure we're making a good impression. We're going to be doing a PC build in how many days? On Thursday, so like 3 days. I just revealed the sponsors for the new PC build, and I tweeted it. Exclamation mark announcement. Go have a look, and if you can, like, and if you feel like you want to retweet or comment on it, just so we get a lot more attention on it. I want the sponsors to feel special because they saw the stream, they saw what I was doing, and they believed in it enough to, between them, spend... Well, obviously it doesn't cost them the RRP, but the RRP of this build, I tweeted the other day, the RRP, the retail price of these components combined, is £4,500. It's wild. We're going to be building that PC, by the way, on Thursday after the grand finals. My mum is going to be making her first appearance ever on stream, and she's going to be the lead builder for it. I'm going to be guiding her a bit, but she'll be the one building. That's a proper PC price? Oh, yes. And I'm hoping, after we prove like how cool this is, I'm going to approach one or two monitor companies about maybe getting them involved in January as well. Because I want to try to get my hands on one of the new OLEDs. So if you're thinking of upgrading, I'll have more info on that soon as well. But let's get ready to hop into it. Oh. So I'll have Puppy Ball versus Stopper, which we can watch after this. That series is already happening, but it's fine. We can switch route over to it. Or maybe we might play catch up tomorrow, actually. Because we'll do Killjoy Myriad first today, and we'll see how much time we have after that. But I'm keeping an eye out just in case any of the players say that they're going to be playing the quarterfinals today. So maybe we get a QF today. If not, all quarterfinals should be happening tomorrow. And then we go. Game number 2 between B and Starflark here in KPM M7, round of 16. Winner of this, we're going up against Dimu. Starflark looking to strike back with the Francais. B, we know he's comfortable in these Chinese civs. He's picked the Juji. He's still got China in his roster as well. Interesting matchup, actually. Chinese versus French. I'd usually lean French in the majority of player matchups right now. Usually a little bit different. I think they have some very different timings in mind. They can try to go, for example, a much more aggressive castle timing. That, by the way, was the way out for China in the French-Chinese matchup when we watched Anatan versus Puppy Paw. I do think that Anno wasn't quite aggressive enough, though. So if a French player does come barrels aimed and swinging, I think you can actually just get an easy, quick win out of B here. The goal is you don't want to allow him to just get that tech up for free. I don't think B really wants to have to play the age, because what do you really benefit from scaling this age? You can build Jugnu, sure, but we've seen that actually the answer to Jugnu's spear is French knights and archers. You just keep pumping and scaling, and over time, as long as your micro is not failing you, you will outplay the Juji. It's just it's a damage equalizer, right? A damage exchange. Because with the chivalry, as you scale more and more knights, you're able to just keep healing them. And as you kind of become irrelevant. So Medigun coming in. B is just going to secure the food and wood. Please tell me. Oh, no. What? Guys, he could have got 72 food, 25 gold, and about 6 to 8 wood. Oh, that hurts so deeply. That is such a miss. That would have been a huge deal. So much extra food to work with. And, you know, looking at the resource haul right now, he only has 10 sheep. And this is catastrophic. Look at B scouting. He's going where Starflark's already been. So Starflark is already up to 23 sheep as the French. This is nightmare fuel. And this map, folks, is Baldlands. Baldlands, we saw it in the 2v2 tournament. We used it as our default map for KPM M6. It's still in the roster for 7. A reminder, this is B's pick. I'm pretty sure B picked Baldland in the draft. Brewboy asking, have you got a hard disk for that build? So the build we're going to be constructing on the 19th. Wait. Yep, 19th of December 2024. We do indeed have a hard drive sponsor. We have SSDs, M2 slot SSDs sent from the wonderful people over at Crucial by Micron. So they've sponsored us with the latest and greatest. We've actually got 2 Gen 5 SSDs and a Gen 4 SSD. They're beasts. You can see Starflock can be a beast. I mean, it kind of feels like of the scout opening, the lack of extra food that he's going to have access to, he's going to have to do some awkward things here, like Pro Scouts, yeah. I was about to say, like, Pro Scouts, I mean, we know that B-Light's going for it, but it's more a necessity than a desire in this game. That is going to give him the safety net in his base. So now, really, the ball's in Starflock's court. He needs to just not be too idle, too chill. He needs to make sure he's playing aggressive here. I think the way you lose this game if you're Starflock is suboptimal attacking. But you need to be attacking. This PC's basically going to be Skynet? Oh, yes. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it impacts the quality of the videos we record as well. I think you're going to see an improvement in the encoding, the quality of the streams, as well as the outputs on YouTube. So fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed. AoE 4 is a pretty intense game, which is why we're building an intense PC. How do you guys vote in the end, by the way? Let's have a look. Wow. 173,000 points on B. 9,000 on Starflock. Are you really going to do the French that day? I mean, this is, like I said, this isn't actually a bad matchup for them as long as they can force the age. We need at least 1440p live stream. I can't do that. That's so, for those who don't know, Twitch has a bitrate limitation that barely makes 1080p possible. Like, there's actually, you might notice a lot of streams on Twitch where they instead go for 900p because of that. Because, like, you can technically have 1080p, but the quality of the 1080p is not 1080p. So until Twitch improves the bitrate, we're kind of screwed. There is something coming, an AV1 encoder they're working on, where the balance is that to make it so that we can have higher bit rates, the streamers would have to handle the extra load of sending all those different signals. Because currently, like, Twitch does the encoding on their end. Do you play this on stream a lot or just commentate it? I commentate this a lot, Eversaw, rather. I might look to start doing some Roads to Conk with this new PC build in 2025. We'll see. But I've always just focused on the commentary. So we do have the archers being added in by Starflock. No shoot new yet. This comp favors B, right? If you have enough knights, it's still good for you. But I think with B getting the pro scouts pullback now, I'm a little bit worried that Starflock's going to need to start chip damaging fast here. In fairness, there are a lot of blind spots. This is the uncomfortable thing about Borderland, is just look at the trees. Right? Like, look at where he's gathering and look at what he sees. So if you read this right, and he did just scout it, what you want to do is you want to attack both sides of the tree line. Yeah, so run in with the scout, get the spearman. No, he needs the spears. If you can pull the spears... It's too obvious now. We'll at least be able to snipe the horseman, right? So get some free damage there. It's great to see casters playing sometimes, especially when they get super tilted. It depends on the tilt, right? I mean... So that was one of the things I was told that I should content create because of when I was younger. When I used to be like, you know, teenager. Is I... in other people's words, had very hilarious rants. I would moan about all kinds of things, completely rage. I do regret not making content as a kid off of that. I think it would have been a little bit like, what was it? Is it Angry Joe, I think was his name? I mean, we've seen Crackly losing his mic, right? It is comical in the right situation. So I get where people are coming from. Nice to know on the scout. See, like, right there, I lose the scout and go, stupid, goddamn, why is that scout going the wrong way? Can't even steer a goddamn horse. You have one job, scout. Ride that horse and then every once in a while whistle. You couldn't even do either. See, that would literally be where we'd be going. The problem is I wouldn't have enough time to do that because I'd have to be going, like, you know, constantly switching like this. Yeah, Starflock has a decent number of knights. I don't rate where we're at in the build right now. Like, everything is going according to, like, normal for B. He's dodging the Zhuge Nu transition, which is really smart. Usually where this goes wrong, China and Zhuge alike, is now they switch Zhuge, and then the knights win. So instead, he's just being very cost-efficient bulking spears. I think Starflock needs to adjust and react to this. Building more knights is not the reaction. Building more archers is the reaction. Man, even the board fucking pulled. Small details. Can definitely add up. Do we have chivalry? No, no chivalry tech. I mean, you have what? 1 injured knight, maybe 2? It's kind of awkward because one of them is so heavily injured, you kind of want to have chivalry. B at this stage needs to kind of just find a way out of the age, if he can, gradually. So you want to start scraping together 100 to 200 extra resources per minute, which is actually very doable for the Zhuge with the Meditation Garden, with the Taxmen. It's a bit tricky against French because you know they're going to have more economy the longer the age goes. Start a step away here. Line formation would be able to disengage him again. B, just not really that threatening with just 5 horsemen. I think Starflock's showing a little bit too much respect here. Yeah, because if you're attacking with the archers early, the spearmen get whittled sooner. And then the horsemen stuff to engage past. Charge coming in, does bait the brace, but is going to get pinched. Great micro there, B. Taking one down. New line of archers have arrived. That should reset him, but Starflock a little bit slow here. Yeah, he had the reaction speed of my current PC, while B had the reaction speed of the new 4,500-pound PC we're building on Thursday. Boom. That's your analogy. If he had reacted straight away, if he had that 16-core powerhouse maneuver, he would have immediately turned with the archers and been chasing. He would have whittled away another 3 or 4 spears. Every little counting here. This follow-up's at least good. He has got Steeled Arrow also on the way. B really would benefit from Bloomery with this many melee units, but seems to be skipping it. Second line of spears is at least prepped. Starflock, honestly, I think it's underrated to just kind of build archer ranges a bit further forward. Like, use your gold worker here, right? Saves you a little bit of time, but I think he does need to get that third archer range in. So he's not really getting the number high enough, fast enough here. Chivalry now finally on the way. That one knight still actually at death's door has been surviving the whole time. But he's the only one who really benefits, and love this. We've got Dahlia horses from B. Man, this guy is obsessed with his cavalry. First game 1 with the Knights Barding, and now game 2 with the Dahlia horses. B is living his tallest order of My Little Pony fantasies imaginable. Remember, this is the tech that gives the 20% buff to attack speed. It's actually quite a big buff to attack speed, right? Takes you from 1.75 to 1.5. Knights meanwhile. Nice dive! Yo! How has he not lost more from this? Are you kidding me? He's only now starting to get a few kills. That's free. The villagers. We'll save the villagers. And the rest will shuffle to these sides. So B, it's not looking great, right? He's behind by almost 10 eco now due to the French impact of TC production. However, B is about to return the pain. Marching into the base. Starflock needs to rally some troops to defend. The Dahlia horses means that actually the horsemen can contest those knights easier. He's starting to peel back, but timing, positioning, everything here. B is riding blind back towards his base. Starflock, actually scared, is going to dodge him to the north side. B, he wants this fight. If he goes around the east side with the spears, the horseman can pinch. No hammer and anvil here. Instead, he's going to spot him. This is now very uncomfortable for Starflock. He is at risk of just losing to too much blob. Numbers sometimes just beat everything, right? Like, it's not enough to have the counter units. That sounds great in theory, but in practice, quantity can actually be the killer. And we're talking about a noteworthy quantitative lead, right? 32 spears, 16 horsemen, up against just 10 knights and 24 archers. And the Bloomery tech, the other detail that was missing now being fixed. No defense coming from Starflock though, right? It hasn't got the melee armor. I mean, you don't really benefit as much. I mean, it's kind of useful for the spear archer interaction, but the whole idea is like, you know, spears hitting knights, Sure, you can mitigate 1 damage, but this unit is still hitting you for 28 base. So it's not that big of a damage differential, right? Ends up being less than 5% of the damage you take, which is why he skipped it. What do you guys think? If you were playing Zhuji right now in this game, would you have tried to have built Zhuganyu already? I actually think it shows a lot of discipline from B that he hasn't. And yo, the horsemen are in! Starflock, this is falling apart fast. I think B just got way too many horsemen. Like, this matchup is meant to be you play out on the map. Zhuji have to hide at home, but this Dali horses play has invigorated him. The clean efficiency with which he done the opening, I think Starflock just missed his timing. Those opening nights done nothing really, and this is the aftermath effect. He's just blowing up so well at this stage. We'll even look to raid more. And Starflock now admitting that he needs spears of his own, but those are going to take a while to up and produce. We'll even find more villagers here. Doesn't hang around to poke them. But B behind this is getting prepped for castle. The attack speed applied to torches as well. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Oh, no, it does. Okay, there you go. It's weird because some things don't apply to torch, like bonus damage, but the attack speed, yes. You can see it there. 1.81 compared to the 2.12 a knight would have, and they do have the same attack speed. Yes, this is a poor man's Fire Lancer. Tricky game now. I mean, B has got to be happy with the damage he's done. He's reset the eco lead that the French had. Next up should be the Shaolin Monastery. I mean, there is a world in which you even just consider going for the Mount Lu. But there's all the relics, right? So Shaolin monks just make the most sense. After which, I'm not really sure what Starflock has left. At that stage, I feel like the game just gets overly awkward, right? You know, you can't really rush a tech up yourself. It would take 2 minutes to gather the food required. He's marching forward now. Keep in mind, though, B, he doesn't need to fear this. He just needs to retreat into his base a little bit. We even have the hand cancellers coming through to help him. Because remember, when he completes that tech up, Supervision's going to get him into those upgrades in about 24 seconds. So Starflock needs to be quick if he's going to look to strike. Triple outpost is going to get toxic. And B, wow, Starflock's like, what did I just reveal? He doesn't want this fight. But there's no escaping it, the surround! The horsemen get in the way. And the spearmen are just going to thrust right through. What a move, B. He was getting ready for an age up, but now he's reinvesting. He wasn't expecting a gift this early in December. That's it. Starflock loses everything. And B, a lot of horsemen dying to get that done, but now left with an amassment of spears. And this series is swiftly approaching a 2-0 point. Starflock just... I feel bad for him. It wasn't the wrong move from a... Yes, you have to be aggressive. It was just the wrong time. This needed to be happening so much earlier in the game. But B's perseverance, his patience, his reaction to dodge losses so early on is why he was able to reach this phase. And now, wow, so much gold in the bank, right? You could trade a little bit across rather, get the food, get going. It's got the supervision out here, so it's not going to take long either way. We're going to be looking at Shaolin Monastery, no doubt in my mind now. Starflock tries to come out at once more. We've also got a villager moving out to just plop down an outpost. Doesn't even have time to wait around sniping because more arrived. The textiles means he doesn't even lose one. Shaolin Monastery now in the way. Starflock, you can see how badly he just wants to try and get some sort of good trade. Instead, things have reached his base now. Villagers running for their life. Knights just keep trying to get on top of the remaining horsemen, but it's a moot detail. Palace Guard are already being prepped. B, we've got to vet them up super quick. Spear on spear, that's going to get rid of the brace. The Knights do go for the charge in, but it's too many spears. Shiv's out now from Starflock in desperation. Does it actually serve him pretty well here? So won't be dead just yet. Does mop up the trash units. The B is now switcherooing into the goodies. A few Palace Guard coming. I think at this stage, honestly, just cancel the Veterancy for Horseman. It's not worth it. B probably could have waited that out and then just got the Vet first. But he is now an age ahead. He has got Monks now moving out for Relics. He has got the Palace Guard. And then also he should be able to get Lancers, right? It's like, in all, not clean by B. I think unnecessary the way he dove for that. I don't think he expected the villagers to defend. But now that we have PG arriving, this is where things get a lot more scary for Starflark. And Shiv's out is a lot less effective. Oh my god, no. Yeah, he tried and then went, oh, yeah, that's right. You're a heavily armored unit. I'll pass on that. Knights are at least coming, so they should better clean that up, but it's Starflark losing any eco lead he had. And I think the issue now is unless Starflark can counterattack, he can't tech. He needs to do damage to B. This is probably the best point to try before B actually gets his castle units out. You don't have much to do damage with, right? A group of archers and spears like this, Knights is your best hope. Remember, those PG, when they dove in, they were not vet. That's now coming. Please do not attack the triple outpost. I'm trying to see the hopefulness for Starflark, but attacking triple hand cannon is not the way. Shots is going to start coming in. He's at least sniping a few villagers. B, a little bit slow on the pull away there. This outpost might get sniped down before the fortifications come in. But it's still a triple hand cannon situation, right? Double outpost plus the TC. So Starflark able to strike back, does some notable damage. The Shaolin Monk should be on the way home with some relics now. We've got them shuffling out, so he's going to grab them on the north side. Needs to grab the one closer. And already has another relic on the way home. So we're looking at least 3, maybe 4 relics in the coming minute or two. I'm impressed, actually. Starflark has held on really well after what looked like the end of the game. I do think that B is going to take a lesson away from that spearman dive. It's kind of crazy how often you watch villagers just hold back mass spears. And I think, did he get textiles? No, that's the craziest part to me, is that he defended like that without textiles. I think this is something that's really weird with villagers, is the way that they can kind of no-clip on each other means you get very tight front lining from them. So like these spears, when they spread out, yeah, they're kind of easily targetable on their own, but when you've got all these overlapping villages, it puts damage saturation in one part of the fight. It does mean that we get a deeper series, at least in game 2. The question is whether Starflark can pull it all the way back. Double Warlord's going to slow him down from that idea. Triple Ram is looking to move in. B has got quite a few Palace Guard here. He needs more, though. Against Knights, one-on-one, it won't be great. There's plenty more coming. On top of that, he did go for the Song Dynasty, remember, so Granary's getting set up behind this. Another Warlord as more relics are being pulled away. Honestly, Starflark, he hasn't found the damage, but he's making the right call. We said he needed damage for Castle. He has to keep trying for the damage. Dive does come in. Knights will begin this quite well. Palace Guard have to back away. B, it's looking a little bit awkward right now. Hand cannon split defenses are slowly being taken out. We have got the Shaolin Monks. They do use the Battle Hardened status, so remember the Body of Iron. 50% range damage reduction. However, B, where are the PG? We've got some Lancers now coming in. The weird part is at this stage, you actually want more Palace Guard than Lancers, right? Your opponent has lost most of his Knights. Once the Knights are dead, the Palace Guard will reign supreme. Lancers instead will get countered by Spears. B getting a little bit shaky. Remember, he's still got that core base of Palace Guard to work with. Starflark has practically lost all Knights. Really would benefit from the ranged armor too. Instead, it looks like B is going for the melee defense too. Rams are at least deleting some of the infrastructure, but the PG now cleaning up. And I think Starflark has started to overexhaust himself here. He's still got a decent number of archers, but he hasn't found that kill damage. Behind this, with the granaries getting set up, B is only getting started. Plenty more heavily armored units coming. You also have to start being realistic about the state of things for Starflark. He's adding in a lot of farms here just to try and keep going. Limited foods are running out fast. I do wonder in that fight if Starflock, this is awkward, right? Like maybe the Knight should have went to the back corner. The reason he didn't do that is it would have meant Palace Guard would eat your Archer Mass, right? And the only reason why he even looks semi-competitive still is because he's got his archers still alive. So it's kind of a pick your poison, right? You can either try to take that main engagement, or you can dive the back. What he could have maybe done is just pulled the archers back as the knights ran past. The reason he didn't want to do that, though, is that the archers would get ran down by Palace Guard. If this was like Men-at-Arms, you make that strategy work every day of the week, but against PG, they're a different breed. And yeah, B has been pretty chill here for a while. He doesn't even have hand cannons. Are you kidding me? He's been sitting here with 5 villagers. He fortified the outposts, but he didn't hand cannon slut them. And B apparently not noticing what's happening right now, so we'll end up losing that economy. Starflock bound to take some return damage though as B does move in. Quick reactions out the Chilean. I mean, I think Starflock has overall played quite well from a micro and attention perspective, right? I think B has been kind of whiffing quite a bit. Some of this is like forced errors. The Palace Guard defense, he was forced to do it too soon. But the spin and dive in the first place, when he was teching up, questionable. Gathering the gold over here, questionable. I know the idea behind it. He wants to starve French off of gold. But you haven't even hand cannon slitted these. And now Rams are reacting to it. Guildhall now coming. This game is not over yet. However, it could be very soon. Starflock doesn't have an answer to 30 Palace Guard. A military academy coming, so B is going to pump even harder. I'm getting a bit worried that Starflock, despite how well he's played this, he may have went a little bit light on the Knights. And the dive is coming in. No. No, it's seen. He knows. The Guildhall has been spotted. And that surely should be curtains closed. I mean, the Knights are now reacting, right? But this is wave number 1. He now knows you have idled yourself out of 1,800 resources that you can't do anything with. Only 7 Knights to your name. I do think that B, where are these Palace Guard right now? Are you kidding me again? Yeah, like, please, stop taking coffee breaks. This is crazy. B is kind of screwing himself out of a win at points, right? Like, actually not trickling the Palace Guard over is a bit of a mistake there. He could have had so many PG in the base at this stage. You say this was over 15 minutes ago? Yeah, because it should have been. But B threw away his military lead unnecessarily, and then with his Palace Guard, he keeps making some questionable choices, I'd say. So it's impressive that Starflock's still alive. He has got the Guildhall now building. But we are still like looking at this game and thinking, where do you get the food? Where do you get the gold now, right? Like, weirdly enough, B's long con might still pay off on the golds. I think B is just, like, in game 1, he's been a bit playing with his food about it. Right? Like, you have to remember, for the military mass he has, B has only been using about a third of it each time. And it's not like they couldn't all be there either. Wait, is B just going to go Imperial? He's like, my Shaolin monks move too slow. How fix? Okay, thank you. That makes more sense. Mount Lu, I can kind of get behind, but with that eco, it looked like he was going for Imperial. So remember, Mount Lu Academy is going to give him the pagodas. Yeah, B taking a bit of a slow roll approach this series, I think. Oi, oi, oi. Starflock found again, though. It's so sad when you try to run away from PG. And that's it. He knows it. No food, no bueno, no hope. Starflock, man, for a moment there, you wanted to believe. B, definitely not the cleanest execution in the second game. But he gets it in the end. The GG call, the 2-0, and it means that B is once again going to find himself in a showdown up against Dimmu. That is going to be an exciting one, and I can promise you will catch that very soon. Not today, but maybe if you're watching this YouTube, it could be around the same day. Just to wait and see. I'll catch you on the next chapter. Oi, oi, oi. But yeah, no, like me calling it when I called it, like it should have been over. It really should have. I think B was... It wasn't his cleanest games. For Starflark, when he missed his early timing, it kind of just put him into a really bad position. All right, good news, guys. It's going to spoil one of the round of... It's going to spoil one of the round of 16s. We've got the Louis series now. But I guess you guys really want the live game, so I might as well reveal the outcome of that. Bear with me one sec. I'm guessing you guys want the live game, don't you? And we might still go back and check it tomorrow, just because it was actually a closer series than you'd think. Killjadi Myriad was 2-1. So we are going to be having Killjadi versus Louis MT. They are now drafting. So let me pull that one up. You want to see Cal's games? We've already done those. Maybe if you were here every time, you'd know that. So we are getting Dry Raver, Borderland. Wait, we're literally getting the same maps, aren't we? Yeah. So, Atacama, Dry Arabia, and Borderland. And here's the draft for Louis versus Killjadi. Okay, so let me get the game loaded up now. We're going to hop in for another one. I'm going to run a minute of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about it. B versus Dimmu is like a weekly staple, right? It just keeps on happening. I mean, the brackets do shuffle. It's just they keep getting that deep, right? Ads. Not if you subscribe, winky face. But let me... Why is AV4 taking a little bit of time to start up here? Just give it a second. We should be booting now. All right, there we go. Oof. Are you fucking... It better not be. No, I think it's just my game hadn't loaded. I was going to get moldy. I was like, why can I not observe? I always forget AoE4 is annoying when you first open it. There we go. All right. Game one. Let's see what we're going to be getting. Probably going to be... Is this like Ottomans? Because you're expecting French, right? Nah, IU has to be. Chinese Jean. I guess Killjadi wants French for Borderland. And then HRE for... I mean, Abbasas can kind of go like Dry Rabe as well, right? Jean versus Chinese. Oh, guys, I can confirm. We connected at the perfect moment. Literally, it just went live. That's perfect. Look, ready? You can even see it. Look at this. Look at that, man. Talk about chef's kiss. Right on the dot. Let me get prediction set up for you guys. Give you guys 2 minutes. Yeah, even though it's a bit weird, we might watch Killjadi Myriad tomorrow. Just because it like, should be an interest. Oh, okay, I have seen this spawn. Alright, I've legit seen this spawn before, and this is the spawn you get when you put teams together and not random location. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Midweek Muster number 7. We are in to the quarterfinals. Apology, we rushed into this so quickly, we didn't have a chance to upgrade, or update rather, the brackets. It's Louis MT versus Killjadi. After Killjadi was able to 2-1 Myriad. Louis, of course, unfortunately getting a default win against Give You Anxiety, who was unable to play. So Louis kicks off the series in the green with the Chinese. Killjadi was Jean. What happened to this spawn? How is this not a... Do we really need to tell the players to just remake the game when this happens? I feel like it's kind of obvious that you shouldn't have a sacred site in your base. Come on. And that is vile. Yeah, Killjadi gets the perfect mining camp if he ever wants to switch Cheroo into 2TC, which is theoretically possible against China. I don't think you want to do it. I think in this matchup, and yeah, he did scout the secret site, by the way. In this matchup, you basically want to play aggro into China and starve them. What's very interesting about this map for Jean, especially when you get a spawn like this, is how easy it is once you're age 3 to get extra sacred site captures efficiently, right? Like, for example, when you go in for an attack on your opponent, you lose Jean, you buy back, you immediately capture a sacred site. So we think if we simple one player used that already, I think it might have been giving anxiety, and it was kind of disgusting how efficient losing your hero ended up being for getting level 3 quicker. Scout opening is 1v1, and it looks like, wow, Louis MT is getting dunked on, which is kind of crazy. China's usually better at finding sheep. There's something went wrong here. Maybe luck of the draw, but as a result, Louis with only 7 sheep. Meanwhile, Killjadi has got 17. Holy crap. And he might still find a few more, because Louis skipped on the corner. It looks like there isn't any more left there, but overall, good haul. Really awkward for China. Louis needs to shove the deer in super fast. This map's so broken. Yeah, I think the problem is, like, we're so deep into the midweek muster that at this stage, there's not really much we can do about it, if that makes sense. I feel like it causes more issues to alter the map pool now than to let it play out. Because we use open scheduling, right? But it's just one of those awkward affairs where I spawned it a few times. I'm assuming Shum spawned it a few times as well. And we didn't see issues with our spawns at all. But like I'm almost certain that they used teams together. Because this is the exact type of spawn you get if you use teams together in the lobby instead of random location. And it's such an easy detail to overlook. Anyway, focusing on the happenings of the game. Louis, usually in this matchup, you try to get towards that Barbican quite quickly. The reason is that Jean just can't dive you at that stage, right? And you can even then at that stage Barbican here. If you get a Barbican up here, it's sick. You get the berries, you get the deer, you can pull the boar in, and these deer can be shoved into your TC anyway. But it doesn't feel like Louis optimized for that, right? A lot of gold gathering happening. There's not a world in which he tries to fast castle, right? This just feels like way too much gold. So we should get some techs coming in. Wheelbarrow seems probable if you want to gather this much gold. This is Pro Scouts. Yeah. Do I need to say it again? Like a broken record? I kind of hate Pro Scouts. I think Pro Scouts is really overrated on this map. Look at where the deer are. Just push it in. Okay? Just nudge it. It's so close. Second deer is kind of nudgeable as well. From the perspective of Killjadi, sure, I can kind of see the logic of you trying to yoink here. But it's a bit of a gamble. I think Louis did at least wait to make this play. My worry is when people don't actually check the deer and then they make this play, because then it's like, oh, well, if the deer's already in his base, you get no value, right? And if Louis is looking, he'll see, yep, already scouts out over here. He should also see that there's a lack of deer live in this area. I'm sorry, what do you mean classic KP mold? What does that even mean? I'm gonna call you on this BS. We live in a world where people get to say things about ramifications. You can defend yourself now, sir. Like Jean defends herself against the boar. Or are you the boar in this situation? And the yoinking begins. Night is coming, though. And there is a divine arrow, so you can just insta-die. One more tap. There we go. Slam dunks it. So Pro Scouts already feeling a little bit underwhelming. This is, do I need to mention Pro Scouts again? No, I think we get the message. It's just hard, especially against Jean, but like usually even when Jean's not in the game, it kind of feels like you're coin flipping the spawns. This is really well played by Louis, by Killjadi rather. Louis on the other hand is like so far behind because he went Pro Scouts, he doesn't have that many spears. Right? 350 resources, that's kind of wild when you math it out. That's 4 less spears. Now Jean's here again. Guess what? She's not going to dunk on the scout. She's going to go straight for the spears. Diving like this is kind of bold, though. Killjardy loses the scout. Maybe a little bit of an overextension there. He is now able to play blocker. Has got more knights coming, so let's see if Louis tries to sneak south side now. And Louis, well, he is quite close to being out of food. He's got, what, 2 deer here? I think he got 3 deer back. And 1's close to return. So he's not completely starved, but this is pretty bad. And by the way, in the end, he just took most of the deer that were here. So I am going to, like, really hammer this one home. Because for the effort to go back and forth, picking up 1 deer at a time, he could have just waved with the scout repetitively here. And the difference would have been 350 resources on attack. Killjardy now just prepping the spears. I like this. Gives him the blob to dive. Also gives him the blocker in the fights, right? So that Louis can't brace. And even survival techniques. Louis seems too ambitious to believe he's still going to be eating a lot of deer tonight. Does sneak out at the perfect time when Louis is able to, so Killjardy not able to deny that. I'm kind of surprised that Killjardy is rotating the base this much. You're actually giving Louis away back in. It's going to be away into the base of the Chinese right now. Killjardy, a little bit poke, but pretty impressive that Louis still yet to lose a single villager. Despite these attempts. I think this is maybe a bit of an overextension from Killjardy. And wait, did I think he meant to do that, guys. He wants the XP. And we do have the Barbican now coming, but not really where you want it, right? Feels like he needs to secure the gold. I mean, you can actually just get away with taxation as China quite efficiently. I think it might have been better for Louis to Barbican, like, here for wood later on. And that would have got you the boar, but then again, they just got slaughtered out of range, right? I think when you do the Barbican this late with this build, it's going to be a bad Barbican no matter what. So you might as well just save the gold. Pincher though. Louis, nicely microed. 2 knights dead. Is it me or is Killjardy just kind of slipping his lead? And I don't even feel like these are forced errors so far. You can see Louis is prepping for castle. This is looking pretty bad right now. I mean, Jean got some XP, but not a grand old deal, right? Double ball kill, scout, maybe like 4 or 5 spears. So it's added up. But now, Louis is going to be rushing H3. We're going to be looking at a Lance opening. What makes that even scarier is even if Jean gets level 3, you will still die faster knights. You think Killjardy missed villagers? I don't think so. I think that's just the taxmen. 32, 33. It's actually Louis that missed villagers. Gotta remember, this eco count counts Imperial officials as well. Yeah, I think Killjardy's about a whole villager ahead, actually. Archer range has now come from Louis. So he's just going to go immediately into crossbows. Pretty smart here. I mean, it's not great against Jean range, but it guarantees the knights will never bug you again. I would remind you guys that he went pro scouts and he basically just got the deer near his base. Well, that's not true. He dragged this one out here. But like now, you're not ever going to pick these deer up, right? Like these are just going to be eaten by Killjardy. I really am working my ass off to convince people not to go pro scouts on this map. I should really take some responsibility. I did have Scarguard in the midweek musters for like 3 weeks. People kind of became instinctually used to always going pro scouts. If you're wondering why do people go for it so much, it's because this map compared to a normal map has 6 extra deer. It's got the small deer stacks. And I think that is what pushes people over the edge to think it's really worth it. Tech out complete for Louis. And we do have Lance's crossbows on the way. Meanwhile, Killjardy just have to stockpile up. He will get it fairly fast. Remember, he's got a lot of people on deer. And you stockpile a lot of food before you drop off that way. So it's not too far away. I think he might be right, Neri. I feel like we did see 5 deer back here. That's a fair point, actually, yeah. I think you're right. So there's only like 2 extra deer. But it's almost like people look at the map and go, oh, wow. Okay, this is good. It's kind of not. I'd be curious when we watch some Puppy Paw games into like the quarterfinals and whatnot. Semis, if he gets that far. If he goes pro scouts on this map. Funnily enough, he said he hadn't looked this map because his opponent in the round of 32 didn't respond, so he got DQ'd. So the round of 16 was like his first experience with it, right? Because the reason I mentioned Puppy Paw and like, you know, Wham's not playing this week, they're players that really like to shove deer a lot instead of pro scouts where they can. Guildhall now on the way for Killjardy. Archer's massive as well. I mean, there is a lot of spears here. I wonder if you should just be going arbitrary yourself. The issue, though, is like I feel like you actually need knights because this is going to turn into a relic game, right? Louis already has 1 second monk on the way. Remember that he can supervise that to rush them out if he chooses, and he is indeed doing it. 12 seconds to produce each monk. Other food source nerf, deer is good. That definitely helped. But then again, berries were buffed, right? So, like, people still like the deer a lot. Can we get that snipe? I mean, you could actually, if you divine arrow straight away, I think you get the kill. Knight's not able to reach. Tech up's complete on both sides. This is where you just get the disgusting play with Jean with his spawn. This is just absurd. My apologies, folks, on the state of Atacama. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit disappointed. The good news is by the time we get into like best of 5s, best of 7s, this should matter less, but these spawns are really unacceptable. I really hope that on the map whoever designed this map is watching this and is getting the feedback they need. Because in fairness, Atacama doesn't get played anywhere. So they probably weren't even aware of some of these issues. That's the beauty of what we do in Midweek Muster, right? It's like, funnily enough, we usually set it up as a testing ground for custom maps. Now we're getting it as a testing ground for dev-made maps as well. You know, these are important things to get, right? Without the feedback of the community, without them playing, you don't know. It's like when you're a developer or designer, you envision your map in a certain way and it working in a certain way. And then the players will always find a different way to utilize that. Isn't Atacama one that... No, Atacama was added with Season 9. It was literally added, like, how long ago was Season 9 now? A month and a half? 2 months ago? Now we're getting the Lance ready. I'm about to say, I hope he doesn't decap. Decapping's the worst thing you can do against Jean like this. You'll just get more XP. Please don't decap. Alright, Jean, come home. You're going to get even more XP. No, don't kill him. Legit, kill Johnny. Do not kill him. That is XP farming waiting to happen right there. Okay. He doesn't want the freebies. Killjardy not wanting to have hand-me-downs, it seems. Candle Saddles is now on the way for him. Relic Hall is still looking good for Louis, though. It's going to be, what, probably a 4-1 split at this rate, unless, there we go, guards it. So we'll end up being the 3-2. Still good for Louis. On top of that, remember, he's playing China versus Jean, not French. So his eco lead is now up by 7 because of the Song Dynasty. Louis, cheeky with these walls. Knights are going to be able to break through soon. But Lancers are already marching into enemy territory, and the big army is coming, and this is the spooky factor. Double nest of bees, 19 crossbows, and spears as well. Killjardy's army not really anywhere near as impressive, and Jean's still level 2. If she doesn't dodge this bullet, she's instantly dead. Does move away. The crossbows are trying to hunt for it. It's going to rally the extra troops together. Meantime, we do have Lancers moving in onto the gold veins. Jean knows she's dead. This is the tricky part about being an age behind, you know, on level at least. This is why I thought he'd let that decap happen, because, folks, if he just let that one Lancer take this, that's an extra 50 XP on the recap. He's right now realizing where the game is trending, is trying to get to arbitrary, but he's quite far behind. About to be even further. Interception coming in. The Nesta B is not quite able to cut off there. But LuMT now approaching the base in a way that's going to force KillJardy to defend. He can't just dodge the fight anymore. And even trying to, he's losing additional forces. KillJardy going 2TC. I think he might have been contemplating it. It feels too late now, though. He kind of needs it against Song, but what he needs more is some sort of hit back that forces a reaction out of Louis. Knights are going to try to look for that as they cycle into the base. They will be able to find Nesta Bs for their troubles. But then there's just the spears. You need to get out of here. So he stands his ground on FTTC. Nesta B shots are coming in. The problem right now for KillJardy is he just doesn't have ranged advantage at all. These fights are just so difficult for that reason. Knights might be able to do some more damage. They leave the base. There is actually a lot of economy here for Louis. KillJardy doesn't look for it. No, he's looping around the wrong way. Meanwhile, the relic gets yoinked away from right next to KillJardy's base. And Knight has snooped in on them, so he does find the villagers and Taxman. That Taxman is going to live. Triple Nesta Bs is a little bit tricky at this stage for KillJardy. They do turn around for a flurry. Decent hits in there. I feel like KillJardy's just going to run out of food. What have you got left here? Berries on the flanks? This is where you go pro scouts, KP. It's good. Yeah, I've kind of done it to myself in this situation. I think the bigger issue, though, is KillJardy kind of had this game in the early phase, but he played himself out of a win, really. He was too eager to find more things to kill when all he needed to do was play blocker to pro scouts. And he would have, right? He would have blocked this deer here, and then his reinforcing knights would have seen an attempt to grab his deer. But he just felt this need to circle the base. When Louis was essentially out of food, he gave him what he needed. Now, what Louis wants, what he really, really wants, well, he's going to tell you what he wants. He wants a fifth relic. Chicka chicka chat. Ah, I'm sorry, I had to do it. Who heard me saying once on repeat and refreshed in case I was, like, bugged? So, game one. An opening win for Louis MT. I think back to the draft, I quite liked the look of Louis, so a little bit worrisome here for KillJardy. Jean is one of his kind of specialist civs. Not really looking like it here. And in fairness, he tried this against like one of the OG Jean pickers, right? Louis used to thrive on the civ. And wait, what do you mean people won't get a Spice Girls reference? Do you know how old the average Age of Empires 4 gamer is? They're all old enough. They were there. They heard it the first time it came on the radio. Yeah, they have radios too. I said it, Serenity. Some of them were watching black and white TVs. Dive now coming in. Nesta Beast! Okay, somehow that was not as dramatic as it should have been. There is still a lot of dead villagers. Well, this is done. Game one. We're going to Louis MT. Brutal beginning. KillJardy, I mean, the first few minutes, it looked like a confident display from the Finn. But now he is finished in this one. Remember though, folks, best of 3, so we will at least see one more game in the series. Let me know what you think about this game. Was it always going the way of Louis MT? Who do you think is going to take the entire series in this best of 3? Louis or KillJardy? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Also, hilariously, or not even hilariously, certain words may have passed in the early 2000s, but we're not playing Call of Duty 4 anymore. So, you know who you are. I'm going to purge it. Be kind this time. No talkie, that word. Bad word. And you actually... I mean, maybe it should be longer, we'll see. Like, you kind of knew you shouldn't have said it because of the way you tried to say it. Alright, so, game one. going to Louis. See where game 2 is going to take us. Yeah, I'm gonna give it. Let's give it a 10-minute timeout. Give me enough time to think about it. Warning not to use. I'm not even gonna repeat what he said. Some people would have glanced at like, dude, it's just like it's not an okay thing to say anymore. Kind of surprised it ever was, but difference in timings, right? But like, come on. What happened? Someone using no inappropriate word to refer to the state of Jean in that game. The kind of talk that you would have got out of someone in Call of Duty 4, but I'm pretty sure about 8 years ago plus now, most of us accepted, that shit's not okay to say. So, LUMT with the opening win. It's going to be HRE Juji on Dry Arabia. Interesting. All right, I got predickies ready because we're a minute out from live. Alright, there we go. Oh, sorry, I haven't even started the predickie. There we go. 2 minutes. Boom. Not the best, but not the worst. I mean, you can still basically prove that your dad works at Microsoft sometimes. We'll never get some Malian action? Oh, we've had some Malian picks. Still remember that Lash Mia Micah game where Mongols rushed age 4 at 13 minutes, and both of them were in Imperial before 20. So yeah, we get some Mongol games. I always love the Alright guys, just quickly respond to some behind the scenes. Give me 1 sec and then we'll hop into this. We'll talk about what's happening. You catchy music on this? Oh no, another thing I have to worry about getting me DMCA'd. Actually, how you all doing on YouTube? You having a good time? Enjoying the games? Oh. So one potential pro from Germany on the ladder. There's quite a few potential pros from Germany on the ladder. Don't need more of them. What about the Brits? We need more Brits. The Chinese man is obsessed with playing the Chinese. That's really what I'm taking away from this. One and all, welcome back to the series. Game number 2 between Killjadi and Louis MT here in the quarterfinals. Apologies, we really need to update that graphic. It's going to be on Dry Arabia. Purest of pure. Killjadi is going to be taking the HRE. Meanwhile, Louis MT, who opened the series of Chinese, has returned for Juji. And I'm looking for... it's not that good. I'm looking for the broken Medigarden spawn. There's got to be one, right? That's not too bad. 36 food. You can get the 25 gold, 25 stone, a little bit of wood, or you can go for like the double gold. Full meditation cards just feel really weird though, especially against HRE. I was looking at that corner. I mean, it's kind of safe. You get the 48 food, you get the 25 gold. It's not crazy. Yeah, ever since they nerfed meditation garden ranges, the Dry Arabian Medigardens haven't been absurd anymore. And thank you for that update. Yes, we do need to flip the score. There we go. Thank you very much. So, game number 2, Killjadi HRE. You're probably looking to play all-in feudal. This matchup is really weird now, where you'd think HRE just want to rush castle and get relics. Actually, if you do that, Juji do it faster. Like, I'm not even remotely exaggerating. Juji, a meditation garden to give some extra resources in conjunction with their faster build speed and their 15% discount, they'll beat you to castle. It's insane how quickly Juji can actually reach H3. So like 6.5 minutes, I believe, is possible. And Killjadi, you know, while the gathering is good for HRE, what is not good is the build speed. Like, he's got 3 workers on this right now. Louis has 1. Notice the movement speed on those bars. Well, the reason why I think he went for the far back, Louis, he just wanted the extra food and gold for a fast castle. Like, if you don't care about H2, this is the landmark choice. It's 48 food, 25 gold. There's nothing else that's going to beat that. You could maybe have went for like 36 food and 50 gold, right? But if you're going for fast castle and Shaolin monks, that means you actually need more food. How are the predictions looking from you guys? Okay, so Killjoy actually getting the majority. People thinking HRE OP. I think the last few times I've seen Juji versus HRE, Juji have actually performed quite well. At least when it comes to similarly skilled players. Looking at the relic spawns, no one's got like a clear and dominant edge. There is some freebies here for fast castle Juji though. Similarly with Killjoy though. Like, they both got a very tight relic close to them. You've got one over here for Louis, and then Killjoy's is even more absurdly close. But with the amount of wood gathering, yeah, he's going for feudal. It's not a bad idea. The worry I have is just how fast Louis can be. If this was a 4th gold, I'd be more worried for him. But with a retracted gold spawn like this, Killjoy should struggle to block gold fast enough. That being said, Louis doesn't really look like a man who's rushing Castle Age, does he? We have 1 worker on gold. 2 now, so it's making a little bit more sense with the gold trickle as well. He also has got the taxation right next to him. He went double imp official. But we're seeing him play the Age. Okay, so it's not just going to be the fast tech. Stable's now coming in. Good reaction to the anticipated opening, which most of the time is going to be Archer playing. Are you kidding me? No. No. Did Killjoy... Are you kidding me? He thought he was stealth. He doesn't know. He actually doesn't know. That's incredible. Style points to Louis MT there. That is freaking incredible from Louis. Killjoy is none the wiser for it either. So now Louis can just get Zhuge ready as well, right? Instead, it looks like he went Pro Scouts. Yep, Pro Scouts coming. Oh my god, dude, this guy is obsessed. Okay, so Pro Scouts makes a lot more sense on Dry Arabia. Compared to the Atacama map, where they spawn close to you, Dry Arabia, as we can see, they're a lot further out. So I have a lot of safe food to work with at home. Gold gathering isn't nuts yet, right? It's still only 2 workers. So he's going to be adding into the H. Zhuge just makes logical organic sense here. Even if he wasn't scouted, he destroyed all the trees. Yeah, which is like its own question mark. But I think part of that was a gamble at that stage. He was expecting Louis to be checking his base for FC. And I think I kind of get what Killjoy was doing here, right? It's like by building these structures here, if Louis' scout is already here watching the gold, and he doesn't see any production buildings when he looks around the base, Louis is going to be like, oh, he's fast castling. So, like, it's kind of Giga Brain from Kill, but it ends up looking Small Brain. And now it's just getting a little bit weird, because he already revealed the archers, right? Yeah, he legit revealed the troops here. So the fact he's building more out here only makes sense now if you rush across the map. I mean, honestly, it's starting to look like Killjoy's been playing AoE too. These do not wall. It's a bit of wall if you want a wall. The scou's like, well, you didn't destroy this stealth forest. And Chuganu now on the way. Double archery range. Oh my. Scout is at least going to get found, but Killjoy loses vision right near the end there. Louis now just going to wait for his opponent to arrive with Zhuge's massing up. We should actually have blacksmiths probably coming in the next 30 seconds. So vision will get the steel arrow fast. Also, I'm going to have to dodge the issue. More of the deer are at least coming home in the meantime. And I mean, Killjoy, he is looking to just aggressively send it. We are not seeing this bypass now where he goes for H3. Has me a little bit worried. I mean, marching drills can be quite the rush, especially with Arkham behind it. Has at least got the undermesh on the way. Louis has kind of skimped on that. Still needs to fix the blacksmith problem. All right, ones if you think Killjadi's taking this. Twos if you think Louis MT is just going to 2-0 sweep. Killjadi's got the right idea here with the men-at-arms. Mitigates a lot of the effective firepower. There's a lot of twos coming through. Good lord. I mean, it's a very polarizing matchup, right? Louis MT is kind of renowned for how he plays in the mid-late game. Killjadi is just a non-stop bloodbather, right? He doesn't really look for that later phase. Even if he finds himself there in some situations where other players call GG, he at least comes out of the door swinging. He's going to need to here. So I don't really think you have a fallback plan. At this pacing, if this falls apart, usually it will just be rushing across the map with massive repeater crossbows. Dive now coming in. Lack of wheelbarrow is going to hurt Louis a little there. So first blood drawn for the villagers. Start for Killjadi. Only the start, mind you. He's got more troopers coming. Steel Dagger also being prepped. Louis only now getting his own. Yeah, a little bit of a sloppy maneuver there from Louis. I'm kind of perplexed how that sneaking really happens. I mean, his H3 movement's been in a nutshell, right? But he should have glanced that maybe a little bit sooner via the TC vision. Now, Killjadi can just kite and dodge the fights. This is a thing that's kind of annoying with playing against H3 here. But Killjadi can't just dodge the fights. He needs to do damage. Right? Because over time, the Archon is going to lose effect because it'll be out the tree line. On top of that, the Zhuge mass is going to be more valuable as the numbers go up. And you can already see it on like the Archon situation, right? Like we're getting towards the edge of range here. He'll drop in like another layer of lumber camps and be safe. But after that, it's going to be an unbuffed wood gathering economy. You are Louis. Starting to stockpile a little bit. I mean, 32 Zhuge is pretty decent to hold. If you do happen to rush castle, you get your veterancy fast. I honestly think like Louis just goes castle. He really needs to scout what's going on. He is actually checking on the backside. Has a Zhuge there, so you can kind of see the gold gathering state. At least knows now that there's men-at-arms coming or an age up. And that should kind of scare Louis into his own age up. Like he's not just rushing it with no extra unit production because the Zhuge mass will still keep value upon the tech. But it should be his goal here. And it's going to be a race for Regnitz versus Shaolin. Killjadi's tricky situation is what he's trying to do with men-at-arms and Fury is good. It just takes so long to scale. If you get spotted doing it halfway through as well, the plastic men-at-arms aren't going to feel that great. He should be spotted doing it. Smitty. There's a little bit of food that really can actually make the difference. I mean, it's crazy. Like, Meditation Garden, you almost always can get Mansa Quarry levels of value. It's just a case of some games you get absurdly higher. It's why it got nerfed so hard, right? It used to have a bigger radius around it. We do have Killjadi now prepping for the Bloomery. So he's looking to really lean into this men-at-arms play. And Louis is getting the walls up, so he's aware of where he really needs to go. This is the nature of Zhuge, though. How many of us have experienced this where you're like, I just want to dive you right now? And if those were archers, I would. But because those Zhuge knew, I have great hesitations. Just a frustrating unit. For even the best of players. I've got quite a few farms in for Killjadi as well. So does at least have that permanence now starting to come through to get into men-at-arms, which he needed. Because he's running out the trees, like you need to make a conversion into permanent food sources, right? To keep that buff going. It's really the only way you can play a hyper-long feudal age, but it's happening. Shaolin Monastery, with that Tang Dynasty discount, comes in so fast. And he's out of position, right? He just went to the left side. Louis now knows that. This is the safest and freest tech up imaginable. And Killjadi, bro, where's your cathedral? Sorry, budget cuts, etc. We just can't afford religion these days. So he's now an age behind, and his only choice now is to age up. If he tries to attack, he will lose. Look at the veterancy. It's 20 seconds out. Scout does just kind of headbutt the army. At least now knows where he is. You can already see that Louis is marching for an interception here while pumping monks. The ranged armor too as well, just to mitigate any damage at all. Surprised he didn't actually go for the damage too, but it's because he wants to switch probably into lancers. Yeah, he's got the stables ready to roll. Gujarati is ready to roll over and play dead at this stage if it means that he'll be left alone. The veteran move in, and look how quickly those men-at-arms just melt. This is where you can just start to A-click the fight. Start to step away a little bit because there are spearmen coming, but Gujarati needs overwhelming mass to win this. She's not really convinced it's going to be there. The men-at-arms are coming through. It might actually be buying him enough here. Gujarati is sticking to him. And the second wave does arrive, but the Lancers are now in. And that means the A-clicks are just as bad the other way. Look at this. Gujarati just so much wasted effort to kill one Lancer off. A moment where it mattered most, Louis MT gets that one knight in. That changes everything about this engagement. And Gujarati, he was trying to start stockpiling for his own age up, but now he doesn't have that premium army advantage where he can upgrade 15 men-at-arms. There's only 3 left alive. And the Archers have lost their battle. I think Gujarati's lost this series. It's going to be a 2-0. One Lancer to rule them all. It's all he really needed. Gujarati's now trying to scramble to recover in his Spearman, but there's still just so many Zhug. And remember, Zhug have that unique tech. The repeater crossbows that will get bolt magazines. So we'll be doing extra free damage into spears. Gujarati kind of misread this, not macro micro. I think if he wanted to go, he needed to go sooner. He gambled on this proxy base, which he thought was not going to get noticed by the scout as early. He was wrong. Dead wrong in this game. I think it was more like a timing issue. You could have went for like a fast castle build, but like I mentioned, Juji are actually really good at that build. They'll beat you with that build because you can't rush castle against Juji and pump knights. They pump them faster. And they tech up faster as well. But at this stage, Gujarati is just processing the loss. He's playing out to the end, which we've already realistically arrived at here, right? Like, you've got no real standing army. Louis is still massing a lot of Zhug. Even if you do get a tech up now, relics will all be secured. We already have 3 on the way home. The other 2 easily attainable for Louis. Those Lancers still proving a nuisance here. Can't continue playing Atri against Castle as Juji, I feel. I mean, you needed to have your men-at-arms still alive and be aging up. And there's the bolt magazines we're talking about, but he's reached the Arkin. So 2-0 for Louis. That means that he is on a collision course for a showdown now in the semi-finals against either Anatan or SAS. That will be streamed live on Tuesday. Could this be Louis' week? You know, he's been making a lot of quarterfinals or semi-finals positions, right? Like, week number 1, he actually made grand finals. There's nothing grand about this right now. It's the Lancer. Once again, the one Lancer. I mean, tech up complete, but for what? Gujarati is going to have no food access. He's going to have no wood access. He's trying to build into knights, but you're already behind. This is done. Let me know what you think about these games, guys. I mean, what do you think about Pro Scouts in general? I stand by my statements on Atacama, but you see how good it is on a map like Dry Arabia, right? He just had so much food to work with. The safety net was huge. Gujarati's idea kind of works in the older meta before Pro Scouts, but in this one, it's very much a hunker down, right? Batten down the hatches, don't come out until you're ready. It's the way people love to play the Zhug. Hope it's a Louis week, to be honest. Need different winners. Be cool to see, right? Puppy Paw's back to try and, you know, defend the titles. He did just win last week. At this point, I'm basically paying for his bills. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Would be cool to see. I mean, we've got a few players in there, right? We saw Anand, although ended up being a 4-run last finals. Definitely recommend watching. very, very cool in some of those games, especially the game 4. There's still, like, what? Dumu, B. There's a few people that could maybe make it there. I mean, it'd be a really big booster for Dumu or B to be able to beat Puppy Paw, because I think they've really been struggling, in particular, against the Canadians there. 3 sacred sites. 5 relics. Have mercy. Well, commiserations to the Finn. But there's always 2025. Reminder, folks, that this is going to be the final midweek muster of 2024, but we will be returning in a big way. So many weeks still to have midweek musters, and hopefully we'll be seeing some deeper runs from Killjadi. I know he's a player with a lot of potential. It just kind of felt like he's on the verge for a while. And weirdly enough, Louis is bamboozling himself here. Well, Q idea of the night. A few too few. The outpost as well, just in case. And he's out. GG's. Cool game. Let me know what you think about this, though. Pro Scouts in general, I think, is going to be the talking point of this series. Really clean execution by Louis. That game 1 could have been so different, and who knows how this set would have been going if Killjadi had just kept that noose around his opponent's neck in G1. Instead, Louis MT with a dominant 2-0. I'll catch you on the next chapter. Oi, oi, oi. So yeah, 2-0 for Mr. Louis. What do we call that one? Trying to think what I want to call that. The dualities of playing Pro Scouts. I think that works. And then Killjadi versus Luigi 2. There we go. All right, guys. So let's see what we've got up next here. So we've got the Killjadi versus Louis. In fact, let me quickly update the brackets for you guys, because a few of these series are now played out. So Killjadi versus Myriad, like we said, because we shoot Killjadi, we knew that it was a 2-1 there. We might still have a look at that series at some point tomorrow if we've got extra time, just to like fill in the gaps and, you know, entertain, because, you know, still a tight series. But we will have Anatan versus SAS tomorrow at 5 p.m. CET. Dumu versus B needs to be scheduled. That will likely be tomorrow. I imagine a little bit earlier. And there is still Puppy Paw versus Stopper that we can look at. I think that was happening at the same time as this series, so not quite live, but still could be interesting to check in on. How's it going, Stopper? Bear with me a sec, guys. I'm just going to update the graphics, like I said, though. So we had... If my Photoshop would like to load. So 2-1 for Killjadi. Probably could have closed AoE 4 to make this a bit quicker, but here's what it is. So 2-0 there. And then we saw a 2-0 from B. There's going to be the classic matchup of Dumu versus B in the quarterfinals. Happens a lot. I think B is usually going up against Louis or Dumu, if I'm not mistaken. Seems to be the very frequent. So there we go. Save that. Should be popping in a second. There you go, guys. So that is up-to-date results so far. Do we watch Puppy? What do you think, guys? Do we watch Puppy Paw versus Stopper today, or do we watch it tomorrow? Because how many series we got left now? So we just have one of our semis. So we've got 3 semis to play, and we've got that one round of 16. And then if we really need to load into it, we've got Killjadi versus Myriad. Puppy today? Oh, I know Puppy Paw and Stopper just played their series, but we could cast it now, is what I'm saying. Or we do it tomorrow. Oh, you're saying for it today? Yeah, yeah. Let's see. What was their draft like? All right, one sec. Let me pay out the gambler as well. Libby MT. Give you your points? No, I'm going to hold on to them. And it's going to be like Esports where we don't pay for 90 days. Okay, so Stopper and his French. Wait, Stopper, why did you random your second pick, sir? What happened? Oh, no. Well, that... that poses some questions, my friend. So we've got Atacama, Dry Arabia, and Archipelago for Puppy Ball versus Stopper. We'll get ready for this now. Happens. 515 people in the stream. Damn right, you gotta give them what they want. They're thirsty for it. So guys, we're gonna be doing Puppy Ball versus Stopper. This might be the last series of the day. We'll see. Because I don't see any semi-finals scheduled for today. So likely we're going to be seeing the 3 remaining semi-finals tomorrow. Quarterfinals rather tomorrow, and hopefully one of the semi-finals. I think what I'm going to try to do, I don't know if Chum is here. But I think we'll aim to try and maybe see if the players want to do one of the semis tomorrow and then one of the semis on first day before the grand finals. That way we can do a semi-finals into grand finals, and then afterwards we'll be building a PC live on stream. Whoop whoop. But let me load up game number 1 from the Stopper Puppy Ball series. Just messaging Chum so he's aware of the plan. So, game 1, Atacama. We are going to be looking at Japanese versus French. Ooh, that is a horrible matchup for French, actually. I think, what was it? I've had 1 or 2 players say just tower rush the Japanese as French. Maybe. That's kind of like your only play here. If you play like normal, you just lose. One second. Okay. Sorry, I'm just mentally tracking things I need to chase after the stream. But for now, let's focus on the games. Yo, Stopper, did you guys use random locations? Or did you use team together? Okay, yeah. So I think European Temperate is just bugged. I think European Temperate is a problem. If someone doesn't mind, can you like... I haven't got time to do it right now because I'm doing the series. I'll try to later. I want to see which biome is the most consistent. Because this one is a bit... I think European Temperate is causing problems. Relax, everyone. It's not a Canadian bias spawn at all because we're playing Japanese. We'll never touch these. What and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are into week number 7 here. Puppy Paw, the reigning champion, returned. He needs to come back to try and defend that title, and it's going to be up against Stopper. Stopper, who has really impressed, man. Really, really impressed by the performance he had in the round of 32. Has had some really cool games in the matchups he's played. Like, for example, there was the matchup against Cat. That was an insane game. You guys might remember that on Scarguard, where somehow Stopper survived much longer than I think anyone would. But let's see what we're going to get in this series. Atacama, a map that usually rewards pressure. Japanese are kind of scary on this type of map, though, right? Because they do have the ability to raid you quite freely. There's, yes, a lot of safe resources close, but not much in the grand scheme of things for things like wood. And also, the other thing to keep in mind is this is a really hard matchup for French. Japanese kind of just turn French into human toilets. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. It's ridiculous how good the Mad Samurai build is against French Knights. So you have to do something different. I've heard ideas punted around. For example, going for an outpost rush against the Japanese. I'm not sure how viable that is on a map like this, though. I mean, in theory, if you get there quick enough, but if you're seen for a second, it feels almost so much further away than like on a standard Dry Arabia to reach the golds. If French go 2TC, I think if you go 2TC, you just die. Because like the problem with 2TC here is the time to repay the investment is even higher than other civs because you're spending more food than other civs in the early game. Meanwhile, Japan will just rush castle and then they'll get knights. They'll get the Mount Samurai. That's your problem, right? It's like you're behind on knight count. Knight count already doesn't get you very far. I think actually for French, the way you have to play this is weirdly enough spears. Got a few knights to raid, but go spears. Chamber of Commerce can be pretty sick with the right spawn. This is just not the spawn. Right? It's like central trade post, so you have to have like a trade here. You don't really want to be trying to trade against a civ that you know is going to rush into knights. And this makes it rougher. Puppy Paw knows, man. I've talked about this like a broken record. Coca Township was being slept on way too much. So good in Feudal Age, we're applying some pressure. You can even turn it into like a feudal aggro play in certain situations. This won't be that particular game, but where this can get very annoying is like a little bit later when a few ninjas show up the fight between the knights and the samurai. Ninjas actually have very high base damage. They actually mirror the damage output of a samurai, a mounted samurai. Cock is always an option if you lose anyway. Oh yeah, so you just go Chamber of Commerce so you can blame it on the landmark, right? There we go. That's the only reason I lost. No, Stopper isn't like that, man. Stopper's looking for the win. I mean, Stopper does pretty well, right? We talked about this before where he's ranked quite highly on the leaderboards despite not having that much time to play because he actually, he's a Russian commentator, right? But, actually, sorry, no. I think Stopper's in chat right now, right? You commentate in Russian, if I'm not mistaken, but you're from, was it Kazakhstan? And yes, Chamber of Commerce is definitely there versus Fast Castle. Like I said, it's because it's Mount Samurai, you just get killed. Outpost coming up. Puppy Paw's doing something different here. He went for the boar. A very rare sight for the Japanese to do this early. But he's on the boar. And we do have an outpost coming up, so we'll have a blocker play in this area. Could even go for the garrison, do a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, the click goes through the repair. And Arislet's already in the way, but he hasn't guarded his back gold here. First Shinobi is going to be coming out soon. Stopper already has a knight that should be on the way. I mean, sometimes the Vil count on each resource, we usually switch between. Chill, puppy, chill. Survival technique is definitely going to be worth it here. And we have pro scouts on the other side from Stopper. Honestly, I think if you're Puppy Paw, you just take this opportunity to shove the deer underneath the outpost, right? Like, the Shinobi is just a glorified deer shover. I mean, it would be. What the what are you doing to yourself right now? Okay, that was the most self-griefing I've seen from Puppy Paw in a while. Doesn't want the deer, just wants to go stab people in the face. To see the first one of the knights. I mean, you could actually just go for a Shinshin to get the free stab. I think instead he's going to wait until he's close to the outpost. Okay, it didn't work out that way. Okay, that actually worked out very well because the charge didn't come in, right? Because Stopper attacked with a sword, he lost the charge, which means he can't get the kill. And the difference here is this ninja will heal. The Royal Knight is not going to heal anytime soon. You don't have Chivalry. A little bit of an oversight or missight there by Puppy Paw, though. Let's give over a freebie on the back. Does have free ninja to play with, and this is where it gets awkward. Like, your knight will lose the ninja now. Oh, especially with that move. Double stab coming in. Stopper, he's trying to turn this into a very micro-focused game. It's just not really working out according to what his plan was. Even spears now. Okay, this is just wildly different out of Puppy Paw. I would not have expected spearmen in the feudal age. Usually you just rush Mount Samurai. It's such a winning play. But this is so different. I think it's in respect of the pro scouts. He wants to try and block that play, right? He'll be able to do so. There is at least now a knight arriving, but if Puppy Paw just micros away... Oh, he didn't get it, though. You want to be standing behind the spear to get the brace, because then you get a free stab in while this guy's stunned. Ninjas are on the way back over. The spearman is just going to try to stab it out as much as he can. Stopper, I'm not really convinced right now by the knights. He kind of needs to turn this into a multi-attack type game. Right now, the focus is between the two players based on the short route, which is why infantry will work well. The villages. Wait a second, these aren't mine. God, this is just weird to watch, though. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 2 HP. When was the last time? When was the first time? Is this the first time anyone has watched Shinobi Spearman in the Fuel Age? Feels like it is for me. It's a cool read, though. I think I've talked about this on stream before. Like Shinobi actually, they trade very well into Knights when handled correctly, especially for their cost. You just have to out-micro. But Puppy Boy is very crafty about this because by going for the racks, you don't need to like out-micro by shuffling your Shinobi too much. You just walk forward, they go to charge you, you brace, and if they get stunned, they die. You immediately just Shinshin on top of them so that you block their retreat. So then your Spearman gets an extra attack, and your Shinobi just keeps stabbing. It's really smart, actually. And look at what he's done now. He's forced Stopper to go into Archers when the real intent for Puppy Boy was always Castle. So now he's going to be able to go into Mounted Samurai like he normally would, but his opponent has wasted time building Archers while also losing Knights. This is pretty wacky. I'm loving this build, right? Very, very different approach. And I think really a big part of it was enabled by the ball. Floating gate now on the way. It's going to be shuffling where he guards because he's always got the outpost for the ball workers. Needs to defend his goal because that was the trade-off of securing that resource, not having a defense here. Puppy Ball, funnily enough, could actually rush an outpost up now. Yep, there you go. He's on the way. Has to go very defensive. That is going to be an opening for the Archers to try and exploit. Really needs the defense. Needs to be fast about it as well because the Archers are coming here. Stop with the charge again. Puppy Ball is starting to lose a bit of eco from this. However, the Archer's getting a little bit too close to the TC. Oh, man. And Puppy Ball is somehow getting away with that. 3 HP left on the Archer. On the Villager, rather. Archer's count not good enough to take him down, so Outpost is going to go up. And Stopper, despite his best efforts there, the goal just a little bit too close to this town center for him to punish. I mean, that is the nature of the map. Quite often, they will be that tight. Spear's now blocking the retreat. Shinobi weren't quite on the mark there. No Shinshin used. Yeah, the follow-up not looking great either. I think that was a missed opportunity there. If Puppy Ball had Shinshin straight away, he would have sandwiched the Knights. 2 of them at least die. Instead, Stopper keeps most of them alive. Age up is complete, however, and Puppy Ball now going to be looking for that stables drop. Stopper has at least got a lot of food to work with here. This is upside in this game. Puppy Ball, meanwhile, has 6 sheep remaining. Then it's berries. Not the worst case situation, per se. The tricky part about this, though, and what makes Pro Scouts feel so good in this situation, is the Mounted Samurai are going to have to dive the TC, right? Because all the food is gathered in one location. So compared to your regular French builds, where you're playing pocket ecos when these Knights come in, Stopper should feel a bit more confident about his position in the game. He's not as exposed as the French player normally would be. Nice interceptions again. Remember, Shinobi, they automatically get upgraded, so they're even better now against these Knights. Look at that, 29 damage per strike. They basically hit harder than the Spearman does at this stage. I mean, admittedly, they're feudal Spearman, but still. Actually, they hit the same, but the attack speed is the really way it differentiates. 1.25 versus 1.88. Stop it. I don't think you're ready for this dive, man. I think he needs a ram play. If Stopper wants to keep doing what he's doing this game, it needs to be a push for a kill. The longer you wait, the worse this gets, right? Mounted Samurai count is already up to 4. Puppy Boy is struggling a little bit to maintain the resource, but that's now changing, right? The pressure on the gold for so long is what skewed things for him. We do have relics now being acquired as well. Now Simon just doing a good job of actually not fighting the main army, right? He's just cutting reinforcements. Just really good trades. Just able to shuffle away. So now Stopper has to pull a huge chunk of his army back. Now what Puppy Paw can do is use the second wave to deal with the archers. They're not here. And there it is. Straight in. Stopper realizing the mistake he made a little bit late there. Luckily for him, doesn't get punished too much. And Chivalry, no, it's not in. He didn't really have the count yet to justify it. Gets caught going out into the ball, so it looks like a villager pick should be happening there. Let's we'll be at least able to shuffle this away. It's just so tricky. The problem here, and this is why like it's so good for the Japanese, is even when you outnumber them like this, what ends up happening often is all the knights charge at the same target. One of them connects, but deflective activates. And then the other ones, because of that knight getting in the way, they now take longer to connect. So by the time they're about to reach the Japanese samurai, the charge runs out. It's actually really frustrating. Spears mounted samurai. This is... I gotta give it to them. The Canadians always turn up and show that they've been cooking, right? They ain't that person looking to eat spaghetti bolognese for the 30th day in a row, no. They like to sprinkle some extra spices in there. Make the cuisine different. That samurai are now coming back in, and Stopper a little bit slow on the reaction there. Tries to pull back now. But not really looking like a healthy French lead here. Only 2 eco up. Shinto just snuck out for a second relic. You gotta be kidding me. However, this dive. Stopper. Puppy Boy hasn't realized. He blocks the retreat. Oh my god. It's a trade out on both of their bases right now. Both of them losing a lot here. But Puppy Paw feeling the real pain. 6 villager lead right now for Stopper. A lot of idle force on the other side of it. The Mat Samurai starting to get mopped up a little. But in the end, somehow, it's still only a 3 eco difference after that. Puppy was going to make it better for himself. He sees the villagers gathering off the deer. He punishes it. And so much for that healthy French economy. That's wild. I can't believe this. It's only a handful of these Mat Samurai left over. I mean, Stopper is in a really good position when you look at the quality of units. He's going to keep looking to punish in the Japanese base. The problem is at this stage, there's not much left for you to slaughter, right? There's garrison spots for 25 of the 34. So he backs off. Well, Spearman not really feeling as impactful. I can't believe this. I mean, Stopper, dude, he came to play. Gotta give this guy the due credit. I did mention he's no pushover, and he's proven why in this. I mean, Puppy Paw is usually the guy who's just steamrolling player after player after player, but in this game, he looks quite uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't know if the Spearman plot really paid off for Puppy Paw here. I think the pressure that Stopper put in early forced him to do this, but now it just looks a bit awkward. Stopper still has his own awkwardness in this game, right? He still needs to reach age 3. Behind that, remember, Puppy Paw should be adding in the monastery soon. He's got 2 relics at home. So he's camping for the 3rd in the future. Stopper is looking for the 3rd age in his future. Just around the corner. Well, Chivalry at this stage is, I agree, critical. Earlier on, I forgive him for not getting it, because he just needed more knights. And I think Stopper, this health bars ain't looking pretty, right? Maybe the thought process at this stage is you want to get the age up, but once you have the age up, Chivalry is kind of sucky. Because remember, it's always +1 health, but when you upgrade, you've now got 40 extra health on each of these knights. It takes a lot longer to heal back up. Speaking of which, knights are going to be moving in. Puppy Paw. Quick to pull away here. Handful of spearmen to defend. And what? Puppy Paw in the right place at the right time. And Knight in the meantime is going to dive into the main. The spearmen are going to idle out the gold. So Stopper, he ran out of gold at home. This is going to sting him. Even if he get a tech up now, he won't be able to afford anything past it. Dive into the base. Actually just as successful. They're both hemorrhaging at this stage. The French are still circling with the knights. We'll look for the dive in again. The Mat Samurai spears are going to also be marching under. Idle time achieved. Stopper, every single villager is not working right now. And another knight arrives to keep it that way. I think Stopper, he's played a good game up to this point, but now he's becoming a little bit too focused on the micro of the army and not enough focused on his economy. Yeah, that's the tricky part, right? Is that Puppy Paw is trying to minimize the loss of gathering at any given phase. Stopper is just headfirst diving into idle time after idle time here. Now, after all is said and done, after all that effort, and it was great effort from Stopper, now he's just drastically behind when it comes to military. May not look like it, 8 to 12, sure, but like 4 of these mounted samurai is more than enough right now for him to dominate the army of the French. And I believe that is healing tech coming through, right? Yeah. Kind of love that from Puppy Pool. At this stage, when both of you have been grinded down to nothing, every single unit matters. So being able to pull them back and rapidly heal them, worth its weight in gold. Stop it. Knows he needs to make that space, get that breathing room. Age up, almost ready to be triggered here. But now the Knights, they're moving in. The Shinto in the area, he can go for Sacred Sight into Relic. Behind this, we even have the Fudasashi coming through. So gathering is going to be even better if he starts shuffling out to those berries in the back. I'm impressed. I really am. Like, you know, Stopper. Could he win this now? It's very difficult to claw back from here. The gold is the biggest issue I'm seeing. He has at least gathered on the south side, so there is some hope. But Puppy Paw is 2 relics already. It's about to be a 3rd running home. He's moving out for the 4th now. And he has a notable advantage on Mount Samurai right now. Yes, they're 5-5, but the quality is just day and night. I believe Puppy Paw might even be going for a 2TC play here now. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because French are going to recover eco over time. He already has the Daimyo level 1. Daimyo 2 is pretty expensive. 600 stone versus, what, just getting 350? And then you can even Yorishiro drop the 2nd TC. Alternatively, actually, just Yorishiro drop your primary TC, and the French TC isn't quicker. Right? Because you go down to 15, they're at 17. Tech up now coming, though, from Stopper. Nice. I'm going to find their way towards it, but Stopper at least has enough to block any damage done there. Double Sacred Sight now locked in. This has got me really freaking excited for this series, though. Like, game 1, you know, I expected Stopper to put up a decent engagement, but I didn't expect him to trade out the way he did. It's very hard to make those type of calls, to go for those equal trades where you know you're going to lose a lot of economy also. And while he didn't always come out ahead, he in most cases came out at least even. 1 or 2 cases, I'd say he actually took the advantage. He has at least now got that tech up. So there might be a recovery arc into Royal Institute play with the Bloodlines. It is hard, though. Because he needs a lot of gold, right? He needs to vet his knights. He needs to build more knights. He needs to get the extra blacksmith upgrades, the ecotech upgrades. All while not being attacked. And Puppy Paw, he just found his way into Uma Bannerman. That's a substantial damage buff. Gonna be about an extra 4 damage per samurai. Which balances out. It's actually better than Cantled Saddles at that stage. Dive in. He's going to pick apart the Spearman. Trying to keep that count down. He doesn't want it to reach critical mass where it could repel him. We do have veterancy finally coming through from Puppy Paw and his own spears. Nice. We've been here before. Stopper again. But this time, there's a defense force. Great idea. But Puppy Paw learning from the errors of earlier. Won't be caught out like that so easily. And this is the right call by Stop. He's trying to get into the arbitraries. Probably his only hope here. Gambesons will make them very tanky against spears, and then enough of them can snipe down the samurai. I think the issue is going to be gold, though. He's going to be moving with the outposts. 4 workers in there, and I don't see them escaping. He's got the army coming, but it's a pretty pathetic army, if we're being totally fair. Looks like the samurai will be slightly distracted, but they just wrap around the back, say, don't mind if I do. Spearman now vetted up, easily able to take on the Knights. And the counter raids, they're just not there. Puppy Paw has found his flow point, blocking all of it out. 2nd TC is coming in from Teal. But you need army. He has no food. Gold is great, right? But food is really what you need for anything at this stage. You can maybe build a siege weapon, but good luck with that. I think we reached the end point. All right, what do you think, guys? Puppy Paw or Stopper? Who's taking this series overall? Going into it, I'd forgive everyone for saying Puppy Paw. I think even Stopper would. But even though it's a win for Puppy Paw, it's a matchup that realistically should be a win for the Japanese. The fact that Stopper made it look this close is pretty damn impressive. And that was a massacre. Escape just not looking pretty. At this stage, he's just processing the loss, right? I think Stopper is probably very high on the endorphin rush, adrenaline rush of it. He's played an incredible game. And now he just doesn't want to switch off from it. Or he's trying to find the way in, but you have to be very careful. Games like this can go from being a positive booster to your morale to being a very big negative cycle at this stage. This is over. There is too many Mad Samurai for you to get any units out of these production buildings. And he's willing to admit it. GG, game 1 going to Puppy Paw. What do you think, guys? What's the final scoreline going to be in this series? I would be surprised if many would still say 2-0. All right, so well played, Mr. Stopper. Let's get that game 1 on the board. So Japanese versus French, game 1 to the left. Let's see where we can get taken next. So game number 2. I mean, it's Dry Arabia Archipelago. I mean, he's ordered the Denton, right? It's the only option. So I guess you do Dry Arabia now? It doesn't matter. Like this is going to be Chinese OOTD locked in, and then Dry Arabia is going to be either Delhi or English versus what? Abbasids or Rus? I think Stopper's going to Rus. He's quite comfortable with Rus, and I think given the matchups, like, do you really want to Abba into potentially Delhi? That's def. He goes to Archipelago. The balls on this man. English versus Order of the Dented. Okay. Why did Puppy Paw pick English? I know why. He knew it was going to be OOTD. This is a specific play that's very good against OOTD because the king has to be countered, right? And for the dragon, that's really not cheap. Interesting. Right, let's hop into game number 2. We flip that around. Oh. We'll see how it goes, but we might make this the final series of the day, depending on how long it goes. I don't think we're going to get any quarterfinals today, so it actually balances out quite nicely. I'm just double-checking the chat. Yeah, nothing's been communicated, so, like, reminder of the state of the brackets. We're probably going to be getting Voldemort versus the winner of this, Dumu versus B, and we know Anathan versus Sassy is going to be tomorrow. My goal will be to have 3 quarterfinals and a semifinals tomorrow. I don't know if I want to have it be double semis. If it is double semis happening tomorrow, then what we'll do is we'll figure out some sort of 3rd place match or something. We'll figure it out though. Okay. Stopper's a master den with OOTD. I don't think I've seen him on OOTD before. What did you guys do against Mass Crossbow and Knight combo from OOTD as Japanese? You just build more Mounted Samurai. The answer is always... Think about why Mounted Samurai still don't care about OOTD, per se. Because at the end of the day, you have less units, which means deflective armor is more effective against those units, in a way, right? Alright. Hit the 2 times. Actually, I need to drink some water. Oh. We're live for 6 hours, by the way. If you guys haven't followed and you're new here, I recommend doing so. We're live most Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. It's going to be a little bit less busy over the holidays because I want to spend some time with my wonderful daughter and son, and my partner, and my family across Christmas. But we do have a cool tournament happening on a weekend at the end of the month as well, though. And then Midweek Muster will return in 2025. You ask, you shall receive. 2 times to start this up because we know it's going to be a slow start. It's Archipelago. That's what it takes for an Order of the Dragon pick. You guys have been begging for it. It is happening here, midweek muster number 7. Game number 2 between Stopper and Puppy Paw. This is cool. I love that we're going to get some Order of the Dragon. Apparently, Stopper loves playing this Civ. The tricky part is Puppy Paw. He had Chinese. He counterpicked instead. English is actually, and was revealed to be a very good counter to OOTD in the early days of Archipelago appearing in tournaments in 2024. If you guys remember, the build was Abbey of Kings into a King drop, and OOTD hates that because Order of the Dragon have to spend way too much to build into their Spearmen. Remember, Spears, any unit for OOTD is on average twice as expensive. Yeah, a little bit tricky, and we already seen that Abbey of Kings. Not a big fan of the placement by Puppy Paw. I don't really know why he's done that. Usually you want to place it near the coast, because then you can get the heal overlap for any of your boats. Stopper. I mean, this has to be Archon, right? Love this map, by the way. We've been having quite a few games at Archipelago. I think that says something that a lot of players are actually playing into it, because I hear people always moan that pros say they don't want to play water maps, but with how many of them have been drafting it, I would say there's something else to be said about that. But what I'll say about that is smart use of the money. Thank you, Teach J. Appreciate the sub, mate, and welcome back to Swarm. You could argue that it's a player who's not favored trying to get an advantage by playing a less familiar map, but also it's less familiar for them, right? So I don't mind. I think this in particular, EGC's Archipelago, or it's called EGC, but guys, it's actually Caillou who made this, the wonderful Kevayu. We're at it again. I love this. This map, chef's kiss. I feel like in almost every way imaginable. Actually, no. In every way imaginable, it's a better version of Archipelago. Let me know what you guys think after the games you've been seeing here. We're going to stick on the 2 times for the early games as we start to get towards the skirmishes. But for me, this map has been delivering, man. Speaking of deliveries, Puppy Paw has entered the land. King now arriving, and ooh, Stopper. He goes to the body blocks. A little bit cheeky there, trying to buy the time, but he doesn't micro the villager. Oh, no. He doesn't snipe the scout, but obviously not able to get the king there. If he just stuck to the coast, I could kind of make sense of it. And we do have a Rax being forced. This is the nightmare of every OTD player. Anyone who's played this type of matchup on water knows exactly what I'm talking about. The king just kind of unravels, because now, here's a cool little difference for you guys. Because Stopper had to go for a Rax, he had to build a Spearman, possibly 2 Spearmen. Even just 1, he's now a 310 resource investment. Admiralty only costs 500. This is the dream. And yes, you spent 90 on the transport ship, but you're still in such a desirable position here with the English. King, Puppy Paw. Ooh, just about gets away. That's really important. The king's going to heal up. He can be more of a nuisance. The Stopper needs to make sure he doesn't have to build a second spear. 2 spears, and it feels like a death sentence here. Oh, wow, Teach. That was 6 months in advance. You're legend. Thank you very much, mate. Always recommend people getting the subs in so you don't have to worry about ads. Puppy Paw now looking to pressure, though. Demo ship pump is coming from Stopper. The transport ship, I love this. Like, you actually want to use the scout, but you can also use it in the fight. The whole point of the transport ship is it's 400 HP and there's no bonus damage against it. So you can bait and absorb a lot of fire. I actually think transport ships are slept on for that reason. In this engagement right now, you could have negated so many shots onto your hulks. The transport... he actually gets the king back out! Okay, Puppy Paw. He's loving life. So he's going to run the king all the way home, heal him up, and then he can come back about it again. By the way, what do you guys think? Do you like that boats have this passive heal, or do you think it would be better if boats always had a cost to repair? I'm kind of curious, because I haven't asked that question in a very long time. I almost feel like we've just accepted the passive free healing. Is that a good or bad thing, though? Because it kind of feels, I guess it's like it stops as much snowballing. Is that good or bad, though, right? Because obviously, if you have to pay to repair, there is now a daunting check on the investment, right? It's like, oh, you messed up, you get punished. And when you think about how dominant feudal healing can look in the game at the moment, with things like the Dervish, with Scholar heals from Delhi, it's kind of wild that everything gets this heal. Detonation coming in. Oh, he did get the villager, though, so that actually makes it quite good. If it had just been the bow, I wouldn't have rated this highly. But able to find that Fisher. Wait. That was 2. That was a double kill. So definitely worth it for Stopper. You only hate demo ships? I think demo ships are absolutely required. I think demo ships are probably the only thing that can make water interesting. Would you really prefer... So here's my counter argument to like you hating demo ships, Saffras. We used to have a meta where there wasn't demo ships. Do you guys remember the age of Spring Chips? The spin to win? Was that really better? At least you have a triangle here, right? I don't like that idea that with already a very limited pool of free boats, someone would want less. I think I'd kind of rather see more interactions to give options on water to outplay. And yeah, I think maybe buying the tech is a fair point. Hilariously, H3 already has a tech for that. And the king, oh, he went down! Oh, Stopper! He caught him in the stealth forest! Huge! Even gets the transport ship for free. Stopper says, I am not dead yet, mate. Archer ship's also forwarding. There's a little bit of a regret there for Puppy Pool. Only one archer ship to work with. Double demo in reserve. Fishing is a little bit exposed here, but Stopper can easily push this back. Needs to be careful stepping up like this. Demo ships. There is a small area where they can't be seen. Demo, nice connection there. Gets 2. Can't demo play the other way. Is going to hurt, but not kill. Demo ship is Clown Fiesta. I'm sure 2 out of 3 people hate it. I feel like the 2 out of 3 people that hate demo ships is because it actually punishes you for not microing, though. Would that be a fair point? If you think about it, without demo ships, water is less micro heavy. Demos are more punishing than most land interactions when you do something wrong. I think that's a fair statement. And the problem is, like, AoE4 leaned after a casual audience, so that's where water feels really polarizing and weird. It's also just simultaneously weird in another way, though, right? Like, AoE4 is a pro-played game, so you can't really casualize water. Well, Kamarov, what you just said about pulling them out the counter triangle, that's literally what water used to be. Water used to be that you had demo ships in Castle, remember? Part of me kind of wishes that the water system... By the way, we have an age up. People, if we're so focused on it, people did go King's Palace. He snuck that like crazy. Does he even have... Yeah, Admiralty... This is wild. He has Admiralty. He got King's Palace. So he aged up. He spent 500 resources on a tech as well, which makes it so hard for Stopper now to play into him. 7 tower range, right? Soon it's going to be 8. Stopper needs to age right now. He can't even look to aggro. The difference here, the reason this happened is because Puppy Paw, he just stayed on his home island, right? Well, Stopper pulled a huge chunk of his economy, basically about a third, across to the expansion island early. Yeah, I was going to say there was this very cool game where you basically had loads of units, RTS units, on a boat, and they would man the boat, right? And they could like crash into each other, and then they jump onto each other's boats in an attack. I always want to see like an Age of Empires do that. So then land feeds into water. It's not just water is water. Does that make sense? We do have a little bit of a face-off here. Armored hulls did already come in. No Spring Cruise, so no juiced up attack speed. However, Puppy Paw is just getting away with all this easy fishing on the north side. What Stopper could do very quickly here is you go for Regnants, and then you move across to snatch these 2 relics. That would be huge. Order the Dragon with 4 relics is crazy at this point. Because this is the other reason why Order the Dragon feels really good on water, is remember, when it's just about water, the downsides of this Civ don't rear their ugly head. Population isn't an issue. In fact, when you play just pure water, you're better. Because gilded villagers are still only 1 pop. And they're 28% quicker than standard villagers. So if there is a map where Order of the Dragon is going to work in the Midweek Muster current map pool, this is the one. Making water much more complicated will just make people hate it more. I think it just changes the dynamics of how water works. Is it more complicated? It depends. Like, there's ways you can kind of make it simpler. I think the difference with that system is you'd end up with a system where you wouldn't have 30 boats. You'd have like 4 or 5. That's the big grand difference. Stop up. Now with the age up. Regnant's down. All right, this is looking pretty good. We're going to hit the speed up because I think we're going to have a little bit of a gap here. Puppy Paw is clearly macroing for Imperial. And Stopper now just wants to get relics. In fact, Puppy Paw, one thing I don't like for him is he's spending way too long on the starting island. He's finally making his move, though. Transport ship on the way. And this should be a Berkshire onto the Northern Island. Damn, the timing, though. 2 demos isn't going to be enough. And we also have a shuffle over. He's going for the relics. This is a sick read. Stopper, can he be fast enough for this, though? He's forgetting about these prelates. He needs to ungarrison them. Might still work out to at least get 1 because Puppy Paw is going deep. Which is interesting because really you want the Berkshire here on the coast where it can just outgun any boats coming your way. There we go. Wait, no, the spears! Oh, no. No, this is so much worse. I thought it was just a prelate pull. It's actually units that can fight. And Puppy Paw, he has to set up the enclosure. Palisade's going up. He can shortbow beyond this. So he will eventually kill the spears, but they're 180 health. They do not die fast. That's wild. And there's the Berkshire. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. Oh, wow. What a freaking series this is going to turn into. Berkshire on the expansion island from Puppy Paw. He just about gets the safety to set it up. Because that wouldn't have worked, right? If he went for a Berkshire with 18 villages against 12 damage spears, like, you would have lost way too much. And remember, it's kind of like one of those snowbally things. You lose more villages, your build speed slows further. It makes it even more impossible. Why even put the Berkshire? Because he has no choice now. He's got all this resource. He's not going to build on his starting island. This at least protects the tree line. Unbelievable. We're going to hit the speed up. Oh, wait, we do have a clash on water. Slow it down a little bit here. This pressure is coming in. The Puppy Paw first to reach up, but it comes at a cost. Look at the military mass. Has to pull back here. Man, the sails from Stopper as he keeps on pressing. He needs to find his own tech up soon. And really actually what Puppy Paw needs, he needs some outposts on the central islands. He needs to kind of expand that aura. Demo, clipping. He has got the explosives tech. Swivel cannons is now on the way for Puppy Paw. A big deal, remember, it gives you those cannon shots, 360. So it means even when you're retreating, you're attacking. And in combination with Admiralty, it means you can just brutalize your opponent without even really needing to stop. Cool read here, and Stopper, knowing that it's coming, is trying to prep his own tech. Remember, in terms of unique techs, you really don't have anything that cool. Ooh, fire stations is bad, guys. I do not know how after all this time, fire stations has not been reworked. If you're wondering what it is, there it is hovering on the screen. You're wondering what it is because it never gets built. It gives you +1 health regen every 2 seconds out of combat. It is half as impactful as Chivalry. And actually, in the grand scheme of a game, even less impactful than Chivalry. I think fire stations might be the most depressingly useless tech in the game. Can anyone think of a worse tech? I'm kind of struggling a bit. As is Stopper to do damage now. The swivel cannon's just really adding up. That tech should probably be free, right? Like, I don't think it actually makes HU OTD inborn water if this is just a perk that they get extra healing when they're not being attacked. Oh, no, I'm going to defend it. Geometry was still better than fire stations. Even before they changed it. No, lumber tech... Really? You think forestry is that worthless? I feel like forestry has more value than fire stations, surely. Well, second TC from Puppy Paw now on the second island. Palace of Swabia is multi-TC for Stopper. Wait, did he forget to... Stopper? No. Are you kidding me? No way. Like, you can't make this up. He doesn't see his second relic. That's brutal. So only one relic regnance is pretty depressing at this stage. A bunch of ships from Puppy Paw are starting to shuffle around, and we do have the characters on the way, but Stopper queuing up a lot more. Need to blitzkrieg this. He's starting to siege through the starting docks. Stopper trying to get a few characters out in this area. He's also queuing them up on the second island because he knows it's a lot safer. And remember, because this Berkshire got pushed so deep, it actually doesn't protect the water area, so you can get blocked on this island as well. This is really just going to be a character race. Demo's now coming in, and it's a big wave. 13 from Stopper. Archer ship's just trying to stop it. The swivel cannons are helping out a little bit, but not enough. He wants the big boy target. Gets the Carrack. Almost gets it all. Just an inch short of hitting the triple backline of Hulks there. Stopper now getting that breathing room. Sprinkle count looking good. The Carrack lead is with him. No swivel cannons just yet. Stopper actually hasn't gone for that tech. A little bit surprised by that. Instead, he's been prioritizing more Carracks. Damn. Puppy Paw is not sailing for brighter and smoother waters here. He's in a bit of a pickle. Carrack comes out to defend against the galley raid. Wait, why do Carracks do so little damage to galleys? What? That is kind of pathetic, right? That's because he got level 2 shipwrights, the extra health, right? And Puppy Paw, he's going for a keep drop. But wait, but at this stage, does he really care? Because Stopper now has the second island. If you don't block the gold, I mean, the gold's down to 1,300. That's not even that great. But we're doing it anyway. Puppy Paw, he drops a keep. We are Normandying this piece of ass. Like, honestly, dude. I would not have expected this in this game. Puppy Paw is likely going to be dropping another keep because this is just a staging point. There it is. Second keep drop coming in. I mean, dude, be more ambitious. Dream to dream. Like, go all the way here. Carracks, in the meantime, are taking a bit of a chill break. We do have Spring, which is going shuffling around. Unbelievable. We're going to hit the fast forward because there's a little bit of a gap here. Slow down as neither side are really truly attacking. Likely we're going to be seeing a Siege Workshop play out of Puppy Paw here, surely. This Carrack's eye would defend against this. Fishing boats were just trying to gather in the area. The Sprills are still patrolling. We'll be able to find the boats coming across, and Puppy Paw immediately hesitates, so can't get the 26 villagers across. Unfortunate for him as well, because there's not really much left on this island. He could set up farms. Remember, he just got enclosures, so Puppy Paw will have infinite gold as well. And Stopper. Oh, hey! He found it. That took way too long. Meanwhile, look at this. Stopper has moved onto this island. I mean, he knows what's up here, right? So, opens with a dock, and the immediate spam of Raxes. He's like, if you're going to invade me, I'll invade you too, but I'm going to take what really matters. That second island. Puppy Paw, now with a men-at-arms flood. Love this. He was building them out the keeps as well as the racks, right? They are only feudal age men-at-arms, but gradually getting upgraded now. This is wild. On the other side, we have the veterancy mirrored for MAA. Oh my god. And Puppy Paw, he only has the Berkshire here. It's triple racks, man. There's no way you win this fight. Not his current state. The fishing boats! Oh my god. He pinches it! That's 16 villages! The other 10 have to make a break for land. But a heavy hit there! As Puppy Paw Finds his transpose getting sunk. What a sick move. Stopper is styling right now. 13 carats to 6. Clear eco lead now in his hands. Such a creative approach, and I see it said in the chat. Fatbob's like, I've never seen fishing boats used like that. I mean, anything in body block, right? Underrated Valley play there. Stopper, how much economy can he lose on this island? Okay, this is actually fine. He's got, what, 11 villages here? You lose 11 villages, you're still great on economy. Outpost now being set up in the area. He's going to gather off the berries. The men-at-arms fighting into the English counterparts here. But Gilded men-at-arms will always win that fight. Papipo, as a result, realizing it, is trying to switch down to the crossbows. Archer Rangers, Rax is being built up. We've got a full land war happening on the Northern Island. Papipo just kind of getting outmaneuvered around his own fishing area here. The Carracks are moving north side. He really wants to try and do a drive-by towards the fishing, if anything. It's actually the only real place that Papipo has docks, right? He could set them up where he's got the double keep, but if you starve this starting island, he doesn't have any play. We do finally have those outposts we talked about earlier coming through, so that'll be giving the attack speed aura. Stopper needs to slow down a bit. He needs to stop with this dive. He needs to get into siege. You can't compete with the Berkshire like this. Absolutely wild game. Something tells me it's not over yet. We're going to hit the speed up because we have a little bit of a slowdown again. Just a bit of a meat grinder. Carracks are going to come in, so blocker to any counter dock play. Stopper is going to get shoved off the island. Yeah, and it's kind of crazy, right? If he had a few bombards here, maybe. And again, bombards to the Carracks also just kind of sucks. The problem is his fleet. He's going back to the southern island, which I'm just going to be blunt and say it. Why? What is the value down here? I think Stopper kind of skipped a trick. If he played north, he wins the game. The game at this stage is about the eastern northern islands. They're all that matters. Home islands have nothing. Now Papipo just getting increased value as he moves across that eastern island. Stopper, I'm not really sure what the play is with this. He's finally denying the docks, which you talked about earlier. That's not a bad idea, per se. If you actually kill them. Mirrored move as well, as Papipo looks to take away his docks. This is now a race to reduce each other to no docks so that you can then outproduce your opponent. Stopper, however, is coming home. We're going to hit 2 times speed because it takes a while. More villagers in trouble. Kind of regretting building anything near the coast at this stage. Stopper has 18 carracks right now. And the backstab is real. Papipo, he sees it. He needs to get out right now, but you can't. It's broadside. If he just walks up with you, fishing boat's the front line and taking all the shots. Stopper, he just needs to chase. I think he's taking too long to A-click here. He just needs to move past. Starts to shuffle for the broadside. He's got him pinched here. Papipo needs some demos really to try and play out of this, but this is the thing, folks. When you're up to this many carracks, it's difficult to counter it with demos. Fleet trade looking great here. Papipo now 10 carracks behind across the map. What a sick move. Stopper. Now you just want to do a cyclical move, right? Counterclockwise all the way around the map. That's the next play. Man, this is wild. Papipo, yes, he can afford the gold long term, but the wood loss is going to be more important here. Is there a scout equipment for water fog? Yes, fishing boats. Fishing boats are your savior. We're going to hit the speed up again because carracks are slow. Stone gathering on the other island. Papipo, I mean, it's a cute idea, keeps, right? But it's not going to win you the game. In fact, at this stage, really, the heads-up play for Stopper is go for the sacred sites. Transport ship out, do it on all of them. And in fact, yeah, he can now. He's set up the monastery here. Papipo is not really in a position where he can contest that. Demos coming in from both sides. Stopper Dealing with the guys fast. This trade out is going to be brutal. Stopper a little bit capped. He needs to be moving forward more between the attacks. And what was that formation shuffle? He got pushed forward by the demo there. That's kind of wild. Remember, like, demos, this is the weird thing with boats. They can actually influence each other's movement speeds. So the demo is actually pushing the character forward faster. Demo connection comes in big, though. And Poppy Paw has lost it all. He's down to just 2 caracks. Meanwhile, Land Army not going to be really that impactful into warships here. Another attempt for Stopper to try and set up his own land invasion on the Northern Island. Oh, unbelievable game. Unbelievable series this is now turning into. Remember, for those just tuning in, game 1 was worth watching. Stopper really just twisting the game a little bit on Poppy Paw, not making it easy, definitely not making it comfortable. And now in game number 2, really coming in with a statement that I am not going into that darkness. So down coming on the docks, so no more caracks. Poppy Paw is just desperately trying to get back on the water, but we've seen this type of situation before. There's only one area left. It's the south side. There's already a carrack coming over that could start to deny these docks. Needs to be quick about it. A demo would actually save Poppy Paw here. He goes arrow slit. Wait, what? You lose the dock before arrow slits, guys. If Stopper just starts attacking it, this is a pointless play. Oh my god. There is nowhere he's getting out. He's trying. This is futile. Wow. He got there in the end. Stopper, he has blockaded practically everywhere. The docks on the east side are going to show your attempt to get underwater here. And really, what does Poppy Paw have left, man? I mean, at this stage, if Stopper just remembers to lock the sacred sites, it's GG. Well played. Well-earned victory. Color me impressed, man. We do have bombards coming from Poppy Paw, which actually is a smart read. Carracks only have 9 tower range, so you can outgun them. That'll get you the space to get back onto the water, right? But I think just Stopper's kind of griefing himself a little. Still not going sacred sites. He's forgotten at this stage. Siege Workshop's going to be dropped, so he will try to treb his way through everything. Maybe even a Culverin. We're going to stick on the 2x speed because, like, this is a very slow point in the game. You can tell just by the state of the map. Is this the best Archipelago game we've seen? Not just because of the player that's winning, but the way it played out. True. The fishing pinch was sick. So bombards are mopping up the carrack. Stopper needs to be a little bit aware of this. He has got Gilded Crossbowman coming. And Culverin's there as well. If Poppy Paw loses this wood, it doesn't matter if he gets docks up. He won't have any wood to work with, right? So still a pretty damning situation right now. Now that the crossbows have arrived, Poppy Paw needs to be ready to defend. Now, he has got a decent number of men-at-arms here, but it's into Gilded Crossbows and hand cannoneers. Also carracks to assist. Dive comes through. Villagers will just look for safety. It's good enough to shove him away. Freaking wild. Wait, what? The pop rivers with bolts. Okay, well, I'm glad that worked. Thanks, Dude, I love how we just got people stealing ideas in my chat. Really Steve Jobsing it up. Stopper should buy wood, true. But his gold is limiting as well, right? Actually, not really. Bombard's now arriving, but weirdly enough, actually, Stopper focusing on Unitrade. He's trying to stop EAT. Secret sites have now been locked in, folks, so the time bomb has started ticking. Stopper just shows so much passive gold. It's really hard to see a way. Double keep drop now coming in as Poppy Paw, trying to really find that way safely back underwater. Finally has. But now the outpost defense begins. Cannon emplacements coming in. This is looking virtually impossible for Poppy Paw. If you told me this game would be in 40 minutes, I wouldn't believe you. I really wouldn't have believed you. And also, just remember, like, you know, Puppy Paw has really been seen as quite scary on the water these days. So much credit to Stopper. Why not as a water map? Because usually there's a clear victor on Archipelago by now, I'd say. Some people try to drag it out, but... A little bit of poke again. Puppy Paw needs to be very careful with these transport ships. He's trying to march over. The Carrack is going to be there, but the cannons, can the cannons intercept quick enough? No! He gets the first. Can he get the reload? The men-at-arms unload. Just in time there. Decap is coming. Puppy Paw refuses to die. Unbelievable. However, what's even more unbelievable is him getting a decap here. The cannon emplacements are just going to kill him. North side, he has at least reclaimed, so docks are coming in there again. However, the Carracks could intercept that. Bombard needs to clear them. And we have a drop on the eastern island. Stopper's eco's in a bit of a pickle here. He doesn't have that much. Okay, that's enough hand cannons to defend. Stopper just needs to use them. Right now, he's not. He's down to 53 villages. 152 military. He's just building more Carracks. Okay, hear me out. Puppy Paw just masses demos, clears the fleet, gets a landing, GG. Unbelievable. I mean, Puppy, he does have the infinite food and gold to keep Normandying this. He's starting to work his way through the outposts as well. The cannon emplacement ones are still there, though. Really just needs to creep north side. And yeah, he's trying for it. The sneaky snake, he's coming for both angles. And it looks like he might find the one exposed. Wait, no, Puppy, no. He's going for another drop. Instead of going for the decap. Oh my god, I think Puppy Paw is just assuming that Stopper has outposted all the islands, which is just not true. He only has one outposted, the second one now being set up, but no emplacements. This is just kind of a farce, right? It's a lie. Counterplay now coming in. It looks like he actually got found trying to go across. So once again, Puppy Paw pushed off water. We're going to once again have to speed this up a bit. It's just back and forth. Puppy Paw has 3 of the islands, and yet still, Stopper is the one winning. This boat's just still so suffocating. There's only one real angle Puppy Paw is able to come from here. Stopper still with plenty of boats to hold him back as well, right? It's 10 Carracks at this stage. Only 8. Now make it 9 for Puppy Paw. Another attempt. Another fail here. He's at least distracted part of the fleet. Another drop comes in. He's trying to go for the landmark snipe. It's a good idea, but it's just not going to work out. E-repairs makes it so tricky. You need to bring like 10 bombards in, which Puppy Paw just doesn't have the economy for. He's moving in now. Maybe the Carracks could win out finally for him. 26 Carracks! Bloody hell. Stopper's gonna get off of this series and just watch all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies from start to finish. 3 minutes away now from a Sacred Site victory for Stopper. Right now, Puppy Paw trading quite well into this. Has got the network of castles aura to make it better. Demo ships making it a bit swifter. But immediately, just look how many more characters just came out. Come on. Surely not. North side is still a whole big bag of nothing happening. You can't get off. Carracks now moving in, but the cannon placements are going to be there to assist. Needs to clear them. Trying to build the monastery to make sure no units can come out to block a decap. He's really got, what, one attempt at this? It's not looking great for him, though. The Carracks, they overextend. Barely any alive at this stage. 2 of them on fire. Out of a total of 5. They're ringing the bell. The pressure really is on. 2 minutes away from a victory for the CIS player. More of these cannon placements coming in. Puppypaw at this stage has become a little bit too linear with his push. Wood also running out. Like, he's exhausted almost all of it. Just a small fragment of group left. He's not really even gathering that much wood. Carrots push in. Puppypaw is about to get landlocked again. And with only 1 minute and 20 seconds left, the outcome is undeniable. Stopper is going to hit back in a big way. Transport just trying to wrap around for that one drop-off, that one moment that can maybe get Puppypaw back into the game. But it will get denied. The men-at-arms barely get onto land. And what a game. What a crazy match here. Say what you want about Water, but bloody hell did this entertain. And most importantly, we see a third game. GG! Puppypaw drops a game. A rare statement to make outside of Grand Finals. This man usually looks impenetrable, but now has to be feeling a little bit shaken after his experience in Archipelago. And that means we have got one more game. Oh, baby. Let's rack it up. Let's stack it up. It's going to be Dry Arabia to decide it between them for all the marbles. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong side, not left side. Win. Right side. All right. Holy crap. Dude, Stopper should be proud. That was insane. One more game. Remember, winner of this will go through to face off against Voldemar lightly tomorrow. Who's it going to be? And thank you, Fatblop. Stopper has earned that sub for sure. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Dry Arabia time. It's going to be Delhi Roos. It's a comfort pick for Stopper. It's a ridiculous pick for Puppypaw. I mean, Delhi is just... is there more obnoxious civs than Delhi these days? Like, I feel like they've taken the top spot. They're there right next to Byzantines at this stage. It's going to be tricky. Should we find out if he can do it? It comes down to a third game. That's right. You're seeing that correctly. Puppypaw can bleed. Superman is not impenetrable. Stopper brought the kryptonite in that second game. And it will be decided here on Dry Arabia. Stopper getting his comfort pick Roos. But Puppypaw getting the bloody absurd Delhi. Delhi, Roos on Dry Arabia. Interesting matchup, actually. Considering the Roos right now go for these fast castle builds, I think it's a little bit problematic. Delhi's Ghazi are just very good against Horse Archer Mass, so Stopper's likely going to have to play H2, and that's not great. You don't really want to be building Knights into Mass Ghazi with healing behind them. Maybe we see some sort of 2TC build, but that very rarely ends well. There was a time where 2TC Roos could kind of work against Delhi, if you found the timing right. We'll have to see how he wants to approach it. Damn, what a game too, though. Like, I think a lot of us are still processing that. I think this is going to be uploaded as a series. It's tricky because usually with the series, I try to have something about game one in there to really set up the storyline, but in some ways, game two really just stole it. Unbelievable. Let's hit the fast forward, at least for the first 3 minutes of this land map. Because we are back on land. Remember, Stopper, to get that win, it had to go to Archipelago, where things got really scrappy, really messy. Sheep Hall is going to be 11 so far. Puppypaw, ooh, he shot and he missed. He's on 7 sheep. I mean, it's double scout, but it looks like he's been snatched pretty hard here. 8 sheep to 13. Probably going to be able like 14 finish. It's a really good start for Stopper, especially when you consider that you gather on berries to Delhi, right? So this is a brutal win, like 2/3 sheep for Roos. Dome of Faith, nothing out of the ordinary here. Golden Gate, Dome of Faith. I wasn't really expecting anything too drastically different here. I don't think the Kremlin build feels as good now against these Dome of Faith builds. It used to be better against Tower Victory because you stopped an all-in timing and you rally for like 2 TC on a delay. I'm not sure this actually ends well for Stopper if he just does a classic fast castle. Like, at that point, what's really your value play? You could theoretically build some knights, as long as there's not too many Ghazi, but I think part of the problem now is, like, you know, Delhi aren't afraid of attacking, and they get so much value out of just scaling into mass Ghazi in the meantime. Bit tricky. Alright, ones if you think Puppy Paws going to take this, twos if you think Stopper's going to take it. The Fortress is coming in, so we'll have that extra wood gen, and with 11 on there, we might actually see him trying to play the edge. Looking at the spawn as well, like Sacred Site's pretty balanced, so very easily reachable for Puppy Paw, especially if there's no pressure coming out. I don't like Stopper's spawn. This gold is really exposed. It's so far out there, right? He has at least got a retracted one, but it's so hard to wall early now on these maps. Delhi, meanwhile, they got retracted berries. That's pretty damn good. Northern side ones, semi-exposed, but not crazy. Also, the other worrisome part is Stopper got both deer forward of him to the north. Eventually, Pro Scouts is going to come in and hoover that, and it's already been queued up. 3 minutes 50 away. We do have the stables. This is what we thought we were going to see out of Stopper. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess he kind of needs to. Otherwise, he's just going to lose in the food game. They'll both just mass cavalry, and eventually Stopper will have to come out first. So it feels necessary, but this is always the painful thing with Delhi. They have enough food in the meantime, and then just 3 minutes, they'll have the tech for free. So has to kind of get it while he can. We'll have, what, a 2.5 minute window to exploit that. But with the Ghazi already arriving, they are going to be able to play blocker to this play. Another awkward part here is if you start to kind of falter, if you give up a little bit of territory, you don't have the gold then to build the knights. It makes me wonder if maybe Stopper should have just built spears. Immediately knights into Pro Scouts when you know Ghazi are coming is a little bit greedy. Whereas if you had spears, you know, it's very hard for Ghazi to trade into you. You know, here, like what, you just double up the knights with the Ghazi. And you should be able to trade okay. If it's free Ghazi to one knight, like I don't know how Stopper's meant to win that fight. You see the free and back away. Understandably so. Blocker on the gold though, and that means that Stopper is only going to be able to queue up one additional knight past this. Not just that, Puppy Paw now with the spears. I have to go back to it, right? It's the spear detail. If Stopper had just speared first, sure, you can argue that Delhi would go archers, but is that bad for a guy who gets 20% more wood? It's not Tower Victory anymore, so if you could have opened spears and forced your opponent to react with archers, you can just get ahead of him. Man. It's tricky because, like, you know, I don't think we see too much of Delhi Roost. They play into different maps, but I almost want to say that, especially with the Pro Scouts play going into Knights as well, Stopper kind of outplayed himself. Because now that you've gone for Pro Scouts, it's obvious that you're going to want to play onto the deer. So your opponent can just block that. Whereas otherwise, what you could have been doing here is these Knights could have been raiding. You could have been chipping away at the Delhi eco. Sacred Site's now being locked in. Stopper needs to make a move soon. Like, building Knights just to stay in your base like this is a quick way of losing a game against Delhi. It doesn't feel good. You're going to have to leave your base and just look for raids. Right now, just guarding these deer, sure, you're getting some long-term food, but what's going to happen here is, I mean, Puppy Paw Pro Scouts come through in about 10 seconds. Yeah, 25, actually. And with the Sacred Sites locked in as well, his own deer to pick up, he could just skip ahead of you into castle. Also, keep in mind with the spears, he's now going to have the ability to wall these in. Archer reaction is coming in, so Stopper is now pivoting. Puppy Paw, does he stick H2 or does he just go for the level up? It's a little bit risky to tech, but now your opponent has to deal with the sacred sites, right? So you actually kind of get quite a bit of room. Imagine Poppy getting eliminated here. I mean, it would be rare. The earliest he's ever gone out so far in midweek muster after all these weeks is semifinals. We're in the round of 16 right now. Would definitely make it a very concerning and unpredictable week. No one would really be sure who's going to be turning up in that grand finals if it happens. Right now, though, it doesn't look great for Stopper. Puppy Paw is going age up. You can see by the way he's stockpiling resources, it's way too much gold. It's just inherently going to happen by about 12 minutes at this rate. So you might as well pull the trigger. No, Puppy Paw has got Undermesh on the way. He's got them queued up. He just done solo Blacksmith. In fact, with the amount of map control he's got, he could prep to pick up 4 relics with a tech up. So, I kind of feel bad for Stopper, man. Like, after that game, too. Like, little takeaway for people when you're in this position. If you've built Knights and you're just sitting at home, there's not many civs that can really justify that. You have to make sure you have some sort of upper hand. Like, when you see a French player do it, it's because they have a better TC producing more villagers. Roos don't have that. And it's even worse still against Delhi. Like, you feel bad because if you choose your wrong timing to attack, you just lose the game straight away. But the longer you wait, the more resource gen difference between both of you. And here we go. Tech up's going to be on the way. House of Learning now coming in. It should be about that 12-minute for the complete tech up. Sacred Site's now being decapped, but I think Stopper may have been a little bit late to the party. Would Horse Archers work? Your opponent's built Ghazis. Do you really want to be building Horse Archers here? That's the problem. And, you know, then you just... If you go Horse Archers, Delhi can just go Tower Elephants. Which is going to force you into Horsemen. Which, you know, if you're a 25, 30 minutes in, can kind of see it. But we're not. We're 11 minutes, 12 minutes into the game. You can't really afford to spam Horsemen as Roos at that stage. High Trade House now on the way, so at least he's going to mirror the tech up timing. Really, the way that Stopper wins this game is raiding. He needs to look away from the army and look at the economy. It's not really what we've been seeing in this game so far. Tech up complete. And let the ridiculousness begin. Select all your buildings and queue all your upgrades. And guess how much you'll pay for those, folks? Nothing. You pay nothing. This isn't actually that clean by Puppy Paw. He didn't move out for relics. He didn't queue up all his tech straight away. A little bit surprised, actually. I thought at least he'd have 3 relics on the way home. There was a little bit of pressure coming from Stopper, but nothing overwhelming per se. And I believe we still don't have those scholars on the move. No, first one's now boogalooing out. There is some hope, actually. Like, from what I just saw from Puppy Paw, his timing wasn't very cleanly executed. I don't think Puppy Paw was expecting Stopper to attack. I think Puppy Paw was expecting an all-in feudal. So he's acting like that was coming, which is why he hunkered down his base. So Stopper kind of got a one-up on him there. But what does it now become, is the big question I have. Wants to rush Veteran first? No, I think he legitimately thought that Stopper was sending it. Like, the veterancy for spears is nice, right? But, like, you can just produce your own lancers anyway. Home Blades coming in very quick here, just 30 seconds out. Relics now starting to be picked up by Puppy Paw. Stopper is going to try to mirror the play, but it takes him so long, 35 seconds to produce Warrior Monks. Meanwhile, you arrive in Castle Age, and oh look, I have 10 Scholars. How did that happen? Oh man, there might not be any relics left on the map at this rate. It's a 4 relic grab. The only one that you can't reach is the one behind Stopper's base. And Puppy Paw with mass lances. He's now got the edge. Honed blades. You'll beat these knights. Puppy Paw is going to go for the wall low. Doesn't even need to. Home Blade's now in. 27 damage on the Khalij. Only 24 for those swords. Stopper starting to regret not going for crossbows earlier, because that would have been his saving grace here. Charge comes in. Spears in the mixer as well, and they're already vetted up for the low, low price of nothing. They paid nothing. I'm losing my mind saying that so often with this Civ. Waramont comes in, gives the blessing. But the blessing was one for a funeral. Stopper not able to hold back the tide. And the deli dive begins. These formation shuffles also costing him more because the crossbows are stuck in there, so the knights can't run away fast enough. Has got the Wooden Fortress defenses to help out a little bit, but this is an overwhelming surge. Stopper with barely any troops left to stand. Heavily armored units diving into the base, and what's looking like it's going to be a 5-relic game. This is a rapid conclusion to an otherwise tight and close series in game 1 and 2. Puppy Paw had somewhere to be, a dentist appointment to make, so he knocks the teeth out of Stopper's base and continues on through to the quarterfinals. What do you think, guys? Crazy set overall. Underwhelming final game. Puppy Paw just showing how brutal the deli can be. But gotta give Stopper credit, man. That game 1 was insane. He was trading evenly with one of the best players in AoE 4 consistently for a lot of that French-Japanese matchup, in a matchup that favors Japanese that Puppy Paw had. Then game 2. Credit where credit is due. It may be an expected outcome. 2-1, actually. Most people thought it would be a 2-0 for Puppy Paw. But Stopper made Puppy Paw more uncomfortable than I've seen almost any player make him in those first 2 games of Midweek Muster. Crazy set. If you like what you've been seeing here, folks, remember to be checking on us live. We do stream these games regularly, Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We're going to be live every week throughout 2025 for the first half of the year. So hopefully I'll see you guys tuning in. This is just one of many epic sets that have happened, so be sure to check the VODs, be sure to check the YouTube uploads, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh, man. All right. I think that is everything. So we have got... There was one set we didn't cast because the quarters happened a bit too fast. That was actually Killjardy versus Myriad. That was because it was unexpected. We actually had plotted this out perfectly to be able to catch that, but then Louis MT got a default win against GUA. So we cast Louis MT Killjardy earlier. Recommend checking it out. So what we might do is there might be time tomorrow to catch the games of Killjardy Myriad at different points. Because quarterfinals will be getting scheduled. We already know one of them is going to be Anatan versus SAS at 5 p.m. CET. I imagine Louis MT and Killjardy will be played earlier than that. Dumu and B will likely be played earlier than that. Voldemar and Puppy Paw might be later. But we should have all quarterfinals tomorrow. And then possibly we might get a semi-finals tomorrow as well. I'm going to be coordinating with Chum and the remaining players to try and make that happen as smoothly as possible. I think that's the ideal way of doing it. Because then what we can do is, remember, Thursday will be grand finals. On the Thursday, we are going to have a semi-finals into grand finals. But you won't want to leave, because after that, we are going to have 2 really cool things happening, actually. We're going to have the PC build. We're going to be building a PC live on stream that is stacked full of the best components you can get on the market right now. We're going to be building that live with my mum being the primary builder. I'm going to be guiding her through it as we build that bad boy up. We've got AMD, we've got Haven for the case, we've got Gigabyte, motherboard and GPU, we've got Kingston for our RAM, we have got Micron, Crucial Rava by Micron for the SSDs, and we've got a cooling solutions being supplied by Corsair. So we're absolutely stacked. It's 4,500 worth in components we're building with. So that is going to be so much fun to build. But after that, I will also have some extra information, new information about the next tournament we're going to be doing this December. So you'll be wanting to hang around. Even if you don't want to watch the PC, you're going to want to hang around to hear when we talk about the next tournament. I'm hoping it is going to be a really exciting one that a lot of people want to see. But what I'm going to do now, guys, I'll be back tomorrow We should be live by around the same time-ish, I reckon it's going to end up being. We might have to finesse it a bit because knowing Dumu, he'll want to do his series early, so maybe we go live a bit earlier, we'll see. But about 1 p.m. CET, check on the channel. If we're not live by then, definitely by 2 p.m. CET, we will be live. So hopefully you guys will all join me then as we are approaching the penultimate day of 2024's... Wait, is it penultimate? It's been a long day. I'm hungry. The penultimate day of 2024's Midweek Musters. YouTube, I'm going to say farewell to you now. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m/2